water.
Well,
Yeah.
here one deck. Let's go through it step by step. Okay, so now that you know that it's not just um the moon, right? So the moon is
Sure.
up.
Well, I think I
it
already knew
pulls.
that. Let's not play this now that you know that. I said that mere moments ago. I was simplifying. I think you're aware
Okay,
of
so
that.
what do you think is causing tides? What would be like your regurgitated
I
point?
don't have I don't have a deductive, like it's definitely X. What I'm saying is it appears to me that it's related to where the sun and the moon are in the sky. Does anybody here agree with that? If yes, what do you think's causing it? If no, that's also cool. That's
Yeah,
also interesting.
because of gravity, you're saying? Is that what we're talking about?
No. I'm trying to explore flat Earth epistemology right now. You know how like you steel manned it so beautifully the other day, Crit, where you said he's only here to talk about what we think and why we think it. That's basically what I'm asking. I don't really like I've brushed up as much on the whole stuff of like flat Earth from the globe side plenty. I'm curious because I'm noticing a resistance to talking about flat Earth epistemology. I'm noticing like I get muted or people don't want to talk about it. And that's why I'm trying to understand, like, can we talk about it? Can we talk about, like, does flat Earth think there is a correlation? Other people see it, but, like, flat Earth might be like, well,
I don't think there's a.
that's because
I
they're
mean, obviously,
mistaken. Or
I think the globe. I mean, obviously, we just had the globe talks about their model. So within that model, they have an explanation for these things. And I don't. There's not a flat Earth model really. Same as there's not really a globe Earth model because we've just asked for is any documents of the globe model. I've never seen any.
Sure. Do you remember what I said I was talking about, though?
But I'll just finish. I'm only going to dead quick.
Sure.
So yeah, I mean, I'm not an expert on the tides and everything like that, but yeah, there could. I think there possibly could be a relationship between the sun and the moon and the water tides. How it's causing that? I have no idea.
Yeah, that's exactly what's going to be my next question. Any ideas about like, cause?
I mean, we could speculate. Maybe I don't know.
Sure,
Some
that'd be
speculations
fun.
out there. But, well, I don't know. I mean, I don't. We could. I haven't got. I've not really. I don't know. I don't know what the bloody sun is really, or the moon.
Right. I'm watching
I mean,
Eclipse in my game right now.
I know the moon's position. I know farming involves, they planting of trees and crops. Apparently, the moon has some sort of effect on that. When to plant.
Oh, that's interesting. I haven't heard that one.
Well, the main difference between the two models would be that in the globe model, this would be a bulge of water being pulled upwards.
Do you remember what I said I was talking about, though, Crit?
Yeah, maybe this is why you get
fully
muted
with
when people
you.
are talking. Halfway through it, you just start,
Sorry, I
walking
beg your
away.
pardon for that.
Yeah, okay. So the differences in one model, they say, hey, this will happen. A huge bulge of water is pulling up into the air and virtually changing the observation of this geometric horizon. So much so that you can see water levels rise by some places 20 feet or so or more. On the flat Earth model, water's always level. It's always seeking its level, sloshing around back and forth in rhythmic motion for all of recorded human history.
Right. So I guess what I'm asking is not what's happening. It sounds to me like you're saying like this has been happening for all of human history. I think we both agree with that. That's not the novel thing. The thing I'm saying is if we're agreeing there might be a correlation. Are we saying there's no correlation? It sounds like there's a bit of because if there's a correlation, it makes sense to go next step. Let's check if there's a causation. But it sounds like we're stuck on is there a correlation?
No, there's no correlation.
There's zero correlation, you think?
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
You'd see if that was something going on, like pulling water upwards, it would affect pools, rivers, lakes. It seems like these two. It's like one of those people who who look at hot days or amount of ice cream being purchased in traffic accidents, and like the more people buy ice cream, the more traffic accidents there are.
Sure. So yeah, what you're saying is it would be fallacious and silly to conclude that one thing is caused by another thing just because it's correlated.
You
But
could do quite the opposite. You could say it reverse.
I think it would be
You could say
reasonable to.
it's interesting to show how tides move the moon around. The moon is being moved around through the water. Just like you can say, hey, when people have a lot of traffic accidents, they buy ice cream.
Yeah, well, I mean that's the same as the the stars and the sun appear to be moving overhead, but the Earth's actually rotating. It's the same argument, isn't it? You could say it's either one or the other.
That's why relativity is so perfect. When you dive into that relativity and go back and forth, it's all observer dependency.
It just, I guess the thing that to me that still stands is I feel like all I need to do is ask a base question about epistemology, and I can reliably, like I can make a predictable assumption about like that people won't want to discuss it. That will be like, run from that, let's go back to talking about the globe model.
Okay, when did that happen?
That's interesting. About 40 times tonight, including just 10 seconds ago.
Well, if that's what you heard, then you do you.
I mean, I thought we was having a conversation.
Maybe just factor yourself out, and like you can just listen to me and One Deck talk about it.
No, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, I'd be curious. Yeah, if flat earthers wanted to discuss what they think makes the water go up, because that's a lot of mass, right? Water's heavy, kilo a liter.
Yeah, so that's what the water does.
Makes so much of it do that, because that's we agree with basic physics, right? F equals ma. Force equals mass times acceleration. It's the definition as much as it is how you calculate it. It is. That is definitionally the case.
Well, I'd say pressure over area.
Pressure over area? No, that's a scalar. We need a vector here. F equals ma. F will have a vector, and that will accelerate a mass in a certain direction. So what you've got is a scalar. You've got enough to do something, but it's doing everything everywhere. They're missing useful data.
I mean, it's coming down just to like if something's happening when a certain luminary is overhead, and that's a pattern. That's a pattern. We can't vary and manipulate the moon or the sun to determine that the presumption is correct.
You can't.
We can
you can't look at it from different places or test the water in different. Like, I feel like you can do that. You can, like, yeah, you're not able to manipulate the variables, but you can manipulate other things to see if the observation changes. And even then, you're not reaching a deductive conclusion, right? You're going, well, look, this seems like it's related. No takers. Okay.
No, how many times have you returned the same answer? No, they're not related.
They're not related at all. Okay, no, that's fascinating.
Not at all.
Yeah. Do you think that do you agree with the correlation that they appear to occur at similar times? That by looking at the position of them or guessing at their position next week, I can use that to guess at the either way. Like if you said when's the next king tide, I'll be like, it's going to be.
There is no sky magic in flat Earth models. Zero, absolute zero sky magic.
Well, flat Earth doesn't have models, does it?
Yeah.
Okay. So
yeah, there's all kinds.
All you're saying is there's no flat Earth models.
No, there's all kinds of.
No matter what they do and don't include.
Yeah,
there is
lots. Yeah, there's lots of flat Earth models. What flat Earth? This is where. Okay, see if you can at least remember this today. Okay.
Sure.
The reason why flat earthers don't use models because models are a reification fallacy.
No, they're not.
You can make a model.
That's misunderstanding what a reification fallacy is. Reification would be mistaking the map for the model, but it's not modeling. Modeling itself is not a reification fallacy. The verification
that
fallacy
model
would
will
say,
never.
but this
Well, how
map
about
doesn't
this?
have a mountain in the middle.
Try to post a globe model. Let's see what do you think is your
This
best
is what I was
globe
saying.
model?
Why do you? I'm not even asking for a model.
Yeah,
Right?
because
we're talking about
like,
models and verification.
yeah,
I'm
why?
just saying,
So
Craig,
why
what do
flat
you
Earth
think?
models have no sky magic in them? Okay,
Well, they just don't have
none.
anything in them, do they? They don't exist.
Yeah, they do. There's lots of flat Earth models. They've
Can
existed
you
for
give me
thousands
yours?
of years.
You just asked me for mine. Can you give me yours?
Yeah, you're not going to even understand it to begin with. I'm not even
Sure.
going to
So
bother.
question number one about the model is what causes the tides?
Yes, no sky magic in flat Earth models.
Okay. What is in there? If sky magic is not, what is? We've established completely devoid of sky magic. Gotcha. 100% on board with you. Now what?
Now it's for you, boo.
Hmm?
Whatever you think a model is, model it out and have fun with it.
But surely you're clear that I'm asking you about what you think is the case. We're
Yeah,
on the
and
same
my
page with that,
advice to
aren't we?
you is that for years now you've been not able to understand that flat
Yeah.
Earth models have no sky magic in it. Yet you
Sure, but
keep
I'm saying what
asking.
is in them? If sky
You
magic
keep
is
asking.
gone, do we have unicorn magic? Do we
Yeah, you
have
could
like
sure add
underwater
that.
sumps and pumps?
That could work too. You put that in there.
Okay, all right. That's
Yeah, just
that's
go
that's
ahead,
at
make it
least an
up.
answer. I mean, you're doing a lot better than anybody's done before, really. So what about the
No, it's the
container?
same
Does it have a
thing. These are
location,
just
a volume?
repeated things that people said.
Well, they're not really. What more happens is you just tell me what's not in the model, which is like because you guys have spent years, decades, saying to people, "Tell me about your model," and then picking apart every last part of it and going, "Which gravity? Got him on that one, didn't I? Which gravity?" And then I'm
Yes,
like,
I'm
"What
saying
makes
you
things
guys
go
don't have a
down?"
working model at all. You think you've got this mapped out, fully interactive heliocentric model, and you just don't. And the problem was because you were in a reification fallacy.
It doesn't even seem there's consistency on whether there is a model. That's the interesting bit.
Oh, hey, TOS said to turn off your stream.
Why is that? What against the TOS is it?
No, the guy who's streaming.
Oh, right.
I don't know what you got going on. Just a
No,
general rule we have because of people. If we just allow people to come in here and stream video, I guess you're streaming a video game with a Kerbeling or whatever.
Yep.
Okay. Just the whole problem is like if someone's streaming to show data, like or demonstration.
This is data. That's why I like it. That's why I'm showing it. I wouldn't be showing if it was Tarkov. This you can make testable predictions about the like Kepler's laws of motion and stuff like that. Like a
What what the fuck?
yeah. So you can say I can predict. I can tell you that that satellite is going slower than this satellite because I know that their orbits are higher, and I know that that is going much faster than that, and that I can make testable predictions about the speed of MOHO around Kerbal, and that the slowest one is going to be this puppy out here. What's its name again? Elu. I've never been to Elu. So you can use it to make some novel testable predictions. Also use it to do like wider rockets roll.
Holy fuck.
Would you kick him?
Yeah.
Oh man.
I felt like I was talking to a teenager. I'm like I didn't ban them. I just like you can DC them from the room, and they can't reconnect for like 30 or whatever an hour or something, 2 hours. Dude, he's that far gone, man. Like, I'm playing Space Kerbals program. I work for NASA. Okay, can you show me your model? Like you said, like, show me yours. Okay, you think you got the model right there, displaying it right there, and you won't walk me through it. Outstanding.
Yeah, I wish you guys would do that more often. Like some guys just going on and on about bullshit. Just click, goodbye. No, fuck off.
Yeah, especially when you start saying, "Hey, we turn your stream off," and even that's got to become a debate. It won't just comply.
That's why I got out of a lot of other servers because you're allowed to just ramble and just obfuscate for hours. There's no new people, and these old people who are never going to change their mind. They're not open to any kind of reasoning or thought. There's no finality with any conversation with these people. They just ramble, bullshitting. At least here, there's the prospect of new people, new voices.
Yeah, I think this is the. I'm not sure if this is good enough. Here's the current front runner for news of the day. Let me see what you wait. Should I do better, or will this fly for a Sunday?
What? Where is it?
On the side chat there.
It doesn't seem to be very provocative. Although they
Okay.
have claimed to know what it looks like, right?
Yeah,
And it looks completely different.
but now they're saying it looks a lot like the near side.
Right.
So suddenly now it did look different before. The dark side was all like shiny and shit. Now apparently it looks exactly like the front side. Like, yeah, all the same craters are on the same each side, like one for one. I was thinking about using that other GIF for that lady from the office where they showed her like two advertisements, two photo like, and they were the exact almost exactly the same photo, except for like the shoes were colored or something like that.
Right.
Maybe that what if I use a different? Because that's why I want it to be kind of like a throwback, you know. So if I paired it with this GIF instead, because I want to invoke, that meme. this one here. They're the same picture. So if people understand the reference, and then I'm gonna frame it. It's so beautiful, you know.
Yeah, so there's a whole science to why you pick the GIFs that you do for your headlines.
Oh yeah, yeah. I tried
Yeah,
to. Did you see the one from the 20th?
probably.
The with Alex Jones, and he's got to pay 1.1
Oh
billion
yeah,
dollars,
yeah,
and then
yeah.
he's freaking out, right? But the best part of that, the Easter egg, is he's wearing a NASA shirt. Look at that NASA shirt. I think I'm gonna go with I'm gonna frame it because they're the same picture. It doesn't really capture the whole. You know, it's too overused. I think I'm gonna make it a little more subtle.
That's funny that. Sorry, I had to jump out there. I'm working at the moment, so I'm in and out. That's funny, that NASA t-shirt. How did eggshells go on?
No, I disconnected him from the call. So what it does is it kicks him into the main lobby where all the other video gamers are, and then it stops him from rejoining for I don't know. It's like an hour or 2 hours or something.
And what was it? What it keeps going on about these bloody tides, doesn't it? Like it's got.
Sure does. I want to know how tides work. I'm like, well, all right, figure out how tides work. Goddamn, you know, like why are you asking me? Do you think I'm tides? I'm the tides, am I? That you're gonna be able to parse out and figure out all of creation through tides through me? And then even better, he keeps asking after he said he's got no answers. Okay, well, follow that logic. Okay, well, okay, since you're not following the logic, you're just kind of here to spin your wheels in the mud. Can you at least turn off your video game and pretend like you're trying to pay attention and listen? Nah, fuck that. All right, bye. Shit.
Keep saying it. This is all they've got at the moment. They're really are going back to the sky. I keep saying it, but I'm noticing it more and more at the moment. You know, they really are in, you know, sky world at the moment with the lights of the sun, the stars. It's like they've just gone back around to this. I'm finding it with a lot of them at the moment. They've got nothing else to talk about. I mean, well, they can't talk about the shape of the Earth. Bloody hell! So yeah, that's why they've got to go up there.
Is everyone in here asleep?
No.
Wide awake.
Okay.
I'm just I'm listening, but I'm on Google trying to find the globe Earth model documentation. That's what I'm just looking for at the moment.
Oh, okay. I don't know why I woke up so early. I went to bed at like 1 in the morning. It's like 8 a.m. for me. Oh, my dog is barking.
I'm currently working at the moment. I'm on call.
Oh, okay.
I'm a refrigeration engineer, so every 4 weeks I have to do a 24-hour cover for 7 days.
That's
So
cool.
yeah, well, it's not when you're getting bloody woke up at stupid o'clock most nights.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah.
But yeah, so I'm just at one of the supermarkets looking at a refrigeration problem. I'm just finishing up, but I'm just back in my van now, just doing some paperwork and having a little listen on here. And then I've got another job after here for another place. They've got a cold room that's not reaching the correct temperature, so I'll go and have a look at that and see what's going on there.
Okay, cool. How much do you make doing that?
Money's not too bad. Not a millionaire, mate, but the money's not too bad. You can depending on the hours you do and what you put into it, obviously affects it. But the hour the hourly rate of pay can vary between, depending on experience and age, £12 an hour up to £22 an hour.
That's pretty good.
And then after a 40-hour period, your pay will go to time and a half.
Well, sounds like a good deal then. How much are you making? Like,
The company I'm working for at the moment are currently paying me £18 an hour.
that's good. That's more than I made in my last job.
Mm.
Hope it's all worth it.
I've been doing it years, mate.
Okay.
I'm getting a bit tired of it now.
Oh, really?
Yeah. The trouble is the money. I'm used to the money I get. But saying that, I'm not loaded by any means. You know, I managed to pay my bills and put food on the table. But I'm currently helping family members out at the moment who haven't got any work. I've took my daughter back in and a partner into my home
Yeah.
because they're currently having issues with their work, so they've got no
Yeah.
money to do. So they're living with me, and I'm looking after them at the moment. So that's just things you got to do with the family, innit? Really, I'm helping the family out.
Okay. Yeah. Good deal. Well, what's the next job then? If you're thinking about going on to do something else.
I don't think I can. I'm not. I'm not at the right time at the moment to take a drop in pay. That would probably be in the next 5 years. So I
Okay.
think I have to ride this out for 5 years, and then maybe just have a look around, see if there's anything which doesn't include the 24-hour standby every 4 weeks.
Yeah.
Maybe
Yeah.
try.
I get that must suck. I get that.
Yeah.
Katie, come on, Jesus Christ.
Is no one talking right now?
I may just missed it. The whole conversation about air conditioners that just ended.
Oh, I just popped in and I thought something may have been glitched because I can't hear anybody. But I guess no one's just talking.
I've always found it strange in my job, air conditioning and refrigeration, even before I was a flat earther, because the job is based around temperature pressure relationships and thermodynamics. Like a refrigeration system is a hermetically sealed system, and it composes really of a high side and a low side, a high pressure side and a low pressure side, and it's changing the states of the gas as it goes around the system. You go through an evaporation process, a condensing process, expansion process, and all this is relative to and the gas is in a contained system. You've got a plant room and a vessel of gas, and you've got motors pumping it around the supermarket store. And when doing my job, I have to sometimes take the refrigerant out of the system. I have to use a machine like a reclaim unit to pull it out and put it in a gas container. If you're doing some work on a smaller system and opening the system up, you've got to reclaim the refrigerant, put it into a container, obviously, and then do your repairs. And then you'll have to evacuate the system to remove any non-condensables, and then you'd add the refrigerant back in there to the correct weight and charge for that particular application. And I've been doing this years, so I know that gas needs a container. I know that as soon as I open the container with the pressurized gas into the evacuated system, what I've just had a vacuum pump on for say an hour, bringing it down to 4 torr, that gas will immediately just enter that system and fill that space, that hermetically sealed space. And I've been doing this years, and then it all relates now to what the flat Earth and the pressurized system that we live in, which must have containment. I have friends within the trade, and I try and explain to them that you need gas pressure, you need a container for gas pressure. Now they're doing the same job as me, and vaguely spoke about the flat Earth model being an open system adjacent to a vacuum, and they still believe they live on that open system, which is contained with pressure without a container next to a vacuum. But then I'll explain to them what they're doing on a day-to-day basis, and that can't be possible. But they still are determined that they live on a globe, an open system with a pressure in a sphere-shaped shape next to a vacuum. Am I waffling on a bit?
No, dude, you're okay. I'll say today is also Speculation Sunday, so it's a lot of the stuff you can say here for today is like can be prefaced as speculation.
Wow.
Yeah.
I thought it was Spherical Sunday, dude. Though.
Yeah, the sphere is speculative.
I mean, it's not though.
A meth-fueled symposium by the Catholic Church some 300, 400 years ago.
I just picked a book up off eBay. I've not read it yet. It's called The Book of the Sun by Antonio Sobrati, who's passed away, who's a flat earther. He wrote a book called The Book of the Sun. I don't know what it's about yet, but it seems that it's quite interesting from the quick flick through. So I'm going to try and start reading that this week.
Could you go grab that book and read the back of it to me, please?
Say that again, sorry?
I said, can you go grab that book and read the back of it to me, please?
He can't. He's at work.
I'm working at the moment. The book's
are
at
you?
home.
Okay,
Yeah.
My apologies.
Yeah. Why? Do you know what's on the back of it? Or
I don't. That's why I wanted you to read it to me. I have no idea.
No.
How about John? What you could do, and have you ever seen tell me this one thing. Have you ever seen a grown man naked?
Yeah,
What?
I've been to a gym before. What's that to do with anything?
No, I just was. It's a joke, but you didn't fall for it.
It's funny that he answered seriously.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I've never seen that dick in a photo. My bad. How do I fall into the trap?
You're not a grown man.
I'm 30 years old. Pretty
Yeah,
sure.
yeah, but you must at some point have seen yourself naked, then, right?
No, I don't believe in mirrors.
Mirrors are that's not really you. It's a reflection. Doesn't exist.
Sure, dude. Yeah, something like that. What was the name of that book again? It's called the something of the sun.
I think you said Way of the Sun. I'm not
Way
sure.
of the sun.
I'm not sure though.
The Book of the Sun.
The
There
book
we
of
go.
the sun.
There's only so many copies. Do you know Antonio Sobrati? Was you aware of him?
Nope.
I only came across him recently, but he's been in the flat Earth arena for years, apparently. And I just stumbled across him only about 6 months ago. Even though I've
What's
been
his
into
name? Thomas Isaac, you said?
Antonio Sobrati.
Damn, I can like not find this book.
But he published the book himself and wrote the book himself. Before he's passed away now. He died of cancer a few years ago.
Rest in peace, dude.
So I just went on eBay searching it, and somebody had one for sale for £10. And Antonio had signed the copy to this person, so the guy was selling it. So as I say, I just received it end of last week. It's just on my bedroom side table, ready for me to delve into it. He also did. I flicked through it though. He's come up with some sort of flat Earth map as well.
Good
How
for
do you
him,
do
dude.
that?
All maps are flat.
Yeah, I don't know. I've not read it, but from what I can gather, flicking through a little bit, he's saying he's been to different where they say the sun should be at certain times on certain coastal areas where it's either rising or setting. He's saying it's not actually there. He's done some observations and things like that, and it's not actually where it said it is, where the sun's not where it apparently should be, or something like that. And he's come up with distances of land masses are incorrect, and he's come up with his own version of a flat Earth map and the scale of the continents. I don't know how old the book is. I should imagine it's 5 years old. So I mean, it's probably already been spoke about within this arena anyway. But the
It's
guy seemed to
published
be.
in
The
2019.
guy was clued up. He sounds clued up on some of his little video chats I've managed to find of him. Anyway, I'm waffling again.
There's literally no images of this book online. What the fuck?
The self-published, yeah, it might not be.
Yeah, but it's published in fucking 2019. You think somebody would have taken a picture of it? I just wanted to read the back of it, to be honest. See what his summary was.
It's a flat Earth book, bro. They burned it off the internet.
Hit through in space, dude.
No, I mean if you look at Amazon, there's, I mean, thousands of flat Earth books. Sia wrote like, I mean, just alone, and enough reading content to keep you guys busy for years. I mean, depending on how. I mean, it takes how
It's
long
a
does
lot
it
of
take you to read the book?
disinformation in there, though.
How long did it take you to read the book?
Tell me.
Not long,
Or
dude. That
A
shit
long
is
time.
91 pages long. It's like maybe
yeah, would that take you about a year?
91 pages.
You read.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna take me a year, brother.
What's the last book you read?
I just read Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas not too long ago. That was like 200 pages. That probably
Took
took
you
me
about
2 days,
10 years.
10 years, yeah, something like that.
You're still reading it. You just so far you've got past the cover or the back cover.
I mean, you're projecting, but
So I tend to do with books sometimes. It's like this Book of the Sun. I sort of like build up to it. You know, I know it's there on my bedroom side, but I'm waiting for the right moment to like pick it up. And I've picked it up and looked at it, and I've flicked through the pages and had just a quick glance. I thought, it's gonna be. I'm looking forward to reading it. But
bro, it's 91 pages. It's like a short
yeah,
pamphlet.
but I'll probably like. It's like a book ritual I go through. I don't pick it up straight away and start reading it. I have to go through this ritual where I look at it for a bit, and I'm thinking, right, I'm going to get the time right when I start this. It's going to be the perfect time where I know I've got a little bit of time to just be on my own or peaceful and start reading it. But that's what I do with every book. The book ritual. I used to have a dog who had a bone ritual. So when I give him a bone, he wouldn't. He wouldn't eat the bone straight away. He'd sort of look at it and mess around with it. He'd even hide it in one of the plant pots in the living room and I'd check it there every day. And then when he eventually put it in his mouth, I've got a big dining room table where I live in the front room, and he'd put the bone in his mouth and walk around the table a few times, and then he'd throw it, and he'd do this for a few days before he actually started like chomping into the bone. And I used to call that the bone ritual. So we've got a bone ritual going on and a book ritual going on. Waffling again.
No, man, I had a dog that prayed before it ate.
Seriously?
Yeah, it'd get down and kind of like do like a prayer move, and she'd bob her head up and down, and
Yeah, man.
when my atheist friends like, your dog's got neurological damage. I'm like, why would you say that? The way it's bobbing its head up and down like that. I go, okay, so like let's explore that claim, right? If it's got neurological damage, you'd see it it would always bob its head up and down like that, right? He's like, yeah. Okay, I took the food away. She stopped. She just kind of looked at me like, what the fuck? Why'd you take my food away? I go, is she doing the head bob now? Right? He's like, well, no. Put the food back down, and then started her prayer thing again. I'm like, huh. It seems like you can just control the neurological functioning just by putting food in front of her face, and then when she's ready to eat. I was like, wow, dude, because these atheists, they got this really materialistic point of view that animals can't be, have their own spirituality or their own superstitions. There's God, who's that guy who studied that?
I mean, I've seen pictures or videos with they claiming it's when the calf's taken away from the cow, and the cow has a tear in its eye.
Yeah, yeah, it's horrible, dude. That's why I'm vegan, man. Like,
No, I'm
Vegan.
yeah.
I'm vegetarian.
See, at Skinner, so in 1984, he exposed pigeons to systematic stimulation based on a food schedule, and reported 6 of the birds started developing supernatural behavior patterns that included head swinging, pecking, and other behaviors that were, yeah.
It was funny.
So this is why we got the atheist here, who's like, I believe in science. You link them science stuff that goes against their belief, and suddenly they don't believe in science anymore. I'm like, dude, your epistemology just is fucked up. You know, like there's another study too about I can't remember the guy's name either. I have to look it up here, but he said that birthmarks were past life trauma, life ending injuries. Because the guy that said was, I'm only going to believe stuff that's peer reviewed. I'm like, okay, here's 22 peer reviewed papers discussing, like birthmarks as indications of fatal injuries in past lives. I'm not going to believe anything that's peer reviewed unless I believe it prior to peer review. I'm like, okay, why not just say that? So you've got a very heavy cognitive bias world where you only believe things you want to believe and then cherry pick the stuff you want to believe it so you make it seem like you're actually going with some sort of peer reviewed process, even though you're not.
That's great. I like all that stuff, mate. But just quickly going back to when you said you was a vegan, one of the guys went, a vegan. And it just reminded me the other day when I was working in these supermarkets, you can get a sandwich in there, you can get some food. They have a hot counter where you can get a cooked chicken or a burger or some sausages or whatever. Anyway, this particular day, I just fancied a baked potato. So I said, can I have a baked potato, please, with some beans in there and maybe a little bit of cheese on top. She went, we've got no beans today or cheese. You can have tuna. I said, I'm a vegetarian. And she looked at me, this woman, like, went, you're a man, aren't you? That's what she said to me. You're a man, aren't you? So, yeah, I'm a man, but I just don't eat meat. She went, well, I said, we've got tuna. I said, tuna's not a vegetable. She was convinced that I could eat tuna, being a vegetarian. She could not understand it. Anyway.
Wait, are all you guys vegans now? What the hell? How'd this happen?
I naturally just went off meat.
No.
I used to, do you know?
Was it Eric Dubé?
I was telling you I was a refrigeration engineer, so I've done a little job. I used to work at like big. I've worked in slaughterhouses in the refrigeration and seen all that, and I've worked in like big manufacturing places where they've got the pigs and the lambs hung up in the big refrigerated units. And then I'm in there repairing the fans that are high up in the ceiling or working in there. And I used to get a lot of the guys I know. They say, "Oh, they used to give you what we call a wrap up." So he'd give me a box as well as paying me for the job. He'd say, "Oh, I'll give you some meat." So he used to give me like fillet steaks, T-bone steaks, sausages, burgers, and I used to just fucking get on bang that. That'd last me like months. I was on fillet steaks every night, ribeye steaks. I used to that's what I ate. But I didn't choose to be a vegetarian. Something happened to me about 5 years ago where I don't know what it was. I was just, because I'm looking at meat places in the supermarkets I work in, and they have displays where they've got a raw meat counter where you see in the livers and the ox tongue and everything else and the fillets. And I just remember looking at it and thinking, I was looking at it in a different way. Something in my mind, I was just seeing body parts. And I thought, I can't eat it. I can't eat this flesh anymore.
But
And
that's the whole point why it's tasty, like you see the body parts.
So I stopped eating red meat, but I was still eating chicken, which sounds stupid, and fish for a good year afterwards. I'd go to Nando's, I'd buy half a chicken, and I'd tear into half a chicken and suck the meat off the bones and all that. And then it started happening now and again with a chicken. I'd be eating it, and the same thing started happening in my mind. Oh, it was like ripping into someone's flesh and tearing the skin. It was really affecting me. I couldn't handle it. So I gave up chicken. But I kept eating fish. I thought I'll be all right with fish, like a bit of salmon, a bit of sea bass, a bit of tuna. And then so for another year, I was just a pescatarian. And then it started happening with fucking fish. I didn't plan it out. It just fucking happened with fish. I thought, fuck's sake. So I stopped eating fish. Now, guess what I'm getting it with now? The last 6 months, it started happening. Eggs.
Why eggs? What do
I don't know. I'm just getting this thing about eggs being like,
What is it? What do you feel like?
I feel like it's just an unborn fucking animal. I don't know. I'm just really not. I can't eat eggs anymore at the moment.
But why? Like you felt like you were tearing up skin when you ate the meat, which is, I mean, I guess.
Yeah, you can understand. This is a different one, isn't it? It's a different feeling. I'm seeing it as an unborn, like a fetus. I don't.
But it's not a fetus. It's a period. You are eating the period of a chicken.
Yeah, it sounds disgusting, doesn't
Why?
it?
Why? You eat fucking like stuff that is in the dirt. You dig it up and you eat it. Like, if you want to make shit sound disgusting, we can go on for hours. You get potatoes, like you dig it up from a plant that you just like see. You grab it, you dig it out from dirt, and then you start eating it.
No,
It's
no,
like
like,
strange.
no. I'm not trying to. Hey, mate, I'm not preaching to anyone by any means. You know, my partner eats meat. My children eat meat. I mean, I'm not trying to preach to anybody. I was just telling you my little story. That was all.
No, I get that, but I'm saying that like I understood I understood your logic. I don't agree with it, but I understand when you like cut through an animal that it feels like you're cutting through an animal because that's what you are doing, right? But when it comes to eggs, like why is that an issue? It's not a fetus. It's not. It's nothing inside of it. Nothing alive.
I don't know. Then I've just got it with eggs. I can't
I
bring
think
myself
it's a
to eat
mental
eggs.
thing within your brain. Maybe you lived like around vegans who like use rhetoric or something. Is that it?
I also don't drink cow's milk.
Why though? Why?
Because this happened about 3 years ago. I just was thinking about it, and I'm thinking, why am I drinking the milk of another animal that they, produce for their calf? Why am I drinking it as a human being?
Why are you eating the roots of other species that are supposed to grow into the ground?
So say that again, mate.
Why do you eat the fiber of another species that grows in the ground?
What's that? Sorry.
Saying
Oh,
like
vegetables.
plants are alive, why do you eat them?
I'm saying they're another species. I'm not saying they are alive. I'm saying that, I mean, you could make that argument, but that's not my argument.
Yeah, you could make an
I'm
argument
saying,
that
I'm not doing that. I'm saying you find it strange to drink the milk of another mammal, right? And I'm extrapolating that. Why do you not find it strange to eat the fibers, the roots of another species that is underground?
I suppose I just see vegetables and fruit and vegetables as fruit and vegetables. I don't see them as like a sentient being.
I'm not saying that. I'm not trying to make them sentient. I'm just asking, why do you not find it strange to eat one species product, which is like roots and other vegetables and whatever, right? Which is their way of creating offspring, right? Because all you're doing is eating the offspring off of them, and yet you find it strange to drink the milk of a cow because it's another species. But this is true for both cases, right? Like the plant is another species and the cow is another species.
I don't
Why do
know.
you distinguish?
Here, I got a way to tie this back to flat Earth. Okay, so
Yeah.
what you got going on here is, supposedly, if this is kind of like one of the news stories of the day, I didn't pick. I ended up going with the photo of the moon. So apparently, plastic waste will be able to be turned into food for deep space missions. So apparently, interestingenneering.com science meals on Mars will be made with plastic waste, claims NASA, as part of an affiliated 3D food printing project. Here we go. I'll drop
The fuck? They're feeding astronauts plastic?
Yeah, here, I'll drop the link here. There you go. Read and weep, globalists. This is how dumb your shit is. Okay.
Doesn't sound very nutritious.
Not only are they eating plastic, but they recycle their poop into coffee.
Yeah, poop, coffee, and plastic
Well,
hamburgers.
that's just genius, actually.
Yeah, but the solution to everything is eat more bugs.
Yeah, there'll be a lot of bugs in the in space. Like,
Yeah, plenty of bugs to go around. I'm serious. They're pushing that agenda, by the way.
eat the bug,
You will eat the bugs.
be a net zero human.
I love it. I want people to just go around eating bugs because then I'll know, just like people who wore Halloween masks for a few years, I'll know who is who.
So there you go. So if all the globalists who are whatever weed up about different diets, your space diet will be poop in plastic.
I don't think any one of us will go to Mars. Not in our lifetimes. Like what SpaceX said that they're gonna have like the first pods by like 2000 and what was it 19 on Mars?
No, it was no, it was 2000 something like that. The pods were
Yeah.
going to be there, and then a couple years later,
Then
because
we
they're
were
gonna
like, oh yeah, exactly.
there's going to be robots that were going to build the first structures, and then once the first structures are all set up, and then
Let's be honest. Elon Musk is a good money grabber. Like he's a good snake seller. So he did a good job with that one. But yeah, nobody believes we're gonna go to Mars anytime soon.
of him talking about the guy says, "All right, when are we gonna go to Mars?" He's like sits there for like a minute, maybe like 40 seconds. He's like, "Best case 5 years, worst case 10 years," and that was like like 2019, so like that was like 2016 or something like that. Where
If Elon could just make a fucking pickup truck, that would be more than enough. Like he's failing to do that since 4 years. So
yeah,
one
the
step at a time.
pickup or the semi cyber whatever cyber truck and something
Yeah, that's not
semi.
gonna happen ever.
Yeah, they can't even put it together. It's like they're saying that the finishing issues, like none of the parts fit. It's just like
It's not that. It's the issue with the semi truck is if you have a truck that runs on electricity, you're gonna have a huge battery because they drive long distances, right? And the issue with that is batteries are much heavier than tanks with fuel in it. So, and trucks have like a maximum capacity of how much they're allowed to weight. So, what you're doing is effectively decrease the amount of goods that you can carry with you and just make everything more complicated. It's not beneficial. You're going to run into a negative.
Yeah, Ardian is correct. And they're also not as green as people thought they were because of the components of what the vehicles are made of. So they're running into an issue that the factories that are producing these vehicles are putting out a lot more emissions than previously thought about. Because when they're trying to get even the materials to make the vehicle, they have to mine copper. Copper is not is going to be coming at a premium pretty soon because right now it's in abundance. But the way they extrapolate copper from the earth is very inefficient. It's not a very green process. So you have to use a lot of materials that are, they consume a lot of the environmental hazards that previously were thought to be something that would be green. It's not. The process to make a vehicle and to keep everything green is actually not. Just saying.
And also, the car is being fueled by electricity that's not green made either.
So with Arden, are you talking about at some point, like the bigger the battery you need to move
The
something?
worse your profit with the truck, right?
So at some point you'll have to use a battery so big that it can't move it because
drive a forklift if you want to do that. Like
yeah.
No. The point is that it cannot move. My point is like, look, if you can, I don't know the exact number, but I think like let's make it hypothetical. There's 10 tons that you're allowed to carry with you as a truck driver. Okay, there's like a number. I don't know the actual number. If your battery weighs, let's say 6 tons, you can only put on goods that you're transporting for 4K, for 4 tons. So the goods will become much more expensive to be transported, rather than if you have a truck that can put on 9 tons, because the fuel only takes up 1 ton. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, I got it now. Okay, thanks for clarifying that.
Yeah, the math here is going to be important, especially if you're on roadways that are are meant to, hold certain tonnage. So you're gonna have to refigure things out, man, because there's maximum capacity weight for certain areas, right? And so, just based on certain parameters, they're going to keep the vehicles at certain weights, and that is a problem. That is a good thing to think about, As far as like people don't often think about that, honestly. Ardian is he's got a good point,
And
really.
also the time that it will take to fuel the truck is gonna take so fucking long. Like it takes half an hour, like full speed to fuel in Tesla, like at max speed at like the Tesla fucking shit things. So if you have a truck, I'm sure it will take like at least 6 times the time of it.
So we're saying an electric car takes what, an hour, 30 minutes to if you're doing a fast charge.
Yeah, the fast charge thing it takes like 30 minutes on average.
Okay. So you said about 6 times worth. You'll be like maybe 3 hours.
I'm lowballing it. I'm sure it will take much longer than that.
What I think is interesting is how they're having all these problems with electric vehicles when supposedly NASA made a perfect electric vehicle some 60 years ago. Where's that at? Where's the plans for the dune buggy?
And that works in a vacuum.
Oh yeah, it's even better.
But you're dealing with different gravity on the moon, right? So,
what's really funny is they conned you guys into buying electric cars, Globers. Just keep it up. Because those fuckers will not work when it gets cold outside.
I know,
People,
right? Thinking, bro, why can't we get to buy retro stuff? Like, go into like because I'm thinking about that now. I'm like, you know what would be better? Go like in the 70s, get a vehicle that's old. Their parts were made to last, bro.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm gonna buy I'm gonna buy a 1984 Lincoln Continental. I think, or 1983. I think that's the year I'm buying.
Dude, that's one of the most reliable vehicles I could think of. Cops used to drive those things, man.
You're talking about Ford F-150, all Ford vehicles. Is that what you're talking about? The EcoBoost?
No, those are different. The Ford electric hybrids. A friend of mine has one of those. Electric only kicks in when you're cruising.
Yeah, I'm just kidding. I'm not a big fan of Ford. I just joined and heard about
Ford don't bother me.
I want an old Subaru, man.
I actually was thinking about buying an electric car because here in Germany they give you a lot of benefits for buying one. The only issue why I didn't do it is because I travel and in Germany I could see myself having no issues with fueling, like too large issues. But once you go into further nations which are like not as developed, I think I will not run into as many fast charge dogs. So no, that's not gonna happen.
I have a question, Ardian. Since, like in Germany, you guys have a lot of really good engineering. So, what type of vehicles what's a really good car to get right now? Like a motor vehicle, not electric.
Like from the modern ones?
Yeah. Like, what would you guys?
I mean, I ended up choosing an Audi for reliability.
That's what I got.
Ah, okay.
I have an Audi A6 from 2021.
I drive an Audi A4 and a Cadillac.
Like Audis are currently the most reliable one from like the trio, like Mercedes, BMW, and Audi.
I haven't heard.
Mercedes and BMW are like breaking down more often.
That's that's true.
My Audi never broke down, ever. Never broke down once.
So the engineering behind an Audi, you think, would be superior to any other vehicle? Is that what you're saying?
That's modern times. Because like if we talk about older cars, I think all of them were super good and super reliable. But nowadays, like they are putting more and more and more stuff into cars, and also at the same time making everything smaller and smaller, the engines and shit. So it's more prone to having difficulties, right? And from what it seems like, Audi is doing the best.
Here, I got a solution for you engineers who design electric cars. Put all analog mechanical gauges in your cars. stop using digital everything on your dashboards, and you won't run your battery down so fast.
I was thinking about getting a Mercedes EQS. It looks awesome.
What's the how much stress is that putting on your battery though? Like all the electric cars, like the electronics in your cars,
Hi
Brad.
guys.
No clue. Like, are you asking me or asking the other guy who talked about electric vehicles?
Brad, when he's an engineer, so he does know a little bit about some things.
You got to realize that all that stuff is just drawing on your battery, whether you're moving or not.
I'm not gonna lie, boys. The fucking like the Earth is circle, bro, bro.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that's interesting, man.
I'm not gonna lie, you're just a faggot if you believe.
No, guys, get him banned.
Alright.
Guys, get him banned. We're just trying to talk about the conspiracy theories.
Yeah, that's fine, but don't be a cheese dick about it.
Yeah, get him banned.
You can talk about it, just don't
Shits
be.
are unsufferable, dude.
Yeah, why are you hating on the EQS, man? It looks awesome. From outside, I have to admit, I was not referring to the outside looks because they went for like performance, so like they cut every corner. They made the car very
Yeah,
polished.
EQS. Oh
But
my
from
god, bro.
inside, the EQS looks like a fucking spaceship. They have the most ergonomical car ever made. Like, they beat the Tesla car. So I agree. From outside, I'm not a fan either. I'll be honest. It's in my
What about the
opinion one of
moon?
the worst looking Mercedes.
Teslas remind me of Fieros. Their looks are not going to last.
Dude, Fieros are like fucking paper mache on wheels. Dude, like fucking.
I know. That's what they remind me of. They were really cool when the first one came out because it was different, and now after everybody had one, they look like shit. And every time I see a Tesla down the road, I'm just like, it just look, especially from the back, it looks like a square.
Oh shit. Fucking Fieros, man. A good wind comes along, man. You're fucking done.
Yeah. My friend had what was it called? Well, a Mustang Mach-E. That was pretty cool. It was like super low to the ground because the batteries are on the bottom. And you could not flip that thing.
I can flip it.
You sure?
Sure.
We really put it to the test. We couldn't flip it.
Well, just hit one side of your car with a ramp and drive. See if it flips over.
I mean manually flipping it, not like someone else flipping it.
Oh. Why would you try to flip it?
Well, I did it. I didn't drive it. It's my friend driving it. He'd be like swerving all over parking lots and stuff.
That's what they're for.
Yeah. Cool car.
Where's all the Globers at?
Two of them came in and spiraled within 1 second of each other. One came in, spiraled, he got muted. The other came in, spiraled, he got muted.
That's usually what happens.
Damn, you at the airport, Doc?
Oh, I've got an
Yeah, what
airplane
the
flying
fuck?
over me. I got an airplane flying over me.
I was being bomb strike, man. Ukraine POV.
If you can hear a plane that loud, you can shoot at it.
Really?
Just a stupid question? Has anyone ever seen like steam condensate back into liquid without touching another material?
I don't think so.
As I was thinking about the clouds, like, you know what I mean? So when you see the kettle on the window, you've got the window, and then it touches the window and it turns to liquid. In my job, it's in a coil touching copper. So when you remove the heat from the gas, it changes back into a liquid. Obviously, the clouds turn to liquid, don't they? But they're not touching anything, are they? Or are they?
Is that an electric Mercedes that you just posted?
No. It's an AMG.
What's that electric car with the like ceiling? It's like a screen. What's that electric car with like the ceiling as a screen? Like, I'm probably not explaining it right, but
I do not know which one
Didn't
you're
Tesla have one of those?
I don't know. I had a friend
I'm
show
not
me
too
it
big
once.
with e-cars, to be honest, so maybe there's like one. There's so many new e-car brands, I can't keep up.
There was a place over near me a few weeks ago where they got like these electric charging stations. There's got a couple of it in this little compound.
Oh,
and
yeah.
it was broken. They had no. There was a problem with the voltage coming in or something. Anyway, they had them running off diesel generators.
That's funny.
Welcome to the future of electric charging stations.
The future.
Yeah, and I only buy 4-wheel drive cars now, especially because where I live, I gave up on trying. My last Cadillac was rear-wheel drive. I drove it through the winter. I know how to drive in snow, but other people just forget how to drive in snow every year. Every year, they just forget that it snows. They don't know what to do. They need to stay home for a few weeks, practice in their driveway, and then get out on the road again.
There's got to be a winter driving school.
Yeah, it's called the highways in Ohio in the middle of winter. That'll teach you how to drive real fast.
It's those like wet, frozen sections, right? That fuck people. It's like hard to figure out, dude.
That black ice, yeah.
Don't be driving all over the place. Drive straight. You won't be spinning around. Don't be accelerating past people like a nut, and you won't be spinning out. Get a 4-wheel drive car that works properly. You won't spin out.
But we gotta save the planet, Redwin.
No, I'm not saving any planets from anybody.
My grandma. You need to save my grandma.
My mom said that to me on Thursday. I'm trying to save the planet, and I said, just give up on that. She said, I don't want to hear about that. She knew what was coming next.
Yeah, the combustion engines are just fine. You'll be all right.
I love them. Lots of horsepower. You can just throw extra gas in your trunk if you got to go really far. Throw another tank full in your trunk. You'll be able to travel like almost 800 miles or so, 750 one shot. You can't charge your batteries extra.
We gotta go back to horses and carriage, dude.
We need to be like Mackinac Island.
I would have horses and buggies. Wouldn't bother me one bit. I've had horses. I've driven them behind buggies. They don't bother me. It takes you longer to get there, but who cares?
Yeah. I think it's illegal to have cars in Mackinac. Yeah, I think.
Yeah, it's just bikes and shit.
Yeah, bikes and horse carriages. And that's, yeah. I like it, though. I want to go back there.
Our Amish guy lives in Amish town when he comes in.
Is it actually called Amish Town?
No, there's a million towns with Amish in them. And then we
Okay.
consider those Amish villages then, because they don't pay taxes on anything.
Smart of them.
Based.
My brother-in-law lives in Amish land. He's a farm right in the middle of all Amish, and they love him because he can drive them places if they need him to. Like he's got the big white van. He'll drive them to job sites because he's retired.
That's what
cool,
my
dude.
uncle does too, dude. That's crazy.
The Amish are doing agriculture right, bro. Like everybody else is doing some scientist shit with their fucking animals and shit. Like the Amish, they don't vaccinate the animals. It's all good. Like I don't get it. Everybody should be buying from Amish farm if you're in America. Like there's no point in buying that dirty milk you have in the fucking market. That shit is disgusting.
Yeah, man. I've been looking to get some raw milk. That's what I've been trying to get, but that shit, nah, it's my bad. I didn't mean to say that. That's illegal. That's illegal.
It's not illegal.
Raw milk?
Seen it in
Yeah.
the store.
You just have to know where to get it.
Really? I
It's
thought it
like
was
it's
illegal.
federally like looked down upon. It's some weird shit, but yeah, it's hard to find.
It's really expensive though.
Also,
Yeah,
like
I won't
the
try it,
farms
though.
are liable when they do that now, so it's like kind of risky for the farms to that's why you need like a lot of the farms do like clubs for raw milk now, where you got to be like in the club and you gotta because they don't want you to get sick and fucking sue them.
Yeah.
Because I
Well, I heard
mean,
a lot
raw
of good
milk
things
is
about
good,
it.
but you can be contaminated pretty quickly. Like it does go bad quick. I mean, you can get fucking poop in it really easily. You know, there's a lot of fucking variables.
All right, back to flat Earth.
Yeah, welcome back.
My bad.
We've eliminated cars on a globe. That's done. Obviously, electric cars don't work the way they say they do. So that's because they drive on a globe. If they were designing them for a flat Earth, they would work fine. They would just put a gas engine in it and go.
Mm-hmm. Ugh.
Yeah, my bicycle doesn't account for curvature.
Hey, what's up, guys? I've got some images of a jet-powered Amish buggy.
What the fuck? Let me see that.
Okay, hold on 1 second.
Let's get into it.
Oh, my computer's broke. I'm a computer guy too, on top of everything else I do. I've got one of the most expensive notebooks you can get, and the fan is making noise. I just want to rip the fucking thing out of there.
Oh shit. No need with the violence.
I get violent.
Violence is not the answer, bro.
Well, I tried yelling at it and it didn't work.
But I'm gonna be real. I think the Earth is sphere.
It's feared.
It's not flat. It's not flat.
What is it?
And it's a sphere.
Go ahead and prove that.
So basically,
Yeah.
So what you
so
do is, yeah, you
no,
get a
listen.
spaceship, you go into space, and you just look at it from outside and tell me if it's flat.
Basically, the Call
It
of
is
Duty
flat.
map is a
It
round
is flat.
circle.
How do
It
you
is
go to
flat
space if
from
there is
space.
no space?
It is flat from
What
space.
the fuck is that testy guy talking about, bro?
It's flat from space.
It's not, buddy. It's not.
Well,
The Milky Way is flat.
talked to your right scientists yet. They said it's flat.
Oh.
Yeah.
Do I need to know? Do I need to know the scientists' names?
The Greeks measured it flat, mate. Eratosthenes measured it flat.
Neil deGrasse Tyson says it's flat from the ISS.
Did he say that?
Almost.
Al-Biruni measured it flat.
But that
He
was
measured
before.
it
That was before slaves. That was before slaves, though. So
The Greeks measured it flat, mate. What are you talking about?
With what technology?
Same tech they use today to measure.
Yeah, the Greeks back then, yeah.
Same technology they use today to measure the globe.
Mm.
Amazing. Yeah. That's all it took. And they're gone.
Oh, they're having a hard time lately. Any other Globers gonna take a chance to not spiral? I know it's hard. It's really difficult. That's 4 in like 15 minutes. That shit the bed.
Yo, they said the Milky Way was flat, right?
The universe is flat, according to NASA.
It's so funny. How the fuck did they figure that one out?
Like took pictures of space and of back in time. They took pictures of the past. Remember, and they could figure it all out.
Yes. I
They have,
forgot.
they have special equipment to look at the past.
Dude, I was watching Cosmos, Carl Sagan, like the other day. That's so otherworldly. Have you seen that shit?
I was around when
Yeah, I remember
Cosmos were
growing up on that.
I was around when Cosmos were new episodes we were waiting for each week. So yeah,
Oh shit, that's great. Yeah, I'm just now discovering that. I'm like, Jesus, shit's indoctrination, kind of.
brainwashing in a box.
Although I
I'd say
think
the
there's
80s was
only
more about NASA than today. Like, it was peak NASA back then.
Yeah,
honestly though, Carl Sagan was way better, like propagandist than the guys we have now. If you think about it, like
He's a good
Tyson.
storyteller.
Yeah, he's like actually cool.
is if you say distances like this, billions and billions, then it makes it true.
He's got swag to him. Unlike fucking Tyson and what a Michikaku. These kids are weird, dude.
Life originated with other stars, billions and billions of years ago.
Yeah, the only thing to top that off is all you gotta say is a galaxy in a galaxy far, far away. Make it sound all like Star Wars or whatnot. That's where they get you, man. It's a really good story. It's just like, it's fantasy. It's lore. People love a good story.
I think besides, I mean, he talks about Aristotle like in the first episode, but besides that, it's like mostly about like the cosmos, right? I mean, there's a little bit of globe earth chilling in there, but a lot of it's like fucking speculations on. Well, he's got it more figured out, but yeah, it's interesting.
How long has it been more widely accepted that the Earth is round? Like
Yeah, you're talking
hundreds?
about within the last 500 years,
Yeah.
more or less.
Okay.
And it's just with today's technology, it's just propagated a lot stronger because of the fact that you can now be visually indoctrinated. So the TV's a good vehicle to get that. And then we got the age of the internet, so now everybody can. It's a double-edged sword, though, I think, for them, because it's when social media came about, I think it was a useful tool on the side of indoctrinating people because you could get information spread far, wide, and fast. Like it was a good vehicle, right? But they didn't count on us talking to each other like the way we do and interacting and talking about ideas and things. Now we're all looking into it. So they got that to contend with. And so what they do is anybody who questions the narrative gets looked at or labeled as conspiratorial. So you can't argue with the mainstream narrative without you being labeled. Like, it doesn't matter what mainstream narrative it is. Any mainstream narrative will be labeled as conspiratorial because it's viewed upon as uh, you know uh, highly intellectual conversation or things that you couldn't even understand. So they'll say that, well, you can't understand it because you're not a scientist. So, and people will say that all day, every day when they come in here. Well, I talk about the Earth, but I'm not an astrophysicist. I'm not a scientist. I'm like, dudes, do you know that what they know is about what you know? I bet you don't. We've had conversations with these guys, so it's like a lot of people think that these other guys are superior in knowledge when it comes to certain things, but they've just learned a little bit more about the lore. They don't know that there's other planets, other life, places you can go to in space, and all. They're just these are stories. They're looking at pixels on a computer screen and then making up some kind of story about it. That's all. There's nothing more, nothing less. There's no magic there. There's nothing super complex about it. It just mathematically it can be, but that's all it is. Math is a language. It's not reality.
Yeah, it's all like one big urban myth that got out of control.
Yeah. And it keeps getting bigger and bigger every year. There's a lot of articles that come out on Twitter, like on social media, so like every social media there's something that comes out, right? NASA's looking for rogue planets. There's a headline, it's like people look into it like, oh man, this is going to be interesting. How are they looking for rogue planets? Like, as if there's some detective out there that's, you know, just studying the stars and like looking for rogue like that's not happening. These are all just like headlines you guys are reading, like, and I don't know. The average consumer is more enthralled with the fact that people can make up these grandiose stories, and instead of looking into it. It's like people like to be, having this story, told to them. And we were talking here the other day or yesterday, I would say, with Scott Mackey, who's a big Ball Earth believer. I mean, he just believes it. In his heart, in his mind, it exists. It doesn't matter what you say. Anything that's against that he'll just be like, no, the Earth is a globe. Even if we say there's no measured curvature, nobody ever measured the rotation, the cosmic vacuum doesn't exist because we need a pressure. We have a pressure system next to the vacuum of space that can't exist without a barrier. You need a barrier there if you're going to have a pressurized system. Everything that we said to give him a demonstration that it's not true, it doesn't matter. It does not matter. He will hang on to his Ball Earth belief, and it's like, okay, that's fine, But why would you be in here? There's no reason to. At some point, you would be like, let them talk about flat Earth. I don't care. I know my Ball Earth belief is real, and that's all I care about. Let me go on about my day. But they're drawn to this place like a moth to a flame because there's no way that they can thwart the efforts of truth, right? You can't say something's not true just simply saying it's not true. That's not how this works. You have to provide evidence for the opposite case. And people they don't know how. It's like people come in here thinking, it's going to be so easy to debunk flat Earth. Like those youngsters that came in here. All I got to do say is Earth round, and that's it. Earth round. I go to space, Earth round. It's like little mindless robots that have no idea what is going on. And they're being programmed that way. Instead of having intelligent discussion and saying, you know what, let's look into it. Let's reason together. How is this possible? Because they're saying that it's true, right? I don't see a globe when I go out into the world, but they say one exists. So how is it possible? Who's measured it? How have they done this? Just nobody's looking into it. So
It's hard
I
to
would say if you
erase the
want to.
propaganda you've been fed your whole life.
Oh, it's I would say at a certain age it becomes almost impossible. You won't be able to. Minds that have believed for such a long I would say like this. It's kind of like a religious belief. If you are telling somebody something that goes against their religious belief, they will deny you and just hang on to the belief. And I'm thinking like, okay, that's fine. If you want to hang on to your belief, I don't care if people believe that the Earth is a globe. I'm not on a mission to like go and make chase people down in their homes. I don't care. There's a platform here that we have. The Earth is not a globe, and if you want to come in here and talk about it, go ahead. But I guarantee you, you're at the end of it, the conversation, you're not going to have evidence for the globe. I can 100% guarantee there is no evidence for a globe. And it's a bold statement to make. I know. But there isn't anything that would support that. As much research as I've done, I guarantee you there isn't any. And I can prove it to you. If you have any questions, you can ask me. I will show you.
I swear. So you deny that
You have
there's
evidence?
rotation, right? Like, I'm not gonna prove Earth is a globe, but I can prove rotation. Okay?
How
Are
can
you
you
down?
prove rotation?
Have
Go
you
ahead,
heard of
T.
the Foucault pendulum? Oh, pendulum.
Yes, I've heard of Foucault's pendulum.
Right. So the only reason the pendulum would like turn or spin, right? Would be
Process.
due to the ground that you stand on rotating, right?
And why
It's
do you
like
have
the
to
only
start it?
explanation.
Because I think it turns because you start it.
Okay, and is there like a
All right,
reason for it
so
turning? Like,
yeah, let's think about this logically, right? Pendulums are moving, right? If think about this statement here. If the pendulum moves, the Earth is spinning. The Earth is spinning, therefore the pendulum moves. Does that sound like a logical statement?
yeah. Why not?
It's affirming the consequent. It's a formal
I
logical
didn't do that,
fallacy,
but I didn't do
meaning
that.
that the thing. Yeah, but yes, you just did. So meaning that the thing that you think is actually making the Earth spin is detecting Earth spin is the reason why you're seeing the pendulum move. When in fact it could be something else. So you're
Well, yeah,
attributing Earth
it
spin
could be
to the
something else, but it has
you're
been tested.
T T. You're attributing the Earth's spin to the pendulum moving. So you see the pendulum moving and you attribute Earth spin to it, but it could be something else. And you saying that it could be something else already negates the fact that you know that it's Earth spin just on its face. We don't even have to look into it. Just
No.
the simple fact that you doubt that it could only be Earth spin, that negates the fact that you know that it's Earth spin. Pretty simple.
The reason I say it could be something else is because I'm aware of the scientific method, right? Everything could always be something else. That's why I have to test it
Right.
multiple
So you
times.
can't say
Right?
it's Earth spin, T.
No, but it's the
That
explanation
negates
you arrive at if you test it enough and if you like.
no, that's the explanation they tell you, and then you advocate for it. But the position there, it's not what it is. If you say it could be something else, you already gave way to the fact that it's only Earth spin. You
Okay,
have
but
to at least acknowledge
yeah,
that much.
I feel like now we're just doing the hyper skepticism thing where like you can't know anything or
No,
prove
it's not.
anything.
No, 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 no. No, that's not it. No, that's hyper skepticism has nothing to do with it. In the case of you saying it's Earth spin, and you say it could be something else, in that very statement, you don't know it's Earth spin.
Because I
Does that
don't.
make sense?
Yeah, I don't think the objective truth exists, right? You always have to like
Well, see,
work with
that's an issue.
probabilities and
That's an issue. If you stand up, right, and you're walking around outside. Let's say you went outside and you started to walk around outside. And if I was to ask you, T, are you walking around outside? And you're like, yeah, walking around outside. And if I said, T, are you 100% sure you're walking around outside? What would you say?
scientifically speaking, I couldn't be sure because I don't know much more than
There you go.
what my brain is experiencing.
Yeah, there
So
you go. There you go. That's your issue. The issue is not the fact that you're talking about, you know, that the earth is a globe, because you don't. You'll never know anything is true because your epistemology is flawed. You will never know anything, anytime, anywhere at all. You're
and
totally
how did
confused, and
you
that's fine. That's fine.
how
Listen,
did
if you want to live in a confused, if you want to live in a confused state, that's fine. But your worldview, your epistemology about it, is going to wreck everything that you can think of critically. It's going to erode everything that you know. Your knowledge about truth and falsehood. You'll never arrive to a place where you can conclusively say, "I know something is happening," or I know this to be true. That doesn't exist in your worldview, because there is no such thing as true and false.
so
There's only
if you think
percentages.
if you
I
think
know
my epi-
something. I know something about 52%. Like you'll never have this understanding that I know the Earth is a globe. I can demonstrate it to you. I can give you some evidence, and it can be empirical. Empirically, the Earth is a globe. We have demonstrations. You won't be able to do that. Your
I don't
worldview
look, you
is
sometimes you have to
is
stop
a one
yourself.
that's very
I like you,
confused.
I like you, okay, but you can't say the same thing in 20 iterations, okay? It's enough at some point. Just stop yourself.
I have
We're
to.
trying to have a conversation,
Because you
not
don't
you having a
you
monologue.
don't understand it like that. But the thing is, you don't understand the first two iterations. So I have to kind of expound on
Okay,
it, and
believe me, I
perhaps
do
it
understand
will
it.
ring the bell in your mind.
I was gonna ask you something. So how did you avoid the whole like if my epistemology is so lacking, right? How did you avoid this?
Yeah.
How did you arrive at objective truth, right? How did you do this? What
It's
happened?
all right. So what I would like to lay out for you is pretty simple. We have our senses, right? Our senses detect the earth around us. Like we utilize our senses to be able to discern, right? Have discernment, and not only that, but we come into an agreement with others. So let's say you and I, or the definition for whatever, I don't know, tree, a cat, or whatever. We come into an agreement. You read the definition for a cat. You're like, okay, yeah, that sounds like what I would say that thing is. That thing right there, that's a cat. I know it's a cat because what we've described, or the description for a cat, you and I, we've come into an agreement. What you're saying is that can never be true, ever. We can never come into an agreement because I can never know. So when it comes right down to it, when we said that we agreed on a cat, nah, forget that. I'm going to say I can never know what that thing I'm looking at is, or even what is the word thing, or perhaps why are we speaking the way we are? Like you're going to question way too much. You'll never come into an agreement. There'll never be anything settled in your mind. So there's nothing that we can agree upon. The worldview that you have currently is more philosophical, right?
Okay, so
And I think that's the everybody takes the road everybody.
In the worldview I hold, right? I have to kind of accept that I can only go so far. I can only know so much, which is not very much or not at all anything. But we can collectively, I can kind of trust in other humans having a similar experience to me, right? And then we can like collectively have concepts of things, like a concept of a cat. And then we can like using pattern recognition and like probabilities, we can agree that something we see that looks like a cat and acts like a cat is most likely a cat. But you cannot know it for 100%.
Collectively, we
Well,
believe
I
I
can
feel like
see.
well,
Are you
yeah,
fucking
sorry,
that
retarded?
I didn't say it very well, but I'm kind of tired. But if you
Bro,
say
I
that
get what you're
your
saying,
senses,
man.
if I
But like,
see
I
a
get what you're
cat,
saying.
I
if you
know
say
it's a
that your
cat.
senses can, if you say that you can reach objective truth using just your senses, then I'd say that's
Yeah.
pretty easily debunkable
You're
because
a brain in a jar, dude.
No, it's not. Listen. No, it's not because no, it's not. And I had this argument yesterday with another guy named Khan who told me that if he used a hypothetical with a talking shrimp. Listen, the reason why you guys are so wrecked with your worldview is because you think that our senses are flawed, and that's the very thing that you need to detect if your senses are flawed. How fucked up is that? Like if you're saying my senses are flawed, how the fuck did you get to that point? Well, you have to first have senses to detect that. So how do you know that statement's true? You wouldn't know
okay,
anything. It's circular
unless you're
reasoning, dude.
Superman,
You're like a dog chasing his tail, and it never ends because the
and you
circular
see,
reasoning will ensue. It's like, yeah, but see, you don't understand the implications of your worldview. Your epistemology is so fucking flawed
but you
because it
realize that
goes
your senses
into
are
it,
flawed,
it
right?
goes into
You're
no,
doing it again.
you're saying that. I'm not. I'm
Yeah,
not.
you're saying
I'm
your
not
senses
saying
are
that.
not flawed, but you
Yeah.
realize that your eyes can only see a very small portion of the light spectrum of like the spectrum of light
Yeah, I
waves.
know that.
You don't see
But
infrared,
how do
for
you
example.
know that?
How's that
Wait,
not
wait,
a
wait,
flaw?
wait, wait, wait. How do you know that? But how do you know that? How do you know that?
What?
How do you
That
how
I
do you
can
know
see
that?
infrared?
God told
I can't see
Now,
infrared.
how
I
do
have
you
never
know
in my
that
life seen
how do
infrared
you know that your senses can only see a certain visible light spectrum? How do you know that?
because I cannot see infrared. If I use the microwave and I look inside the microwave, I don't see the microwaves. Okay.
All right, right. But you use your senses to know that, right?
What? No, we measured
You use
microwave
your senses. You use your senses to identify that issue, right? Your epistemology is fucked, dude. It's completely circular. There's not if you and I'm always for the senses are okay. You can argue the fact that you can't see visible light spectrum, therefore your senses are flawed. Then I will tell you, how do you know that? Because obviously you had to use your senses to detect that discernment, or otherwise you wouldn't know. You know what I'm saying? Like
I
your
feel like
senses are
we're
working just
conflating
fine.
stuff. We're
Otherwise, you would
conflating
not know.
stuff.
No, listen, I'm passionate about this because you guys think that you can say something and be like, well, sensors are flawed. You can't see the visible light spectrum. No, you detected that you can't see the visible light spectrum. Therefore, you understand that using your senses. Otherwise, you wouldn't have got to that place where you could discern that your eyes cannot see all the visible light spectrum. Like, so you
laugh.
you know what I'm saying? It's too fucking
Wait,
it's
oh,
too
never
circular.
mind.
You
Sorry.
what you gotta see the logic in here. What happens is, yeah, you could think like that. I don't mind. Like you could think any way you like. You know, for God's sakes, you could think that the Earth is a globe. That doesn't matter to me. But when you kind of put this into logical reasoning, like there is no way, sir, that your worldview would even make sense unless you detected it with your senses. At some point, you'd be like, okay, well, that's pretty screwed up. Well, yeah. How do you know it's screwed up? You didn't have any senses to detect that. You can't say anything.
Okay,
I
don't
got you,
conflate.
bro.
Basically, you're
Like, there's no
saying
Don't
way
that
out of
you're
this.
conflate,
told that
please.
that's a flaw, right?
Don't conflate
Yeah.
everyday life with science, please. Thank you.
Everyday life, dude. Oh my God. Like, you really think that everything is categorized? Well, okay. Let's put it this way. You don't need math to do science. Okay. So let's just say, for example, you wanted to
Who
figure
said
out
that?
how to make boiling. Let's just say you wanted to make an example how to make boiling water, right? You want to know how to make boiling water. In order for you to know that, You didn't need to study math. Only thing you need to do is figure out what makes water boil and kind of, you know, throw shit at it. Like if you were just somebody who didn't know languages or not, you just like using grunts, right? So all you need to do is try to make the water boil. You can put rocks underneath you. That doesn't work. Put some sticks underneath. That doesn't work. And then all of a sudden, you know, you can make some fire, and then you're like, ooh, you know, like you're just like a caveman. So you don't
Okay,
need shit to know that
but that's
you
not
can do
science.
science without
No,
that.
that's not
This,
science.
what do you fucking mean it's not science? Yes, it is.
How I
Yes, it
make
fucking
water
is.
boil, I put rock underwater, now boil, I science.
No,
That's not
you're
science, man.
testing your hypothesis, right? You're varying and manipulating the independent variable. Even though you don't know this terminology, what someone's doing when they're doing that is testing their hypothesis. What makes this thing, this phenomena I see react the way it does? You're testing you're varying and manipulating your independent variable to change your dependent variable to make sure that what causes the reaction that you want to see the result for, right? Your controlled experiment.
Okay, but
So
in
this
your
is an
scientific
experiment,
paper,
right? So
the answer to how did I make water boil is not rock. The answer is heat, and the answer
yeah,
should
but
be what
you're
amount of
thinking
heat,
too.
and
You're
then you need
thinking,
math
yeah.
again.
Wait a minute, dude. No. I'm not talking about you peer reviewing something. What I'm saying is when you are somebody who doesn't know about science, you actually do science when you don't even think about doing science. So what I mean to say is that when somebody has no knowledge about the scientific theory or method, excuse me, the scientific method is being done by everybody every day when they're testing something out to see if they're going to get a reaction out of the thing that they think they're going to, like if they see water boil, they're like, whoa, what makes that boil? Why is it doing that? And so in your mind, without thinking about the scientific method, you're actually doing science, but you don't realize it because it's everyday things, right? But that's what you're applying the scientific method. You're testing your hypothesis in a test by manipulating the independent variable to change your dependent variable to get an outcome. You want to see a reaction. And if something causes something to happen and you get a reaction, you're like, oh, I understand why this happens because I did this thing and I used the variable, I changed it, and it was something else. Now I know why I have a reaction. So you can do that without having any prior knowledge of math or reading skills or anything. You're just somebody looking at the physical and natural world and testing things. That's what we do. We're humans. But scientific method is being applied even though you don't even know the method. So what I'm
Yes,
telling you is you don't have to
and
go to academia and then in a lab test something. That's one way to do it, but I'm saying this other way, people are doing science every day. What do you mean? We're doing it every day by
okay, so
testing
the
a
the
hypothesis,
reason
test
why I
on
don't
things.
like this example, and
Just
the reason
saying.
why I don't like you conflating everyday life with science, is because the thing that makes science is that it excludes or tries to exclude distortion and like when finding answers to stuff,
I don't know.
looking at the different possibilities and stuff. Everyday common sense doesn't do that. That's why everyday common sense is so
Okay,
flawed.
listen,
Right?
stop.
Nah, that's some
So
bullshit. That's
for
some bullshit, dude.
stop. So for hundreds and hundreds of years, our senses have failed us. Is that what you're saying? We can't be sure of anything?
No, our senses are made to eat and fuck and sleep. Okay, our senses are
Oh,
not
shut
made for
up,
science.
dude.
All Globers
Shut
have to
the
be
fuck up.
degenerates. That's
What
their
are you talking about?
go-to.
Our
That's
senses
their
didn't. Our
go-to.
senses didn't
That's
die for
their
us. Our senses did what
go-to
they're supposed to do.
speech.
Yep.
Hey, I got a
That's a
question
Their
for
fucking.
our
It's a
friend
go-to
T
fucking.
over
speech.
here.
That's their
Hey
go-to
T.
Go
speech.
ahead. Go
Please
ahead,
All right,
don't
Alex.
hey T. Can you
don't dog my speech.
differentiate
Okay.
science from pseudoscience, please?
Well, I don't have the definition of pseudoscience, but I guess it's something like, yeah, it's in like, how do you say, I don't know the word. It's acting as if it's
He
science, right?
doesn't know.
It's using now. I'm English is not my first language. Okay, I forgot the word, but it's acting. It's lying to be like science, right? Like the imposter. I don't know what's the fucking word, and
But you trust that. You
using
trust
lots of
pseudoscience, though,
using
don't
lots of
you?
words.
Do you
And
trust pseudoscience?
I don't trust pseudoscience. No,
Oh,
Do you know what
got it.
pseudoscience is?
even though
Because if you don't know what it is, how do you know to identify it and differentiate it from real science?
Because I'm bad with definitions. Like if you just say define this, I'm bad at doing that on the spot, right? But I know what pseudoscience is. Don't worry.
Well, it's that which masquerades as science and usually
Yeah,
involves
exactly.
not using the scientific method. It fails any empirical test.
True. So would you say flat Earth is pseudoscience?
No, I would say looking at the stars is pseudoscience.
Looking at the stars is pseudoscience. Okay, that's probably not the definition of pseudoscience. How is it pseudoscience to look at the stars?
But you know, you said you don't know what the definition is.
Yeah, but I know what pseudoscience is, man. Don't pin me down on
Well,
this.
if you don't know what the definition is, then do you?
Yeah, do you want me to leave VC?
Is that what I said?
Like, you're like the 5th flat earther now, commenting on me, and you're probably the most dishonest one. You're starting to piss me off. Like, just go back to mute and listen, right?
Whoa. Why is
You
the
don't know
feeling?
the exact definition of this. You are not supposed to continue talking, man.
And you're
Like,
saying, I know what pseudoscience is, and then they're asked, what's the definition? You say, I don't know.
imagine trying to have an honest discussion with a flat earther, man.
Yeah, why are your feelings getting involved? This is about the definition of a word. Why are you getting upset?
Okay. But didn't we just define pseudoscience collectively
No,
as a group?
you said you didn't know what it was. You said you didn't know what it was.
It's masquerading to be science and not using the scientific method, whatever that is.
Okay, so the difference is the use or not use of the scientific method.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what is the scientific method?
It doesn't claim any objective truths. It works with
So you don't know what the
probability.
scientific method is. So then you don't know what pseudoscience is because you don't know what the distinguishment would be between scientific method and not.
Yeah, look, you're one of those people where I feel like you're not trying to have a conversation. You're just trying to get a.
I am. I'm getting to the heart of
So I'm
it.
just
You
gonna
don't
mute you
understand
now,
what the
and I don't really
scientific
care for
method
you.
is. So if you don't know what the scientific
Anyone
method
else want
is,
to talk?
you don't know what the pseudoscience would be that doesn't follow that method. So what's the scientific method? This is what you need to know.
So, anyways, we started with the Foucault pendulum, right?
Yeah, and then you quickly spiraled into I don't know
And why
anything.
it spins when watching
So
it.
if you're
and
going to
why it
claim
spins.
Foucault pendulum as science, you need to know what science is. And if you don't know how to differentiate pseudoscience from science, then how can you evaluate the veracity of the Foucault pendulum?
Yeah, this was a derail on like Alpha Veritas, right? I just said that we made an observation that the pendulum spins 360 degrees in 24 hours, right? And
We know what the claim is. We're challenging your thought process.
how would you go
Foucault's
about
pendulum
analyzing
follows
the
the
fact of
scientific
this
method.
observation, right?
Does it follow? Is it science?
I mean, you hold the belief that Earth does not spin, in fact, right? So you have to have some way
You don't
of
know if it's
engaging
science or
with
not.
the Foucault pendulum, right? You have to have
But
some
we're
sort of
asking you
explanation.
if the Foucault's pendulum is science. Does it follow the scientific method?
Because I am not a physicist of the 19th century, right? I didn't do the science on the Foucault pendulum. I don't know all the different variables and things that have been tested.
So you don't know whether
But
it's science.
it's an experiment that has been done many, many times, and it gives the same results, right?
All right, so you just believe it's true. You just believe the claims and the conclusions that are given from it are true. You have no way to evaluate for yourself if they actually are.
It's just something that makes sense in my
It's
brain.
pseudoscience,
you know?
though.
Well, there you have it. It's something. His at the end of all the conclusion. It's something that makes sense. That's
I'm not
all
a
he
physicist.
knows.
I know you love this when
That's all
people
you
say
know.
this. I know
Yeah,
you
but
love
you
when
can't.
people
You
say this.
can't
I'm not
test.
a physicist.
Hang on,
but
T, dude. You can't test. You can't test it because you're saying that the only reason you know it's true is because it's something that makes sense. Right?
Well, how
That's
can
all.
anything
That's
make
it.
things that
sense
make
in his
sense, right?
worldview
That's something that kind
if
of
you don't trust any of your senses? How can anything make sense, quote unquote?
helps a lot when understanding the world.
Oh, good one. Good one.
Yeah, you're double screwed, man.
Yeah, what
I know.
makes sense if your senses don't work?
Oh, you're done. You're done.
So I was gonna say.
You
I know
can't
you
get out
love
of this one, T.
concessions. I mean, can I still continue talking, or is it over? Are you
I
just
mean, a
gonna?
concession out of you,
yourself
just
into
a
a corner.
concession would be nice.
What's
Yeah.
the concession? What's the concession I have to do?
That you don't know what you're talking about.
I have no clue what I'm
Yep.
talking about. I'm a
Okay,
complete.
thank
There you
you,
go.
thank you.
So can I
Alright.
continue now?
Why we need to listen something what you don't have a clue what they're talking about?
I mean,
They would
look,
rather people talk to people who
am I
understand
not
what they think
making?
they're talking about.
Do I
You're
not
not
make
making
the
any
impression
sense,
that
no.
I'm trying,
Do you
like,
want to
honestly
listen
to
me
talk to
and
you
I
guys?
don't have a clue what I'm talking about? Do you want to listen me?
There's
It
like
doesn't matter how hard you
silence and
try.
trolls in this VC for hours and hours, and then I come like with a somewhat honest approach to talking to you guys, and you just try to boot me for like not knowing exactly
Somewhat
what.
honest. He's like somewhat honest instead of saying I come with an honest approach. He's like somewhat honest.
Yeah.
Yeah,
His
yeah, but
concession was honest.
Well, he's
yeah.
trying to be fair. Like, that's okay.
You want me to be like one of those kids who come in
Uh,
here
He
saying
can't, he
N-word
can't
and
address
then
the
fair.
feel
crux of
that you
the
just have to
argument,
look at
though,
the other
because when
side?
we press him on is Foucault's pendulum, the thing you brought up, is it actually science? He doesn't know. And when he's called out on that, he just gets upset and says, well, I'll just leave the VC then. If you can't address the fundamental problem with your initial claim, that you don't even know if it's
So
science
as I
or
was gonna say,
pseudoscience.
with my
Yeah, see, you're just being a little
superficial
bitch.
knowledge on physics, right? The explanation to the phenomenon of the Foucault pendulum makes sense, but maybe you think that my physical.
What Foucault pendulum making sense?
If you have a pendulum
Yeah.
swinging on a
Yeah.
on how do you say, on a still, on a non-moving, in a non-moving reference area, the pendulum is not going to change the direction of its swinging, right? Because that's not
Okay.
how movement works. A moving object doesn't change its direction of movement unless there's outside forces.
Okay. If I put the pendulum outside of pendulum will move.
Mhm.
Are you saying that?
You put the pendulum up and you start swinging it, and it's gonna move, right? Back and forth and back and forth, but it's going to
Yeah.
go in a straight line. It's
And
not
what
gonna.
is that telling you?
That is telling me that no outside forces are changing the direction of the pendulum.
And what is that pendulum telling you?
I don't know. It's swinging. It's kind of.
Okay, that means that pendulum is spinning. Okay, great.
It's
And what?
swinging with W.
Swinging. And then what?
Now, if you do this on Earth, right?
Yeah.
The pendulum actually doesn't stay in the same direction. It actually changes direction of swing.
And
it
what
goes,
that's
it
saying?
goes around
It's saying
once
that
every
it's
24 hours.
swinging, and that in conclusion is
It goes around once every 24 hours. It just changes direction. And the conclusion that makes sense to me, right? Since I've read about this, but I don't know about all the.
What do you mean it goes
people have
around
tested
once
this
in
just
24 hours? What do you mean by that?
the
are you
conclusion
saying
doesn't
that
make sense
that
to me.
that proves that rotation of the Earth?
It's that the pendulum is swinging in accordance to like the laws of physics. It's just it stays in.
Wait,
in
so you
its,
saying it does one
it continues
revolution in
to swing in
24
its
hours?
path, right?
Yeah, he
So
thinks he lives
the
at the North Pole.
the reference area that you are standing in and observing it from must be the thing that is turning, right? This
Wait,
makes
so
sense
for
within the reference
starters,
frame of
are you saying
physics, of what
it
I've learned to
rotates
be physics,
once in
right?
24 hours?
So that would kind of, for me, confirm Earth's rotation.
Has this guy muted me? Someone ask him.
Did you
Because
mute Cyclone?
Otherwise, you would have to find some other reason for the pendulum turning.
Did you mute Cyclone?
I did.
Okay,
and
so I'm going to
I
go
don't feel
ahead.
like unmuting him
So
because he was very dishonest.
just like the other day and your other two accounts that we know about, if you keep this shit up, I'm just going to permanently ban you from all of your accounts.
Effie Warden. Oh, you're Warden. I see.
Yeah, unmute him. It would be nice.
It will be nice. Is he? Nah, if he's gonna be dishonest again, I don't know. But okay.
What was I being dishonest about? Pointing out that you don't understand what science or pseudoscience is.
You were once again one of those guys. You don't know the exact definition.
No. Well, that was the discussion. What is pseudoscience? And you said, yes, I know. So I said, what's the definition? You said, I don't know. So that's not dishonest. That's calling out your bullshit.
I never said
So
I don't know what pseudoscience
yeah,
is.
you did. You said you couldn't define it.
Exactly. Like, why are you like this?
Well, yeah.
Just
So then you
honestly
don't know
be
what it
honest.
is.
Putting words in my
Okay.
mouth.
So anyway, are you saying the Foucault's pendulum rotates once in 24 hours?
Yes.
No.
So you don't know what you're talking about. Show us a Foucault pendulum that rotates once in 24 hours.
Okay, let me be a Google Earther again.
Does that make sense to anyone?
No.
The pendulum swings once in 24 hours. That's what he thinks is going on.
No, it
Yeah, but
He's
what is
claiming
Yeah,
this
and
is
it makes
evidence.
it doesn't
make.
what
swing
is
once
He said
every
it makes
24
sense.
hours. What the hell? It doesn't
yeah,
swing
but
once
what
every
How
24
many
hours.
times?
can he say? What is the conclusion of that swinging?
The swinging itself doesn't. The swinging itself is just a pendulum, right?
Yeah, and what if that's happening? What that mean?
I think. Wait, is
Oh,
my
you weren't
microphone
here,
that
Sasha.
bad?
He
There's a
already.
difference between
You will not say.
swinging.
But tell me, if you
Oh
put that
God.
outside and it's swinging, what that mean?
There's a difference
Sasha,
between
he already affirmed.
swinging
He already.
and spinning.
Hang on, guys. He already affirmed the consequent earlier when you weren't here, Sasha. I put him to the logical statement. He affirmed the consequent. I asked him. I said, so if the pendulum is swinging, that means the Earth is moving. The Earth is
Okay,
moving, therefore the pendulum is swinging. And he said
good.
yes. So
Okay,
he
that
affirmed
means
the consequent already.
okay. You mean that if pendulum is swinging, that Earth is rotating? Is that true?
No, no.
No.
As I was saying 3 times already, there's a difference between swinging and spinning, right? The pendulum spins. It
Asking you,
spins.
if that machine is doing something, what is conclusion then?
Okay, do I really have to answer this guy? He just asked me if machine is doing something, what is conclusion? Dude,
Okay, you
what?
can
Man,
answer
if
me.
I
You can
ask you
answer.
the thermometer
Yeah.
showing that 37 degrees, what that mean?
Okay, listen. I just posted a picture at 34 minutes after the hour. What happened to this pendulum? Why isn't it swinging all over the place?
I never claimed that a pendulum starts swinging by itself.
So the Earth's not rotating then. Thank you.
So you actually didn't understand what I was saying, right? You have to give the initial impulse to make the pendulum swing. And
Okay,
then
stop. So you first have to give it some input and let it swing. Guess what has to happen next? The ring magnet that goes around it fires when it gets nearby to keep it going. Each swing, it uses a magnet. So now what science is that?
What do you mean? What science is that?
There's a coil going around, an electromagnet. What science is that keeping it going? Is that the Earth spinning or is that a magnet?
It's magnetism, but the
Okay, so that's
magnet
out.
wouldn't cause the
It's
pendulum
not a
to
scientific
spin.
experiment. It has nothing to do with it. It's a mechanical toy.
But the magnet has nothing to do with the pendulum spinning.
It's done. I just told you why your pendulum is retarded.
I mean, sure, man. Just as honest as Cyclone, mate.
Am I wrong, everybody?
No.
I think if you're just a bit louder, you're gonna be more right.
I'm trying to yell it into your fucking ears.
Yeah.
No, man, he
Why don't
told
we
you that
actually?
magnet is it's only moving, not
Why don't you
Think about
engage
it
more
when
with
you
what Foucault's pendulum is and how it proves the Earth is rotating? Like what does that have to do
Yeah,
with
I don't
anything?
Okay,
understand
so
the
the
whole
Foucault,
pendulum
so the
example.
think about
I
it like
get that, yeah.
the argument.
Like
Okay,
nobody
so
understands.
let's lay it out. Let's lay it out for everybody, right? The argument is if we're showing a pendulum that's processing, right? It's not just swinging back and forward, but it's moving like every now and again it'll start changing its direction of swing. So it's called precession. And because there's precession in the pendulum, therefore the Earth is moving underneath the pendulum. So the argument is if the pendulum is showing that it's showing a different precession as it's swinging back and forward, that means that the Earth is in rotation. So the argument stands that if the pendulum is showing us something that is showing a precession, then it means that the Earth is moving. It's in motion. It's
You
causing
just
the
said the same
precession.
thing in 4 iterations again. Thank you. But just to clear it up a
I'm
little bit,
talking to the group, numbnuts.
the
I'm talking to the group, not you. You're not
okay,
the only
sure.
important one here. So this is what people don't understand with the argument is that in order for the pendulum to start moving, you have to input energy into it, meaning you have to actually start it to get to swing. It doesn't swing on its own. And
Yeah.
on top of that, the Foucault's pendulum has a ring electromagnet. So that electromagnet's going to keep it swinging so that it doesn't stop, because obviously something in motion without any energy, it'll stop. It's not perpetual. So you have to keep it going. In order to keep it going, there's a ring magnet that keeps it, kind of moving around. So it's not just the pendulum swinging because the Earth is in motion. Something is actually putting energy into that system to keep it spinning or moving. So at first it was you who pushed it to start, and then the ring magnet keeps it spinning or moving. So it's not true that the Earth is spinning underneath it. It's true that you're throwing a pendulum into motion, and then you see something happen due to the fact that you input energy into it, and then a ring magnet keeps it moving. That's it. There's no hat trick as to like seeing something that the Earth is doing, because if that was true, right? Let's take, for example, if the pendulum was swinging because the Earth was moving, then everything that would leave the Earth's surface would be affected by the Earth's rotation, right? Doesn't matter if it was a plane, a baseball, whatever you throw in the air, it would be affected by the Earth's spin. You get it? You guys get it? That's the whole the argument is
Yeah, there'd be
anything
swinging
that leaves the
pendulums
Earth is
everywhere,
going to be
right?
affected.
It wouldn't. Why? What would make that pendulum special in that case? Yeah, it would. It'd be all
Yeah.
pendulums that
That's
would be swinging.
And anything that leaves the Earth is going to be affected by the rotation of the Earth. Essentially, that's the argument. That's it.
Does he think like that?
I agree. Yes, actually, Alpha
You
Veritas, that's why I like you, man. You actually got it. Thank you for explaining.
you agree. That means if we put the drone above the pendulum, what would happen?
Can you repeat? Sorry.
If we put outside pendulum and we start pendulum, and then we take a drone hovering above that pendulum, what would happen with the drone?
It would fly above the pendulum until its battery runs out and it falls down. Like what?
But Earth will go. The pendulum will go away because Earth is spinning. Is it that true?
That went over his head. In your drawing,
Yeah.
T, that you seem to understand the pivot point where the pendulum is connected to. What's preventing that from twisting?
Yeah, those are the kinds of factors I told you about that I don't
Aha.
know how they
So
account
your
for.
drawing is
I don't know how
just
they
a
account for
pretend
them.
drawing with no real life factors in it.
But they certainly did account for them, right?
Your drawing is a false representation of how to make something in real life have zero resistance going left to
Dude, I
right when it's
wasn't trying to prove anything
hanging
with
from
it.
a twisted cable.
Dude, I wasn't proving anything. I was just helping you understand. It's
You
easy
don't
to
have to
understand
help
if you
us
see it, right?
understand anything. We've debunked this thousands of times now, not hundreds. In the tens, maybe 20,000 times now.
Mm. You have debunked the Foucault pendulum. It has spread like a wildfire through the internet. Breaking news.
That's
Proof
just
of
you
flat Earth
guys trying to
debunked.
use. That's you guys saying, please use this. They can't figure this out. And as soon as you mention it, we say ring magnet. You're done.
Okay, how does the ring magnet cause the pendulum to turn direction?
Man, I ask you. I put the pendulum outside, okay, and I start the pendulum, and it's swinging. And I take a drone now, hovering above that pendulum. Why drone doesn't go away from the pendulum?
Why doesn't the drone stay in one spot and the Earth move underneath the drone? Instead, the drone stays above the rotating Earth, is what he's asking you.
Okay, I mean, I can. It's pretty easy to answer, right?
Okay.
If you use a drone in a moving train, the drone doesn't. If you fly up,
No,
the
I'm not
train.
putting the drone in the moving train. I'm putting the drone
No,
above
but
that
the spinning
pendulum
Earth,
what is outside.
spinning Earth
Man,
with its atmosphere is similar to a train moving.
are you saying that atmosphere is also spinning with the air?
Yes, exactly. Or are
That
you
mean
feeling
that
winds?
that mean one reference frame.
So can I finish my point?
Yeah, where is
Mm.
Coriolis in that moment?
So if you use a drone in a train, in a moving train, the drone
No, in
isn't
the
gonna fly
train,
to the
man.
back of
Not
the
in
train.
the train. Outside, not in the train.
I posted your atmosphere moves with the Earth picture that I took myself. Show me which one is moving with the Earth.
Okay, you have debunked my point with clouds and wind. Holy shit. I'm done.
Clouds and winds.
The whole globe debunks itself, dude.
Every point you make debunks another point, believe it or not.
Have you really feel like you debunked my point right now?
Can I ask you a simple question? When you go out, does Earth spinning?
Earth is spinning, yeah.
How would look like if it's not spinning?
Similar. I don't know. It would get pretty hot on this side that's facing the sun and pretty cold on the side that's facing away.
No, I'm asking you. When you go out, you said you are spinning. How would look like if it's not spinning?
Yeah, I mean, it would not look very different, but it would get very cold and hot.
Not
Very
cold
hot.
and hot. It doesn't matter cold and hot. You go outside, it's spinning whatever it's temperature outside. You know.
Hmm.
How would look like if it's not spinning?
Are you telling us that we're spinning into cold and then we're spinning into heat?
The
Hold,
sun, yeah,
wait
the
a
sun, the
second.
sun
Now
in
you
fact is
just
the
need to
major reason that
re-examine what
we
you
got
told
below
us.
freezing. Sun is warm. Is this new to you? Sun is warm. If the Earth stops spinning,
So when you
then
go
the sun.
outside, do you see the sun move across the sky?
I do, yeah.
Okay, you just debunked yourself again. You just said the sun is moving.
Well, people also say when they're in a moving train and look out the window that the landscape is moving past them. They haven't debunked
I
anything.
don't
It's
ride a
just
train
what
because I
they're
own
saying,
my
right?
own cars. So choosing
Yeah,
trains as an
it's
example is
similar to a
retarded
car.
anyway.
You
The
could
same
also say when
logic.
you're in a driving car and look out the window that the landscape is moving past, right? It makes no sense.
When you drive the car, you think that the landscape is moving.
You say this, yes, because your reference frame is the car.
When you drive the car, do you think that landscape is moving?
In reference to me, it is, yes.
When you drive the car, you think that the landscape is moving. Huh?
You don't have a driver's license, do
He's
you?
saying it's
I
like
do.
a.
I
You
even
have
made a
to look in the
It's
motorcycle.
just how
distance for
people
moving
talk.
objects. You have
He's
to look
not
for
saying that
moving
he
objects.
actually believes that. He's saying that's a figure of speech.
Okay, yeah. Anyway, you have to be able to identify moving objects from a moving vehicle in your car. So you didn't take a driver's test, don't have a license, or you're lying to us. Which is it?
I feel like one thing you don't get is that movement can only exist in reference to something, right? There's no
How we
objectively true still point in the universe where everything
okay?
moves
How
in
we can
relation.
prove stationary things?
You can't.
I
You
I
can only
cannot
move.
prove that it's something stationary.
You can only prove stationary things in relation to something else.
So if I'm
Okay.
standing still, I can't prove that I'm standing still.
You are standing still in the reference frame of the Earth, yes. But you're not standing still in
But the
like.
Earth is rotating and I'm on the Earth, so how am I standing still on that reference frame because it's rotating?
Yeah, because standing still only is a thing in compared to something else. You're standing still compared to something else. And the comparison in this case is happening with the Earth. So you are in fact standing still on Earth. But you're
But
not
the Earth is
standing.
rotating, so I'm moving.
Okay.
So
Should
I'm
I say
not
the
standing
third time?
still. You
Do you
lied
guys
to me.
think he's gonna understand if I say it the third time or?
Well, you just lied to me.
How did I lie?
Well, you said that I'm standing still, but the Earth is rotating. So how can it be possible that I'm standing still if the Earth is rotating?
Okay, so standing still and moving and velocity are things that only exist in reference to something else. You can stand still in reference to me if we both move at the same speed. You understand?
It depends on the direction, but yeah.
Exactly. So in your example, you are moving at the same speed with Earth. So you are standing still in reference to Earth. So you are in fact standing still.
Are you
But
saying
Earth is not.
we are
Earth
still,
is
but
not.
we are moving?
Yes, you are moving.
But we are
In
still.
reference to the sun, you are moving.
Oh, reference to the sun, we are moving. But in reference to the
Mm.
sun, is the sun moving in the reference when I
Yeah,
am
so
still?
here's how you can prove you're moving in a train. You can prove you moved in a reference to where you were. So you started somewhere and now you're not there anymore. You moved.
You don't
Debunk
know if you moved or
again.
you don't know if you moved or your area moved, right? You can't really
No,
prove that.
it doesn't work like
Are you
that.
for real?
You're not a fucking retard. Did you take a driver's test?
I did. I have a car
Okay, then
license
you're
and a
either
motorcycle
lying to
license.
me about that, what you just said, or you're stupid. Which is it?
I don't get what you're trying to say.
That's not the correct answer. It's either you're lying or stupid. Pick one.
I'm stupid.
Thank you.
Thank you. Shall we speak now with intellectual people?
What he was saying actually makes sense though. Like if
So
he's
What makes sense?
you're
moving in
another one.
reference to
You're another what?
no,
What?
if he's moving in reference to the sun and staying still in reference to the earth, it makes sense, no?
Oh my god, because I'm standing
Are you,
still. I'm not moving.
are you a child of globe Earth?
No. I'm just saying what he's saying makes sense.
No, it doesn't. It only makes sense to people who don't know what
You
reality
guys are just being disingenuous though. Like what he's saying makes sense.
Makes sense. I'm sitting and watching the sky, and I see the sun moving. How I can know that I am moving?
How do you know you're moving? By watching the sun move, child of God.
I'm saying what he was saying makes sense. I'm not saying that I
Bro,
believe
flat
that
earth or
theory.
globe earth, you're both broke. Flat earth, globe earth, you're still who you are, a poor, useless individual who just stays on Discord arguing all day.
And that's why you're
Thank you, man.
here.
I
No,
needed to be humbled. Thank you
he's
very much.
angry. He's angry.
Just the elliptical motion around the sun. You don't think we'd ever feel anything?
Bunch
Ever?
of losers, bro.
Never, ever? We've never felt any movement.
I've had people tell me you can. You can feel the movement of the Earth.
So you don't feel
crazy.
velocity, right? Would you
Do
would
you
you
feel? Do you feel? Do you feel in 1 hour that you are 66,000 mile left?
Yeah, I say you don't feel velocity, right? Would you
But
disagree?
it's elliptical velocity, right? Like, so it's not just a constant. Like you're going, it's accelerating and decreasing, right? As you're doing this elliptical movement around the sun. Like, you never feel that ever. Like,
I
never
mean,
in
circular would
history
do the
we've
same.
never felt it, dude.
I agree. There's such
All
thing as
these moving
G-force.
parts, man.
It's
Everything's
a
moving, and
valid
we've
point.
never felt nothing ever.
It's circular motion, so yeah, there should be some.
I understand your theory, bro, that we're in motion and we don't feel it, but like never, ever, not even a bump, nothing,
A bump in space.
whatever. Like no motion at all, ever.
I mean, the ellipses
Like
or
even in a
circles
car
you
ride, you
move
feel a
on.
bump, right?
Yeah, the ellipses and circles that you move on are so huge that it doesn't really make a difference. It's like linear movement to us.
Come on, bro.
I mean, I know I can say this and you're not going to believe me, but
How many
That
vectors
wasn't
of movement
explanation, though.
Earth has? One or more?
How many what?
How many vectors of movement Earth has? One or more?
Then what's the explanation for
Many.
gravity? What's keeping us
I
on
mean,
the so-called flat Earth? That's my real question.
Where
how
are we
many
supposed to be
vectors
going?
move?
Let me ask you this: where are we supposed to be going?
I don't know.
What? Not you, the guy who asked the dumb question. Where are we supposed to be going?
Oh, we're going to the future, bro.
So that's what
Yeah,
you're
but
here for.
I mean, technically, it's not wrong and it's not true. Subjective.
So anyway, you said if not gravity, where are we? Why do we need gravity to hold us down again? Where are we going to go? I forget.
Elaborate the question.
What was your first question when you came in?
It was so if the Earth is flat, how are we standing on a flat plane if the laws of physics still apply?
That's not even what you said. I'll have to rewind
That's a
it
more
since you
elaborate
won't.
question.
No, just ask the real question that you asked.
Yeah, it was how are we standing still on this plane if it's a so-called flat Earth?
How
It's
we standing
flat.
still?
It's flat and stationary. That's how we're still.
All right. One more question then. Do laws of physics apply? Serious question. I'm not trying to troll at all in here. Ready? Does it though?
Okay, Earth is flat and stationary, and we have the laws of physics. Now what?
No, I'm seriously asking.
Yeah, I'm seriously telling you. You can't prove it's a ball to say physics only works on a ball. So it's all up to you. You made the claim.
Not really. I was just more curious of what you guys were talking about, and
You
what you guys were talking
seem
about
to
led me to
think
the
that
question of asking, how do we
yeah.
stand on a flat surface if it's a flat Earth?
How
If
do
we
you
are
stand on a
seriously
flat surface? How do you stand
asking,
on your driveway?
because gravity holds me down.
Oh, now you finally got to it. Gravity holds you down. How does gravity work?
Gravity is a suction force that pulls you
No, it
towards the
is not.
center of
It
a
is
Hey,
not.
I
You
thing.
are
got this.
out.
I
You're
got
wrong, dude.
this. I got this.
Sorry,
So
bro.
it sucks you down.
Yeah, a bigger mass will pull you in.
Oh, okay. So recently, we recently found anyway, astrophysicists telling us how gravity actually works.
How's that?
So he said, gravity, Newtonian gravity that we've all been taught, pulls you to the ground. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
From what we know, right?
Then he says, that's not correct. We lied to you about gravity. That's not how it works. Space time pushes you into your chair. Take it from there.
They didn't
Oh,
lie.
and by the way, on
Yeah.
flat Earth, things fall to the ground. So
They didn't lie. They didn't know any better, right? So
I'm gonna just mute you then.
Lil, do you know what is gravity?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
What is gravity?
is it a
What?
suction?
What?
Is it a
What?
suction now, or is it
Suction.
space time,
Suction is
or
not.
is it space time
What?
pushing you
What?
down?
Just a
Suction.
second. What? What
It's
is
not a good
gravity?
word. Suction. It's more of a mass
Ah,
that
now we're
is
changing our
expelling a
story.
force.
Lil, are you think that mass attracts mass?
Yeah.
Okay, I just told
Can
you.
I rather just a second rather? And why that now most famous astrophysicist saying that is not what is gravity?
Oh, repeat.
Why Einstein disagree with you?
What do you mean Einstein disagrees?
Einstein disagree with you.
In what way?
In what way? He doesn't say that mass attracts mass.
Well, I have it right here. The definition of gravity is the force that attracts a body towards the center of the Earth,
I'm telling
or
you,
towards
Einstein
any physical
disagree with
body
you.
having mass. So
Einstein
any body
disagree.
that's 1 second. Any
Einstein.
body. Hold on. Any
No,
body that
hold
has mass,
on. No, hold
it's
on.
gonna pull you
Einstein
towards it.
disagrees with you, man. Michikaku disagrees with you.
Yeah,
Brian Cox disagree with you.
you reading us the definition of gravity is not what the astrophysicists say, and you're disagreeing with them and Einstein now.
Well, then at this point, it's getting into like theory and theoretical. It's a conclusion that everybody has. It's theoretical conclusion. It's an opinion. I don't really mind opinions. You can have your own opinions. Like I said,
What are you
I don't want to
talking
come
about,
in here.
dude?
I don't want to hit. I don't want to come in here to shit on you guys. That's not my
You're
objective.
talking out your ass, bro.
We're sitting on you, actually.
Yeah, you can shit on me all you want. I actually want to learn from you guys because I think it's interesting. I do believe some weird shit is going on. Like the space shit. I don't fucking believe any of that shit that they push out NASA. A lot of that shit looks fucking CGI and faked.
Let me tell you something real quick. It's now understood that space-time pushes things to the ground. That now knocks out the Cavendish experiment that you guys want to call, because that's mass attract mass, and that doesn't work anymore. So it's now space-time pushing you down. So what's gravity?
Well, from what I understand, gravity is they've done experiments and examples of it. If you take a thin piece of fabric and stretch it over a cylinder, you put a big mass in the middle, and then you spin a ball around that, that ball will spin around it. And this isn't like specifically talking about how gravity in space works, but everything's kind of slowed down in a sense from our perspective. If you look at how, I don't know, like those coin things, right, in Walmart where you put a coin in it and it spins around and then it drops in that center. That's how gravity kind of works. It's like a fabric of time where you put a big piece of mass on it, and then anything that comes close to it gets attracted.
All right, I'm going
It
to
gets
show you. I'm going
trapped
to
into
show you
its
exactly
orbit.
what I'm going to show you
It
what you're
follows
talking
around
about.
it. I'm
I'm
not
going to
wrong in that sense of it. That's from
I'm
what
going to
I've
show
heard
your
and I've read.
example for you. Okay, here's your example.
All right.
Everybody, this is space time. This is pushing you down in your chair.
Yeah.
Wow. I could probably con you out of anything.
All right.
So since on flat Earth, things
I can see
fall
that.
and things fall and things go up. What's the issue you have with why things fall?
I don't have an issue.
So it's not mass attracts mass. It's not a ball attracting another ball. We know that now because you finally gave up on that and said it's a trampoline with balls on it. And I showed you that, and we'll agree that it's a trampoline with balls. But why? Why? How do you say
The
it's a
why,
trampoline with balls?
if I can explain, the why is if it's a so-called flat Earth in space. There's no
Not in space. Nobody said that. You
cylindrical.
just added that. You added
Not,
space. You added
it's not.
space to that. We never said
Then
that.
what? Then what is it? That's my
Space is
question.
fake,
Then
my friend. Space doesn't exist the way you think it does. But when you
you
look up at night, that's not 50 trillion miles away, that one light. It doesn't work like that.
So is it the firmament? Is that what it is?
I don't know.
Earth is
How
the
would I know?
floor.
How would I know?
True. I
How,
Earth
mean,
is the floor, man.
that's why I'm asking.
I'm asking you a question. How would I know?
You wouldn't.
Okay, thanks. You wouldn't either.
No, I
Nobody
agree.
would.
I agree with you guys. Like I
Nobody
said,
would.
yeah.
So
Unless you physically see it
water's
yourself.
already flat and level over any large distance, any direction you want to go. When it's calm, it's flat and level. I don't care. You guys can argue against it all you want. You have to prove me wrong. You can't. So, since we know water is flat and the oceans are flat and sea level means sea level from one point to another, one beach to another beach, sea level is sea level, unless there's a little bit of long period waves, which they call tides, which is just I won't tell you how they work because that's even too much for everybody. Anyway, how does that not work on a flat plane?
I want to touch on something. You said tides. You want to explain it because it's too
Sure.
complex.
Sun goes overhead. Do you see the sun move?
Yeah, the sun moves. Well,
Yep.
not
So it
the
heats
sun
up the
move,
air.
but
It
we
heats up
move
the air.
around it.
Yes.
From what I know.
Does the sun heat up places where it moves over?
Yeah.
Okay. So when it does that, the air gets hotter, you get a higher pressure, it pushes down on the surface. You don't actually feel it so much, but large areas of water, not lakes for some reason, but oceans feel that air pressure slightly push down. And when it pushes down, something's got to give on the other side, making a big giant wave. That's how I can say my speculation on how tides work, because it's speculation Sunday.
All right. I can respect that. Here's my speculation. The same thing. Like I said, if you put a big mass in the center of a thin cloth thing, right, and you spin a mass around it, it's going to orbit that mass. If you put another mass around that mass that's spinning around it, that mass is going to have an effect on it. So that mass is basically pulling, it's pulling the fabric away from that mass as it's spinning around it. You can't
I
deny
just
that.
think air pressure,
It is.
though.
It's having an effect on it. So that effect would be it's pulling stuff away. So that's how tides effectively work. Is
So just
the
okay,
moon
fine,
is a big mass that's it's actually being pushed away from us in
great,
our trapped in our gravity. It's what is it? It's like 3 centimeters a year. They
great.
say that it's
Okay,
leaving us.
now you're
So
going to
it's
explain
being
why the
pulled.
Great Lakes
So
don't
the
get tides,
water.
like you
Excuse me,
say.
one second. One second. The water is being pulled up as the moon is
Great.
around it.
Why aren't the Great Lakes full of tides?
Oh, they are. I've
No, they're
been there.
not. I live on it.
I've been there. They do. They have.
No,
It's not
no,
massive.
little
It's
tiny
not. It's not a
one
massive
inch,
body.
one
It's not
inch
a
or two
massive body of
inches
water.
is not sea level tides.
Yeah, I know. I know that. Yeah, it's also not massive bodies of water. When you talk about massive bodies of water, and you're talking about a
So
massive
gravity
mass
only
in
pull
our
gravity
not
pull.
our
Now you're saying
our
gravity pulls again after you said it was space time. So it seems that you can't make up your mind.
no. I can make it up. Gravity pulls, and it also it pulls in and it pulls away. So if you have something that's spinning around, there's gonna be a force that is around that object that object is going to have an effect on. It's going to be pulling that fabric down away from that object and inherently saying like right it's going to be pulling on that object in a sense. That's how theoretically tides work, if you can understand
Okay,
that.
and
I don't know how to explain
okay,
it any better.
okay, all that things, tides and everything, and what that's giving you the 30 sphere?
Say one more time.
What tides? How tides giving you that Earth is a sphere?
Well, I can't prove that.
Oh, while we speak about
Personally,
tides, then if we cannot prove it the tides, the shape.
I can't prove it personally because
I need to get
like
you back
like
to
I
his
agree with you that
tides with the moon, please. If you
a
look
lot of
at
a lot of
if
a
you
lot of
look
what I
at
think.
four
What's that?
minutes after the hour, the first one by Dr. Barnstormer, show me where the moon is and location to these tides.
What?
10:04 or 4 minutes after the hour, Dr. Barnstormer. Scroll up, you'll see tides.
Oh, is it in the
Yeah, you need to stay with us here.
sorry.
How was the name voice channel?
Jesus Christ.
Whose kid just joined?
The one that got banned.
Lil, can I ask you a simple question? Do you know our position?
What do you mean by position?
Why I think that Earth is not a globe?
Yeah, no, no, I'm not idiotic coming in here trying to like get you with gotcha questions. I'm like genuinely curious. I want to know why and like reasoning because I have done a lot
Do
of
you have
research and
any
looked into it.
pictures in your mind when you saw flat Earth?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
That's genuinely why I'm curious because
Sasha,
I don't disagree with you guys. I'm not coming in here disagreeing with you guys. I want to
Sasha,
know answers and reasoning.
Little
My
Earth is
issue is
going
there's
to
a
answer
lot of
the
stuff.
tides question for us.
What?
You're going to stay on topic. I don't care who goes which direction. You're going to answer in the animation at 10:04 after the hour by Dr. Barnstormer. Where's the moon in the tides there?
Oh, at 10:04.
Yeah. Scroll up
There's
if
the
you
moon.
can't see it. Yeah. Is
The
it
moon.
is it in Africa or is it over in the United States?
Well, I
Causing
can't
that.
specifically say where it is on that because that's a 2D graph, but I would assume it would be above it, theoretically, in the three-dimensional aspect of what we perceive. You wouldn't see it on that 2D graph. It would be way above, and like I said, it's
So no moon pattern there. You don't see like some weird moon pulling pattern. You just see waves going all over the place, right?
it doesn't. The moon doesn't. It doesn't affect gravity of the planet per se, but it affects elements and it affects forces on the planet that we wouldn't notice because we
All right.
were
Now
born
scroll
and
down.
raised.
Scroll down a few images. I
It's hard to
posted something
describe.
by Noah. Take a look at that.
All right. Where is it? Where's the Noah post?
Four minutes.
I was doing something. I guess we lost our globers to moon waves.
He's muted. I wonder what happened to that guy.
I'm here.
No, not you. I'm talking about T.
He can't take it anymore.
Who's T?
It's in chat.
One of the chatters.
He was in voice. He was on your side. Then he couldn't take it anymore and just left and just stayed in chat.
Yeah, he said
I
he'd
want-
noticed
I want-
something. He said he'd noticed something he wouldn't notice, and then he evaporated.
I want to make one thing clear. I don't think there's sides on this. Like I said, I'm genuinely curious. I'm not coming in here trolling, recording, whatever. There's questions.
Yeah,
There's a lot
you'd
of
only be
stuff.
trolling yourself.
I'm not.
No, you. That's the only option. You're trolling yourself without not even realizing it.
No, I'm not. Because what I'm
Okay.
saying, what I'm speaking is it's stuff I've learned in school. If you understand what I'm saying,
Yeah,
this
I
is the
learned
stuff
about
I've been
Santa
taught
Claus. I
too.
learned about Santa Claus too.
Yeah, me too.
Lil, I can ask you a question. How you will find out from people who doesn't believe in globe why they doesn't believe in globe?
A lot of YouTube shorts and a lot of deep diving on YouTube.
But you are here now with the people who doesn't believe that Earth is globe. What you will do to find out why they think that Earth is not a globe?
What do you mean? What will I do?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I guess what I'm doing right now is asking questions.
And question will be, how you will find out why we don't think that Earth is not a globe?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking.
What you want to ask?
Just why? That's it.
Why? There is no curvature in reality. Earth is observably, measurably flat and used like a flat. And now question?
Not right now.
Hey, Lil Earth, I'm going to give you an
But
example of how it
but
is.
you, if you don't ask the question and go further now, you will still don't know. I told you there is no curvature in reality, and you didn't ask question anything. My question will be, what do you mean by that? There is no curvature in reality.
I'll be back in 1 second.
Yeah, he can't ask that, Sasha, because it simplifies his entire problem. He thinks he's in some sort of complicated situation, but he realizes now, I think, that it's a lot more simple than what he thought.
Yeah, but we are here, he can ask question. Come on, man, why you think that, and I told him there is no curvature. What do you mean by there is no curvature? Now we can go on and on, but not he's not asking,
He doesn't want a solution to his confusion. He just wants to try and add more confusion. That's why I was trying to explain to him that he's involved in a troll. He brought up the word troll. Well, I'm not going to talk to him until he returns, but
because the question ties will not prove even flat or even spherical shape.
So if I'm
Yeah.
allowed to say something, right?
Yeah.
Sasha, the reason you don't see the curvature of the Earth is a similar reason for like why you don't see a fly from like 2 kilometers distance, because you are just limited to seeing
Limited.
through.
Okay. Do you know the size of the Earth?
Very big.
Has a radius of like 5.5 million meters or something. I don't know.
I know
5,000.
the eight square
Radius
globe,
is
8 mile square.
oh,
radius.
now Lil Earth pipes up now that his tag team partner's here.
Yeah, radius is
I know the
3,000.
tag team partner.
Radius is 3,959 miles, or you can
three.
make in kilometers is 6,000. Doesn't matter. It is the same value. And can you type now how much I can see on the globe Earth? Type on Google with that radius.
You know, I can calculate this myself. It's a pretty
Okay.
simple.
Okay. How much you can see with 6 foot height?
Let's use meters, please. Okay.
So with 2 meter height, how much you can see?
Let me check. I can stream for you. So the calculation goes as follows. It's the square root of... Oh shit. How does this work? I've never used this thing before, right? Where's the fucking square root, man? This.
You said you will calculate for me. I can tell you approximately.
Yeah, it would be very nice if I could figure out this fucking calculator.
Well, you can go figure it out. Low Earth is back to continue.
Let's say 0.
Something like 5-6 kilometers.
So let's say 2 meters, right? So we have
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm distracted by a game right now, but I am listening.
Isn't this the radius of Earth in meters?
Radius is 6,000 and something kilometers.
Yeah,
You want
exactly.
meters.
So you take this, right?
Yeah.
Why is it so fucking crooked? I want to... Okay. Plus 2, the 2 meters, right? We use 2 meters. Close the bracket. And square this. Add that. No, subtract. Without the addition of the... And square root. And now you square root all of this, right? Okay, that was fucking cringe. How does this work, man? Okay, copy this. And take the square root. Oh, fucking hell, man.
Man, why you don't click the Google Earth, the Curve Earth calculator, put all values inside, and it will give you in a 2 seconds everything.
Isn't this one more trustworthy than some internet source?
Oh, man, you can calculate it. I'm waiting. Give me that distance, and we will be all happy. You can calculate it. All right.
That's weird seeing all those decimals.
It's meters. So
For me, it's weird. I'm saying.
So
I work
this-
in decimal. Doesn't matter. I will translate rather
we go.
later with
Here we go.
Okay.
I got it.
How
Right.
much?
And now you take the square root of this. You can see 5,000 meters around, right?
5 kilometers. 5 kilometers.
Yeah, if you're 2 meters high.
Okay. Do you see that picture? What I posted now?
Yeah.
That is 30 centimeters height, not 2 meters. You know.
That's weird.
Yeah, that's 30 centimeters height. And do you know how much we see with that 30 centimeters height?
Isn't it easier to debunk my calculation by just...
Can I only present? I present it to you. You said with 2 meters height we can see 5 kilometers. This is 30 centimeters height, and we see 18 kilometers because this is nautical.
Okay, first of all, there's no verification on the numbers, right? I don't know if it's really 30 centimeters. And additionally,
Okay,
light
listen.
doesn't always...
This is the best thing. If you don't believe that, then you go to the beach. You take the 2 meters height or whatever you want, and then you observe whatever you want in the distance, and then you can see if you see 5 kilometers or you see 20 kilometers. How about that?
My second point was actually gonna talk about that.
Yeah.
Light doesn't go a straight path always, right? And
Light doesn't go in straight path. That means that light can change the physicality of the water.
No,
No,
what your eyes or what the camera receives in this picture isn't the physicality of the water. What the camera
Okay, are you
receives
telling me? Are you telling me that ocean behind the oil rig is not real? That is the light making ocean there.
It's real, but it's distorted. It's visible due to distortion, right?
Is it ocean distorted?
Clearly, yes.
Where ocean is distorted? Can you show me on that picture?
It's distorted due to the fact that you can see it even though it's behind the horizon, right?
Is that real? What you are seeing, is that real ocean or is optical ocean?
Well, what I'm seeing is an image.
It's an image. That image is taken from the video.
Yeah, and what the video camera has taken is the light that has entered its lens, right? And the light that has entered its lens didn't go a straight path. It actually curved. But
It's actually curved. That means that camera it's curving the ocean, what is real there, and what are you saying?
not the camera. The light itself took a curved path into the camera. If you put
Okay.
yourself there instead of the camera, it doesn't matter. You don't curve the ocean.
Sasha, ask him about the new picture posted by Cyclone. I guess the light curve there too.
Yeah,
It did,
this is
yes.
night. This is night. There is no light.
If there was no light, you wouldn't see anything, right? The camera only works because light falls into the lens. So that's yeah.
If I make a fire there,
Mhm.
and if I see that fire, how light will do that I see that fire?
What?
Man, you are telling us that light is doing something that we see that ocean, what is real there, that I don't understand you.
Look, there's something that
Look, we said this.
I can tell you
If you
something
have
very
two,
straight.
we started like this. If you're 2 meter height, you can see 5 kilometers. Now we are on 6 times less than that height because it's 30 centimeters, and you are not believing that because you're not. But that is made from 30 centimeter height. But I will give you two. Let's say that this camera is not on 30 centimeters. Let's say that this camera is on 2 meters height. Okay.
Our calculation only works in perfect conditions, right?
In perfect conditions. I don't see any. I see the ocean. I see 2 oil rigs. I don't see any conditions, bad conditions there.
Probably, I feel like there's most likely air also, right?
Yeah, air. Yeah, what?
So that's matter that light had to enter into.
Yeah, do you see the ocean behind the oil rig?
I mean, it depends on which picture, but I do on yours, yeah.
Yeah, and is that ocean real?
It's real, yeah.
And what and why we need light now? Why we are speaking about light? I'm speaking about only water and ocean behind the oil rig.
Because, for example, if you stand at a corner and there's like something around the corner, you cannot see what's around the corner. So how do you know? But you could actually take a mirror and hold it in front of the corner and look around the corner with the mirror.
And
But
I'm
then
not speaking about mirrors. I'm speaking about 2 oil rigs, man, and the ocean behind, and you can see the 10 miles. I'm speaking only about that. There is no mirror there.
I'm just trying to get into your head that light can be changed in its path, right?
Yeah, light can do whatever you want, but that ocean is there.
And you can only see what light tells you, right?
Yeah, and light is telling me that light is telling me that I see
light. Yeah, thanks for admitting that light isn't bending around the corner. Finally.
It is if you use a mirror.
Yeah, well,
we're not talking about mirrors, are we?
Is it some mirror there in the picture?
But I prove to you that light can bend.
Is it some mirror on the picture?
No, it's a different process that makes the light change its.
What are we looking for? Are we watching mirrors, or we are watching some kind of 2 oil rigs on the ocean?
You're not watching reflection. You're watching refraction.
I'm not watching reflection. I'm watching normally natural things. That means it could be there that is not oil rigs. That are ships, buildings, islands, whatever. But in this case, are oil rigs in the ocean. What are you saying?
I just joined in. You said natural things. Refraction is a natural. So.
Your
Sorry, I
mic
don't mean
is
to
really
butt in.
dead.
It's just
There's something wrong with your mic.
Recharge it. Recharge your Bluetooth earbuds.
Okay, let's post another picture. Maybe this one is confusing you a lot, this light.
I don't think I'm confused.
Oh, well, I think that you are totally confused.
Well,
about
Yeah,
no,
the
you're talking out of both sides of your mouth.
Sasha. So maybe he can explain what, since the light bends around the ball, what happened in left lane's picture? How come it didn't bend around the ball?
Okay, I posted
23
another
minutes,
picture.
23 minutes after the hour. What happened? What? How come it didn't bend around the ball?
So if you take away the mirror from the corner, you can't see around the corner any longer, can you?
I post you a mirror now, natural mirror. Do you see that?
So
20.
refraction
Do you
is
see 26?
reflection of
Yeah.
things like different like bodies of
Can
air
you?
that have different temperature, for example, right?
Okay.
If
Do you
those
see
don't
that
exist,
picture? Do you
then the
see that
conditions
picture?
aren't
What
right
I
for reflection.
posted?
So
Do you
then
see
the
that?
horizon changes in distance.
Okay. Do you see that picture? What I posted?
I see it, yeah.
What light is doing there,
It's reflecting from the ground.
and how looks like that? Like a big mirror, down and up.
Mm-hmm.
That mirror is 4,000 miles squared,
Okay.
and it's changing elevation only 1 meter.
Okay.
How much elevation would be changed in 4,000 miles squared on the globe?
You want me to do the math again? We can just say it's some number. I don't know.
Did you hear what did I say for how much elevation change in 4,000 miles squared?
And what's the difference between elevation change and the distance to the optical horizon? Is there a difference?
I'm asking you how much on the globe would be changed in 4,000 miles squared?
Your question sometimes. How much of the globe will be changed in 4,000 miles square? I have no idea what you want from me.
Yeah, on 10 miles, it would be 20 meters. And this is like 60 miles per 60 miles, even more, a little bit more, but doesn't matter.
So are you saying in 10 miles the obstruction is gonna be 20 meters, or in 10 miles
Yeah,
point on
yeah.
the surface of Earth is gonna be 20 meters below the tangent from the point where you're standing right now? Because those are different values.
If you're standing in the middle of this lake, you know, from the middle to the other part, it would be changed more than, I don't know now, on 10 miles it's 20 meters, but on 60 miles it's, I don't know, it's more and more, you know. But this is the thing, it's changing only 1 meter.
Okay, look, so we can
Can
look
you
at
tell me this?
different
It's simply,
things
if
that
something is changing elevation 1 meter, 4,000 miles squared, what is that?
what?
If we have the surface of 4,000 miles squared with elevation change 1 meter, what is that telling you? What is that surface?
It's curved.
It's curved how much?
By the meter you told me? It's still
1
not
meter
defined
in
how.
4,000 miles squared is curved.
Yeah,
And that it's curved.
I guess so, yeah.
That's not flat.
No. I mean, if there's a
Because it
change in
changed only
elevation,
because change 1 meter is 4,000 miles squared.
if there's change in elevation, it's curved, yeah. It's not flat. A
1
flat thing doesn't.
meter.
Yeah, but a flat thing doesn't change in elevation, does it?
How much should to change on the globe?
We still haven't defined, you haven't answered my question. What is this elevation thing you're talking about? Is it like the obstruction of the horizon in front of whatever is standing in 20 kilometers distance, or
If you're
is it
standing on the globe,
Hmm.
you will have elevation change or not?
If I stand in an elevator on the globe, I will have elevation change, yeah.
Yeah. And I ask you that question, how much you will have elevation change in 4,000 miles squared on the globe?
Can someone translate for me? I'm a bit confused.
Jesus Christ.
I think he's talking about actually curvature and calling it elevation.
Okay, how much curvature we will have in 4,000 miles square?
How do you measure curvature? How do you want me to present it?
How I measure the curvature? I didn't measure the curvature.
Yeah,
There is
there isn't like a number and some unit you put to curvature, right? You always have
okay.
to describe it with something.
And tell me how much curvature we have on 4,000 miles square.
We still haven't gone past the point of that. What unit? Like there is no unit. I can tell you the curvature it is.
T.
Yeah.
It's okay to say you don't know, man. Like I don't even know this
You're
like
asking me
answer.
for something that doesn't exist, right? What unit is curvature measured in? Come on. If you tell me, sure.
But you told me on with 2 meter height, it's 5 kilometers.
But that's not the curvature itself.
No, it is because you cannot see more. Then it's dropping down because you don't see more
Yeah,
because of
that's the
curvature.
distance. That's the distance to the optical horizon or the visible.
Yeah, but the distance on this lake it's 4,000 miles square.
But now
That
you
means
use a. What's the distance? What's it, like? You don't give me like
60 per
miles squared is
60
not a distance.
miles.
Miles
60
squared
per
is not a
60
distance.
miles. It's giving 360 miles square.
Yeah, can you give me a distance, not an area?
60 per 60 miles.
So 60 miles.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I was gonna say before we can keep looking at pictures and like horizons that are too far, but we've discussed refraction like 10 minutes ago. Like you haven't. We haven't
Yeah.
really.
So the unit that you were asking what it is that you're measuring curvature in, the unit that the globe believers are using is their imagination in the form of chanting.
Okay.
Okay. Cleared it up for you.
Thank you.
Anytime.
And when you mention that refraction things, what is the ridiculous?
Okay,
But
crackhead. Okay, crackhead.
find this in any. You can Google it. Which type of or which kind of refraction extending the horizon?
I don't know. You're gonna love my answer. I'm not an expert on refraction.
But it should be
Well,
written there.
why'd you
This
bring it up then?
Because it's the fucking reason why the horizon is further than it should
oh
be.
How
oh that
so?
means okay. Go rather.
No, I'm just. I think he's highlighting his own hypocrisy at the end of his line of his little shtick. But I'll shut up,
No,
Sasha.
no, I think that he heard
The
from
hypocrisy.
somewhere on internet that it's nice to say refraction, and that how somehow debunks something.
Yeah, the
I actually don't like
refraction
the word.
chant fad.
I think the word is kind of shit to say and it doesn't sound nice. I do not enjoy saying it.
Wow.
It's easy, man. You find all this refraction extending horizon. If this is happening, that means the horizon will be, I don't know, somewhere behind because this phenomena is happening.
I mean, even if refraction was not a thing, right? And even if I had no explanation for the horizon being further than it should be, still, why would it be changing in distance? Why would it sometimes be in front of the Euryx? Because
Because
refraction is sometimes in front of the Euryx. How do you explain that?
I don't care what's happening day before and other days because
Yeah,
something is happening and you can see less.
it's called cherry picking, and that's
No,
the
no,
word you
it's not
replaced was
cherry
cherry picking.
picking, man.
You
It's a
just said you don't
reality.
care about any other events but the one that proves you're flat Earth.
Man, if I see something one day and it is that real, like for this example, 10 miles, I don't care if I other day see 1 mile, 2 miles, 3 miles, 4 miles. Because I saw that 10 miles, it's not phenomena, it's a real thing.
Yeah, but
Yeah. That means, and every other day, if it's something I see less, that means that then it's happening some phenomena. And I don't care if I see less. I only care if I see more, And if I see more, that means I see that, you know, it's not something phenomena. It's making that I see more. I only see more because it's there, you know.
Yeah,
I
and
have
you'll find
something
if
that
you do your own observations, T, you'll find that these are not cherry picked. They're not anomalous. This is the norm.
man. I lived next to a giant lake, okay, and I had a dad who was
Okay.
like very, very physics engaged. Okay, he literally showed me all of this himself on the lake. Like, stop saying if you only did this, please.
Well, showed you what?
He showed me the ships disappearing at the horizon. He showed me we calculated the height of a light on a mountain, and then we drove to the other side of the sea. And then we looked at the height of
So
the
every
light.
ship you see disappears at the exact point that it would disappear in a 39-59 mile radius water ball.
No, because of refraction, right?
Okay, there you go. So your empty chant once again, that you don't. You said you don't even like to do.
I mean, you're like forcing me.
Was he when he was showing you these things? You guys were chanting refraction together.
Yes. Mm.
Oh wow!
We had torches.
I don't believe. I don't believe you.
He's Arvington.
I'm just quickly testing. Can people hear me, or is my mic still fucked?
We can hear you.
Loud and clear.
Got you. Okay. So I'm not gonna lie. T, you've been struggling to answer these, but I don't blame you. Sasha is. I think the name's Sasha. Yeah, Sasha's very bad at putting together a question. But if we want to discuss like horizon lines and how light reflection works, is you know, as you described, you can still see a boat past the point where you're supposed to. But then another argument for that would be, yes, you can see a boat that's going past, but also they don't go over the they don't reach the horizon line ever. A boat will always be underneath the horizon line. Its hull, where it touches the water, will always be below the horizon line. That's due to the fact that the Earth's curvature prevents you from seeing it as on the horizon because it's not flat. It's a curved observation. And when you see the refracted light, you're still seeing it under the horizon, no matter what. And the only time you see it anywhere other than below the horizon line is somehow mystically floating above it due to, as we said earlier, refraction. So that's like the best way I can summarize this, but I can see why T was struggling greatly because Sasha, you do not word these questions very well.
My question is, where is geometrical horizon?
Geometrical horizon is not a way of describing a question. That made little to
Oh,
no sense.
okay. Can we type geometrical horizon on Google to see what that is?
Yeah, geometry is a study of the shapes. So studying the
Yeah.
horizon line as a geometrical would be studying the mathematics behind it, which is just studying a straight.
What is that distance?
You want the distance of all of geometry for the entirety of every horizon line. That's seriously a question you're going to ask?
No, did I wrote books about 1.22 miles geometrical horizon?
1.2. Sir, do you know what geometrical means?
Sir, did I wrote anything about 1.22 miles geometrical horizon?
I didn't even ask you anything about 1.22 miles.
I'm
Where
asking
did
you,
that
did
from?
I wrote anything about that?
I haven't seen that shit, and I haven't been here very long,
Okay.
so I don't
Do
know.
you know
Have you?
do you know anything about that value 1.22?
What do you want? What about it? It's a value, yes.
Yeah, what is that value?
1.22. It's just a value, my brother in Christ. What do you want me to pull out
What
of my
is
arse?
that 1.22 miles? What is that value? Can you explain to me, because Sasha doesn't know to speak English, please?
Sorry, I forgot push to talk. Push to talk's so shit. But I think it's like 1.90 kilometers. I don't fucking know. What do you want me to do with this 1.22 miles?
Man, why we are speaking about 1.22? Why I'm speaking 1.22? Is that something strange? That's something, I don't know. What's that? Can you tell me? Is that something what I made up, or is something what is there?
It's just a value. Like you're just whipping
Value
out
of?
1.2.
Can you tell me
What
what
the
is
fuck
that
are you
value of
asking?
what? Value of what?
Value of it's a measurable value of numerical values. It's a mile. It's a number. It's like an actual unit we use to measure distance. What do you want me to say about it?
What that value has to do with the sphere?
What do you mean? What does that value have to do with
Well,
sphere? In what way? You're applying.
if I
Does
may,
that value has to do anything with the sphere? Has to do nothing with the sphere.
if I may,
Well, hold on.
on a ball with a radius of 3959, they talk about the horizon could be calculated with 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Oh, look at the devil.
Well, thank you for giving me that. Thank you. I was very
Oh,
confused.
look at the
Yeah, hold on.
devil.
This guy just gave an entire dissertation on refraction, and he's just now learning about the 1.2.
And now
Okay, I'm
he's
not gonna
telling me
lie.
how
Yeah,
Sasha
no,
doesn't
no.
know
Hold,
to
hold
speak, you
on.
know?
Hey,
No,
doctor,
Professor.
do you now realize how empty your refraction chant was? Just as empty as teas.
Do you not realize that the only time you've joined in these conversations is to pin another person's point down without using any like intrusive or constructive arguments? You've only ever given your own like perceptive opinion. If you could give me something objective instead of insulting my point without supplying anything, I
Okay,
would
I'm
listen.
what is the
I'm
size
sorry
of the earth?
I'm sorry that pointing out your hypocrisy was insulting to you. Excuse
Let,
me.
let's
No,
ask him,
you
what is
just
the size of
genuinely
the
go
earth?
very defensive in arguments that you just suddenly unmute just to pin
Objection
other people
noted.
down for something else.
Who's the one being defensive now?
Me,
You're
because
denying your own
obviously you.
hypocrisy that you highlighted. You did it
Okay,
to
how is
yourself.
this a hypocrisy?
You did it
How
to
is
yourself with your pompous attitude. Well
No,
done.
it's okay. How is it a hypocrisy?
Yes, it is okay.
You said to me that I don't know what I'm speaking about. Now you don't know what you are speaking about.
Just because I didn't know what you meant by going
You
1.2,
admitted you had no idea what you were talking about after giving us a lecture.
Yeah, how is it a hypocrisy?
Because you are
Wow.
laughing on me and telling what the Sasha is saying, it's so blah blah blah. Now when when I told you about 1.22 miles, you said, "Oh, but that is distance." Now we figure out that is the math of the globe.
But Sasha, he didn't insult your intelligence.
I
He
don't
just
say about insulting. I'm saying about that he doesn't know what is 1.22 miles. And he said, "What is Sasha speaking about? What that means?"
said you're formulating sentences in a sometimes a
How?
bit confusing way.
Okay, let's formulate a
And I
sentence
would
like
agree.
this. How much we can see with given height with this given math? For him, not for you.
How can we see height given
No,
that?
how much we can see in a distance with your given height. Let's say that you're 2 meters on this given globe map.
Oh my fucking god, am I seriously going to have to sit here
Do
and
you
do
know the
physics?
size of the earth?
Do I know the size of the Earth?
Yeah.
Actually, no, I haven't Googled that before. Hold on.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Do you know the size of the Earth?
Yeah, it's 3,959 miles in radius.
Okay, and how did we
We
measure that?
found, ask your religion.
Religion?
We didn't measure
That's
it,
not.
bro.
So,
We
so
didn't
you
measure
just
it. You
told me
did.
the measurement of the Earth. Like you just
Well,
told
you
me it,
say
and
that
that's
you
the
measured
globe.
it.
In radius. That's a measure
Yeah,
of
you know the
a
little r
sphere of
thing we use
globe.
in equations, the radius.
Yes. So if the Earth
Yeah,
is flat,
the
why
one
do
we're
you
given,
say?
the predetermined radius of the Earth.
Hmm.
That's a good question for you. Whoever measured the radius of the Earth for you to have that number?
We can research that right now. Hold on a minute. Sorry, I would talk whilst searching shit, but obviously this channel's a push to talk for
I get
me.
it. You can't do two things at once. We're good.
No, it's a push to talk. That's what
I
I'm forced
understand,
into
bro.
with
It's all good.
channel. No, there's no need to be like insulting about it, or
I'm
I
not
can't
being
do
insulting.
No, but it was just an
You
unnecessary
just
thing to
asked
say.
him whoever measured the Earth. Like that's a good question.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, give us that.
instead of
Yeah,
taking
I'll
the
do
close
that right now for you. I'll research that right now.
direct
No problem.
measurement
Hold
of it. Shadows coming. This is where we all begun. The R value. Has it actually been measured or is it just assumed? John Smith, 1978 experiment done. Then Julia Michelson, 1998. Then
Guys, I have a question. Guys, I have a question, guys.
question is now who measured the curvature? Who measured this radius? What we have?
Okay, I got it. Hold on just a minute.
Brilliant, Aristosthenes. Thank you. Oh.
Guys, I have a question, guys.
You have to stand on the ceremony, mate. What's your question?
For those of you who believe that the Earth is not flat, sorry, the Earth is not a globe, are you convinced enough of the evidence that you'd be willing to, like sell your house over it?
I mean, clearly they are convinced of the evidence if they believe it. That's a bit of an odd
Not
question.
really. I mean, it's how convinced are you? Like, would you sell your house over it?
But
I
you asked
mean,
this yesterday, and it's kind of dumb. It's a dumb question.
oh, he asked this already? Why are you repeating a question?
did.
But as asked earlier, somebody asked me like who measured it. It was first measured by Aristosthenes, where he measured the radius to be approximately
are you-
6,366, and then
are you-
NASA remeasured it to get a more exact value. So that's where our measurement of the radius has come from. It was a Greek
Are you
philosopher, and that was
are you
correct.
convinced enough to sell your mother into?
Oh my fucking god! Can you not talk over me? You're the least respectable person in here if you're going to do shit like that. Thank you very much. But yeah,
So
that's
guys, we just
the
sorry,
question.
my friend. Sorry. If you just googled Aristosthenes or Earth curvature, do you think that we've never come across this piece of information before?
Well, I mean, of course you've come across this piece of information. Somebody already stated what the Earth's radius was.
Yeah, exactly. So, do you
Mhm.
think that this is a direct measurement of
Well, yes,
curvature?
it was measured by a Greek mathematician, physicist, and philosopher, and then remeasured by a team of physicists at NASA.
Awesome. Do you not understand that this can be done on both a flat Earth conception and a globe Earth conception? In
How
one
would you
conception, right?
measure?
Oh,
Yeah,
my goodness me! You've just complained about somebody talking through you. Now you're going to talk through me.
sorry, I thought you finished your point. I didn't think there was
No, I
any way you
haven't.
could expand on that.
Yes, there is. So
Okay, go
it can
ahead.
work both conceptions. One conception, the globe Earth model, if you use the right math with the 360-degree circle in it, you can attribute that to the radius, or in more better terms, the circumference of the Earth. If you were to do what the Chinese did and just had a flat Earth using the same mathematics, they figured out the circular path of the sun above the flat Earth. Now, Neil deGrasse Tyson has addressed this and has definitely stated that this isn't proof either way of anything, because it can work on both ideas.
Okay, so how does that? So how did the Chinese do that? I actually haven't heard of the study. I'd love to read up on it.
Yeah, no worries. Just do a quick Wikipedia search and it'll talk about the Chinese Aristosthenes. I think it was a
Yeah.
guy called Su Hung or TSU something or other. I'm going to bastardize the name, mate, so I'm not going to pronounce it. But
It's
yeah,
all right.
no
Yeah, I
worries.
don't know. Yeah, no one can pronounce fucking Chinese names. That shit's
No.
complicated. Oh, I do have to address old Horace Radin, a team of gullible wishful thinkers. Well, I mean those guys are doctors, so I wouldn't
Yeah,
insult people
that's
because they're on
correct. No,
their new
that's
substance.
fine. Well, yeah,
Yeah.
they're full of wishful thinking. They may be doctors.
Well, wouldn't you say what you're doing is wishful thinking because you're currently
What,
debating
acknowledging the nature of water?
acknowledging the nature of water?
Yeah,
That's
repeat it.
not what we're
Repeat it.
currently expecting.
Is that wishful thinking?
To acknowledge the nature of water is not wishful thinking. That's just
Okay,
acknowledgement.
thank you. So it's not what I'm doing. Carry on.
Why are you acknowledging the nature of water in the middle of a conversation about the curvature of the globe? Where we're
Oh,
talking.
you asked me. You asked. You said, isn't that what you're doing? And I pointed out that no, that isn't what I'm doing. I'm not involved in wishful thinking.
Well, that's odd because you're in a debate server, which is in itself being wishful in understanding your own opinion and proving it. So that's kind of redundant, but okay. Anyways, I'm gonna Google this study on the sun and how they got that value. I'd love to read this, thank you. I'm gonna check Wikipedia and see if they have any references, because anyone
And
can edit a Wikipedia article.
and what we get with that Eratosthenes and everything? What is on the edge? What is the rate? What is the value?
Oh, the original value of the radius was 6,366, and it was remeasured. He wasn't exactly on the dot. How could we
Okay.
expect him to? He was a Greek
Okay.
philosopher.
And what is now the value?
Now the value is, I'll quickly get it up again, is 6,370 something, I believe. Let me check.
Okay. And what that value is telling you with 2 meters height, how much you can see on that given
That
dimensions?
question is poorly constructed. I have no idea what you're asking me.
You can type it and see it because it's also giving you that.
Dude, I'm literally doing 3 things and we're on like an
Man,
old
can you do
different.
like this? With 2 meter height, and type on Google, how much I can see on the globe Earth, and it will give you the answer.
You mean how far you can see
Yeah.
until
He's
something
talking about,
disappears due to the curvature of the. Yeah, that would be a
Yeah.
much better way of putting the question.
he's talking about an Earth curve
Yeah, let me
calculator.
check for you. I believe it was 3 miles. I might be highly wrong though. Let me.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no, you
it
are
is.
right. Sasha's talking about an Earth curve calculator. There's multiple online. That's what he's kind of talking about. How far can I see on a globe Earth? If you're 6 foot, the geometric horizon, physical in nature, is going to be 2.9 miles away. 3 miles if you want to be rounding numbers up. 1 foot observer, 1.22 miles away, that kind of thing.
Oh, we come to 1.22 again.
Yeah, thank you. I'm quickly gonna get up one of those calculators right now. Hold on a second. Yeah, roughly 5 kilometers. Sorry, I have to like change tabs and I fucking hate push to talk. This is such a flawed VC model. Yeah, roughly 5 kilometers. If you're 5 meters from sea level. No, it's, yeah, sorry, 2 meters from sea level.
What we see from 30 centimeters, 18 kilometers.
VC?
We see 18 kilometers from 13 centimeters. Sorry, you're really hard to understand.
From 30 centimeters height, you said with 2 meters
Yes.
height, we can see 5 kilometers. With 30
Oh my
centimeters height, we
God.
can see. Oh, Jesus Christ.
I don't think the idea is to shout. I think the idea is to calm
Okay,
down.
sorry. With
Yeah, it's
30
about your volume. It's just
okay,
poor wording.
sorry. With 30 centimeters height, we see 18 kilometer in this.
Sorry, I'm looking that up right now. I can't find anything that says any further from the value I've already seen. So do you mind just sending me what you've used to calculate how we can see further from 30 centimeters than we can at 2 meters?
Yeah, we have example of that.
Sure, I'd love to see the example.
Okay, I will post it to you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much.
When he's saying we see, he's talking about the position of the horizon.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So I looked up from like sea level because obviously sea level is the best measure using horizon line. Oh, there we go. So, oh, I fucking hate when people use PNGs. All right, let me check this for you. Would you be able to send me like the article proving like the distance seen from those two stations, or am I strictly having to rely on a PNG using information that I have like
Those are
no?
real, dude. You can look them up on a map.
It's still shot
Yeah, that's
taken
what I'm
from a
asking, so I can look them up on a map and see the
yeah,
values.
yeah. Still shot taken from a video. We can provide you with the video if you want. In the video, the guy demonstrates that where he is, how high the camera is, and where these oil rigs are in relation to him.
Mm. Yeah, do please send those to me so I can watch them.
Yeah, no
Because
worries.
I'm not gonna sit here and rely on a PNG. No disrespect to it, but
No, of course.
it's just not a smart thing to
But
rely on.
with regards to a good faith argument, somebody will drop you
Obviously.
the video at some point. And what I'll do is I'll drop you a link to our home server as well, where the information is
Yeah.
clearly provided.
I'd love that actually. Obviously, I'm not going to sit here and say I'm debating and then just not listen to your arguments. I would fully love to see the referencing for all of this stuff.
Okay.
Also, earlier somebody put into the chat, fuck it, pendulum, which I found fucking hilarious, and I don't know if they meant to say it in that way or not.
It's usually pronounced the fuck
Sasha, sending a GIF doesn't help. Yeah, the fuck all bit, but they spell it fuck it, so I fucking love that. I might do
Are you
that from now on.
are you in UK?
Yes, I'm in the UK.
Are you near the ocean?
No, but I've been to the ocean.
Okay, can you find if you can find in your life the anything, for example, Ireland or whatever, you know, in distance that you can know, you know, for example, from Wales, this is Ireland, or wherever you can find some island or something in a distance on sea level, you can find out for yourself that, you know, you don't need other people to, you know, to tell you, oh, look at this is Santa Barbara, this is this location. You can find out for yourself, and then you can find out if you can see more or you cannot see more, you know.
Mhm. Well,
Because
obviously,
then
it's
then
hard.
you will then you will trust your data, because if you don't trust this, you will trust your data.
Yeah, and although I do agree that having your own practical is smart, I don't suggest relying strictly on your own practical if you're underqualified. Such as like me, I'm mainly in psychology. Me going into like I don't do physics, so I'm not exactly going to rely on my own physics stuff over a doctor's.
I
But
know.
I'll
Why trust your eyesight, right?
I mean, it's not just a measure of your eyesight, it's about your profession, whether you understand light reflection, yes, curvature on a more understand and educated academic level. Like, I don't have that. I'm not professional, but I do have a bit of an understanding of it.
How
There's
you
a
will
there's
find
a
out how you will find out if that oil rigs are really that on that distance?
Yeah, just very quickly,
By
Michael.
watching the
Obviously,
things that have been
sorry.
sent, so I have more referred evidence. Sorry, I talked over you, Effie. Sorry, it's just your
No, no,
mic's
no, you're
quiet. I didn't hear it.
no, no, you're fine, you're fine. It's just because old dude has posted the original video and some other additional information in the chat for you as well. I didn't want it to go by without you getting it.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I can't talk whilst like looking at everything, having the volume on, because as I said, I've pushed to talk. So I'm going
Yeah,
to
no,
watch that real quick.
we appreciate that.
A silent moment for the Globers.
I think our friend is just having a look through some information we've dropped in. Uber Derp at the top.
All right.
Yeah, sorry. I'm making sure to take in all the information and calculate myself because I don't want to rely on any extra resources. I'm not the type to sit there and just copy paste.
Flat Earth 101. And within this little packet of information, we've literally got probably at this stage thousands of long distance observations that wouldn't be possible on the globe.
Thank you very much for giving me the resources. Also, who just randomly said silent moment for the Globers? It made me giggle.
That was Quetzalcoatl.
Oh, by the way, I really am going in depth, so please, if anybody's just waiting for my dumbass to have a response, don't wait for me to debate amongst yourselves. I just don't want people waiting for me because I am going to be a while.
It's okay, buddy. No worries.
Thank you.
No, we
Thank you
are
very
eagerly waiting for you. Take your time.
much. Eagerly waiting. Just sat there tapping with fingers.
So does anyone here know what's the motive that the government or the scientific community would have to lie about the nature of our universe?
No, no one's gone and asked them yet.
Are there any?
Are you asking if the government lies?
No, I know they lie. I'm just asking why would they lie
So
about?
you know that they lie, you just don't know why they would lie.
Well, I actually have my own theory. I'm just curious that I'm curious as to what you guys may think. What may be the motive behind it?
Doesn't matter, dude. Your speculation is as good as ours.
So what? So why? Okay. So why would you care? So what's the point of debate the shape of the Earth or whether or not space exists if it doesn't even really matter or affect anybody.
Do you only talk about things that affect you?
That's gonna be the things that I'm gonna like at least prioritize my time or
You want what?
find to be useful to have a conversation about.
No, that's fine. If you don't care about this truth or claim truth, then cool. But you seem to because you're here.
The best we're going to do, mate, is give you lots of speculations. Really, the best we're going to do.
Do you have any
Control, for example,
control?
control of your mind, answering some of life's questions for you. The potential for hiding more resources and more lands, because obviously they've limited the size of the Earth. It could be bigger for all we know. There's lots and lots of speculation as to why we are being lied to about the nature of our reality. Some of them are religious in sense.
Okay.
Just out of curiosity, what was your postulation?
Well, for me, I think it's very obvious that the reason. I mean, and you kind of touched on it there on the latter thing you said, as far as the religious aspect. But if someone was to ask me, I would have no, I, I wouldn't sort of beat around the bush and say, oh, perhaps it doesn't matter, or oh, the government lies about everything, or it could be speculation. That's all we can give you. I would say straight up with confidence that the main reason, eh, yeah, the most significant reason, like what the deepest thing is spiritual warfare that's waged by Satan himself to not only hide God's existence, but God's proximity and his location in heaven above us, above the firmament, sitting in his throne, and on top of that, to hide the literal scientific truth of the Bible, because as you guys know, the Bible's does biblical cosmology is that of a flat Earth within a geocentric universe. That's what I would say.
Right.
It's your
And
belief.
everybody in the server usually knows that this is how I answer that question. The problem with putting this forward, though, and it's not out of confidence or anything like that, is within this kind of debate arena, what will happen as soon as you bring up any type of religion or deity idea is people will start to claim that the flat earth is just and only just an idea because of religious fanatics. This is how we got tarred back in 2014, 15, 16. So we kind of verge on the side of caution with that. The way that we do this is we look at the evidence first. The evidence is obviously that the Earth is a flat stationary plane, which will then add credence to the stories told about in the Bible. But I'm 100% behind you, my friend. And I usually answer that question like this. When you get a globe Earth cosmology, it comes with its own creation story, devoid of God, or most definitely devoid of God from the Bible, because as you pointed out, and right, very correct, the Bible is a flat earth book. In no way, shape, or form did the God of the Bible say he created a spinning ball in the vacuum of space, for example. So yeah, this is how most of us would understand this, to be perfectly honest with you. One of the main reasons is to make the God of the Bible have to be a liar, and then you could argue all day long how you read the Bible, even if the God of the Bible exists.
Plus, there are other flat earthers like me who are not Christians. Oh, so
Yeah.
it's just a
So
fact. Yeah, it's not really it's not necessary. I don't understand why you think it's connected to Christianity, but it's not necessarily. Every other so-called religion, not every other, but tons of other so-called religions also believe in a geocentric flat cosmology. Flat
So
Earth.
that is true. I do grant you that. But what I would argue is there's no other religious text out there that does it to such a degree and level of detail like the Bible does. Not only given the standard American canon of 66 books, but when you start adding the, what, most people would probably consider the Apocrypha, but I believe to be divinely inspired, especially when you consider the fact that over 80 books have always been part of the oldest canon that we know today, which is the Ethiopian Bible, that include books like Jubilees and Second Esdras and Book of Enoch. Book of Enoch alone has an entire section named like the book of the heavenly luminaries or the astronomical book. And so when you consider all of this in as a cumulative perspective, you soon begin to realize the Bible is the only book that perfectly describes to such a level and detail like no other religious text out there does.
That's cool, but like I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna get into it. I don't know if the other guys come back. The guy who was watching the video.
But either way, that would be one of the answers that we would give. But everything else really is up for speculation, my friend, because like I answered right at the beginning, no one's actually gone and asked these people why they've lied to us, and hey, even if we did, would they tell us the truth?
Yeah, I mean,
But from that point onwards, mate, it's now down to you how you research this topic and how you research other topics as well. You sound like quite an intelligent young lad. You seem to have some answers. I'd urge you to keep searching those answers out from that standpoint, especially in this day and age, right? The sooner you find it, the better.
right. And I'm a bit, well, disappointed is not the right term, but maybe I'm a bit surprised you wouldn't, or you're a bit what's the word? Hesitant is the word. You're a bit hesitant to give that answer out like I did. Um, you know, I think as a Christian, you should stand, strong in the faith, regardless of what anybody has to say. And I would say, the idea or the question about the why aspect for the globe deception and the flat Earth truth, it doesn't have has nothing to do about the empirical, observable, scientific evidence that you can make for the flat Earth. It's just that's a completely different topic. And so, if any person tried to accuse you of it being just sort of religiously motivated, um well, you could easily show them how there's thousands, if not hundreds of thousands or millions of testimonies where the most staunch of atheists only became a Christian directly as a result of the flat Earth. That right there alone disproves the idea that flat Earth is just simply a religious fanatic thing to do, because it's by far, in my belief, the number one apologetic tool to preach the gospel to very materialistic, naturalistic, empirically minded atheists.
Then no one isn't. They're not empirically minded. That's the problem. This is the deception I think you've fallen into. The so-called atheists, everyone in the modern debatosphere, everyone's always like, "Oh man, these atheists, they're just too empirical. They're too scientific." They're not. That's the problem. And they frame the debate as if they're the empirical ones. If they were empirical, they would be
Well,
flat.
okay.
They were.
Are, are you
They,
are you denying the fact that atheists have converted to Christianity as a result of the
I don't
flat Earth?
deny. I don't deny that. I think that's still a misstep, though, in my personal opinion. But I'm not going to debate that here.
Okay, you can take the empiricism out of it. Just materialistic and naturalistic atheist.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
yeah, like they don't resonate with this sort of traditional preaching of the gospel. Like, hey, do you want to talk about your Lord and Jesus Christ today? Do you know he loves you very much? He died for your sins 2,000 years ago on a cross, and he rose again, and blah 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 blah. No, they say, hey, get the hell away from me. They say, right?
You know.
They
I know.
they grew up in church with it. They've heard it over and over. They've had Mormons come to their door, right? So when you come at it on their level, where they're, maybe at least you can say scientific minded, or of course we know pseudoscience. At least when you try to reach them on that level, and of course not every atheist, but according to the Bible, the angels in heaven rejoice over one sinner that repents, right? So it doesn't necessarily have to be a numbers game here. According to God, even if one person, that's something to be praiseworthy.
I mean, again, that's your belief. You're a Christian, whatever. More power to you. It's all good.
Are you? Do you believe? Are you atheist? Do you have any
Mm,
sort of?
I'm a theist. I know that God exists.
Oh, okay.
That's all.
TH or D? Theist or deist?
Well, I'm not a deist because I don't assert that God doesn't intervene. I don't have any idea whether he intervenes in reality or not. I'm not a theist because I don't believe in any of the standard religions. But I know I'd be the as per the actual etymology, I'd be a Gnostic because I know that God exists, meaning an ultimate mind. It's the only possible explanation for reality. That's all. That's all I know.
Okay.
Being
Do you,
around in this conversation long enough, it doesn't take long before that "why would they lie" question comes up. It really
That's true.
doesn't take long.
It is true. No, it is an
Right.
interesting topic, but it's like a Flat Earth Jedi said, it's just loaded, and people love to go there and then debate there. And that debate will never end. That is.
Right, but I'm sure you can understand when I say, if you're talking to your average Glober about this, and that question does come up, if you can't give them any sort of, coherent answer that's sensible or logical or reasonable, at that point they can make a decision as to whether or not continuing the conversation even matters, right? Because in their mind, okay, they believe in globe, or even if they were convinced of a flat Earth, either way, it doesn't affect their lives whatsoever. So what's the point? It's just we're just doing this for shits and giggles at that point.
No,
It's not for shits and giggles.
not at all.
Well, if you can't give them a solid reason, what the deception is about, unless the only other reason would be, oh look, these scientists are just stupid and they couldn't figure out the Earth is flat. We're smarter than them, and it's not a deception. They're not lying. They're just too stupid to actually figure out what the real thing is. That'll be like the only other way.
Do you remember my answer to you?
Sorry, Jeff, what was that?
Do you remember my answer to you?
Yeah.
What was it?
Well, your first answer was that it could be it's highly speculative, but then
Mhm.
after I gave my answer, you said you agreed with me.
Yes, 100%. Because when you came in and said I've got my own idea, I kind of had this inkling that you were already on the right track, so I just let you kind of go with it. Within my answer, I also told you as well that when people ask this question, why would they lie? People on this server from 24/7 know me enough that this is exactly how I answer that question every single time without fail, if given the fucking opportunity to be honest with you. But it's about meeting people on their own level. We meet lots and different types of people within the server, from all types of backgrounds with all types of ideas about flat earthers and globe earthers, and what this whole debate is about. So trying to meet people at that level, and sometimes preaching the gospel to them as soon as they walk into the door or through the door isn't always the best choice. Some people are very material in their ways, so we have to demonstrate to them that they have been lied to in the first instance, because ultimately, and we're not wrong when we say this, it is speculation. Yes, there is a grand deception afoot, and some people do not like the answer, but there's also other reasons why we are being lied to as well. But the reason that you and I have discussed is, I would suggest 100% of the main reason why we have been lied to by whoever they are. And we know who they are, right? If you read the Bible, you know exactly who they are.
Well, Satan would be the top honcho, but who who else did you have in mind? Like his little minions, like
Yeah, so it's not just one, is it? There's a multitude of these entities around. It wasn't
yeah,
just one that.
yeah. I was gonna mention kind of like how Ephesians 6:12 kind of
Mhm.
he kind of calls him out. Like I should probably look at the I don't completely butcher it, but yeah. Well, oh, that's pertaining to even the more spiritual thing. But yeah, it says basically it's saying principalities and powers and rulers of darkness of this world against spiritual wickedness in high places. That would kind of go along with that.
Mhm. And we also have to remember as well, not everybody who's regurgitating the story about a spinning globe Earth is necessarily lying to us, not with intent anyway.
Right.
Some people are repeating the story that they've been told, whether that be a teacher at school or somebody that's at a university and has got some kind of high accolade within, I don't know, astrocosmology or some shit. So they're not necessarily lying, they're just repeating the lie. They don't know
Mhm.
that they've been lied to themselves.
Right, but at the very fundamental basis of it all, like the people who are responsible for portraying the globe, like namely perhaps the Jesuits back in the 1500s by way of Jesuit Lemaitre and Nicholas Copernicus and the rest of them. When you talk about them, then you can say that was they can be accused of a grand deception.
Hmm. It's interesting where this globe Earth kind of cosmology comes from. When you do a little bit of historical digging around, you realise that it does come from the Roman Catholic Church, not Christian, by the way. It does come from the Reformation period, and it does come from the Renaissance period as well. So all of
Didn't
that
the
kind of when the church was at war, quote unquote, with science, and science was at war with the church. This was kind of both sides working with each other to give a narrative to the world.
didn't they borrow the cosmologies from some proto version that the Greeks had? Or am I wrong about that?
Yeah.
Right, but even evolution was actually something I think Aristotle came up with the idea, not the formalization of it.
Oh,
All of
did
these
he?
ideas.
Oh wow.
I
Yeah,
don't believe that. I don't- I'll quickly say just on the evolution point. I know it's a tangent, but like I didn't believe that Aristotle came up with or one of those Greek motherfuckers. But someone brought it up, and I was like, no way, that was This is the reason. and that person usually makes stupid points. But I had to eat humble pie that time because they pulled out the reference and they showed it to me, and I was like, shit. On the server too. I was like, whoa, that's insane.
Have you guys seen the documentary Heliosorcery by Earthen Vessels? Maybe you haven't heard of it. Jedi, are you familiar with that documentary?
Sorry, buddy, I was miles away. I was typing. What did you say?
I was asking if you're familiar or have you watched a documentary by the name of Heliosorcery?
It rings a bell, to be honest with you. I've watched so many videos in the past 8 years, man. Remind me what it's about. It sounds familiar.
Well, it would be more of a recent one, like within I think maybe perhaps earlier this year it was released. But yeah, it just basically goes into the history, just like what we were discussing earlier. Yeah, like the history of the globe and how it can be traced back to not only the Roman Catholic Church, specifically the Jesuits, but even when you go back even further, it has a lot of occult ties to the Babylonian mystery schools that people like Hermes Trismegistus was involved in. Trismegistus.
Yeah,
So
Teos UK has just posted that video for me. It's interesting as well because I was going to ask you if you watched a video called Ethereal. It's been around for a good time now, maybe 3-4 years or so. Exactly the same thing. We understand that this idea comes all the way from ancient Babylon, goes through the Hermetic principle and the Kabbalah and out the other side. And we got Michio Kaku saying, it's almost like the Kabbalists had it right 2,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago. No shit, it's the same religion.
I've seen that. Yeah, it's very good. Yeah, channels called Strange in the Fiction. Yeah, I like his content a lot for sure.
Yeah, spot on, buddy. Well done.
Oh, and he's one of the examples where he has content of uh, hundreds, if not thousands, of testimonies from atheists that said, they never believed in God. They were like anti-theists, even. They rejected God, they rejected Christianity, all this stuff, and they'll flat out tell you, hey, well, guess what? When I came to the realization of the truth of our universe, that we have been lied to is a great deception, I I was led, to believing the Bible must be true, which of course that entails, becoming accepting, Yeshua the Messiah.
By the way, and we can end this. I'm just gonna ask a question, and you can end this the moment the other guy comes back and get back on flat Earth. But what if, why, like for the flat earthers, who are Christians? Why do you believe that Like, how would you? Actually, how do I phrase this? Have you not ever considered that Christianity itself might be also part of the controlled dialectic?
Oh, it is. Christianity is very much part of the controlled dialectic. That's why I always mention the Roman Catholic Church and in brackets say who aren't Christian in any way, shape, or form. And most denominations are born out of this filthy whore known as the Roman Catholic Church.
True.
Christianity, by design, has been very much manipulated to take people away from any and all truth. And religion as a whole has been set up by man to divert away from the truth. So when people kind of ask, like, "F you, Jedi, are you a Christian?" I follow Christ. And it's about that much. I follow Jesus Christ. I'm very much a believer in that gospel. I know that he died on the cross. He was buried for 3 days, and he rose again after the third. That's a story that I have faith in and I believe in. But then again, we're going to be starting talking about my own personal experiences, and hey, they're
Right.
mine. Really going to have any credence on this
That's when I
kind of
used to be a Christian. But then I just realized, like, after flat Earth and everything, like, I've just realized that I'm keep my beliefs to a minimum and just like acknowledge facts. I have beliefs still, obviously, but those are based on. I mean, for example, when I engage in some sort of physical skill, I have belief that I'll be able to do it. I don't know, so I understand that there is a place for belief, but I just don't know. Like in terms of like my actual view of the reality, I have very few beliefs, and I make sure I acknowledge that they are beliefs. Whereas a lot of Christians, they often try to place there. Like the other dude who comes in, the guy who's kind of like a showman. I forgot his name. He's on another server as well. They try to place that as knowledge, but they are just beliefs. You don't really know that Jesus died and rose again and all that.
Oh yeah, I wasn't there 2,000 years
Yeah,
ago. I didn't watch
exactly.
that with.
That's fine. And yeah, like I said, I was a Christian for a long time in my life. No, it's no pointing fingers or anything. I'm just
But yeah, the world is full of deception. The first video that I watched back in 2015 was "They are hiding God with the biggest lie ever told," and that was right up my alleyway. 15 minutes into that video, I realised they were talking about flat Earth, and from that moment, I was hooked. It was that moment in my life where I've been asking for, I say asking, been praying a lot about, wanting to understand if God's existence was real and all of these types of things. So that was primarily one of my larger steps on this journey, my personal journey of mine. Understanding that this Earth is obviously a created system. Next question, and you guys know me well enough. The next question you ask when you understand the Earth is flat and stationary is how the fuck did that get here then? Next up, we're off into religion. Got to find those answers somehow. And I was well aware that religion, quote unquote, was one of those tools that is obviously used to deceive people. Like I said, the majority of Christian denominations comes out of the Roman Catholic Church.
Shave your head.
Yeah, so if I was what's your name, brother? Esoteric baboon. Interesting. I'll call you Gnostic or something. I don't know. So yeah, if I had to answer your question, first I would say there's a lot of highly knowledgeable biblical scholars. I'm sure probably Jedi is probably more knowledgeable in the Bible. Like for example, how long have you been Christian, Jedi? Just curious.
How long have I been a Christian? I've been a Christian since 1995. I was baptized when I was 19 years old. I fell away from the church and ended up back in the world, so to speak. And it was around 2015 when I came to the understanding the Earth was flat and stationary that
Uh,
my faith was kind of upheld.
Gotcha.
I've
Okay.
got nearly 30 years research into the topic, mate. So
Okay. Yeah. That's what I thought. So you're definitely one of the OGs in the game, if you can put it that way. So it's only been since 2020 for me. Ever since the whole COVID pandemic hoax thing. But I believe God took me on a wonderful journey of waking up to a bunch of truths in this world, from all sorts of things, including like the Illuminati and the idea of celebrities selling their souls to the devil for riches and fame, and I even got down to the very like dark sort of darker rabbit holes you can get into, like as far as like satanic, child ritual abuse, with the whole Pizzagate kind of deal. But then I I ended up on the whole flat Earth thing, which there's nothing dark about it. If anything, it sort of gives you it makes you look at the world with like a new set of eyes, like as if you're a child, like reborn into the world. When you when you sort of realize that like the Earth is still and that God created the sun, moon, and stars specifically for us. It's a total epiphany and a complete night and day world change, right? um so yeah, so it's only been about a little over 3 years for me now. So okay, so to answer your question, is he still here? Oh, my left.
Rebel.
He's
Rebel,
what?
do you know what death feels like? Do you know what death feels like?
Is he breaking up or is it just?
Oh shit, I might be breaking.
No, you're okay now.
I'm gonna put my headphones in anyway. Wait, does someone have a question for me?
Yeah, Rebel, do you know death? Have you
Dark?
realized death? Do you know
Oh,
what death feels like?
I do.
You're
No,
breaking up again.
okay, hold on.
hovers over the mute another motherfucker button.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, I do not know what death feels like. Whoever's asked me that.
You've never thought about like non-existence and like ever? Like you've never thought about non-existence?
Non-existence.
Death.
Before I was a Christian, I may have thought about it, but I always kind of generally believed in a heaven and hell concept. But now that I am a born again Christian, I don't believe is such thing as non-existent. Well, no, hold on, there is. The non-existence that would exist under the Christian worldview is after God throws you into the lake of fire and you no longer cease to exist. Because I don't hold to eternal conscious torment where God is some sort of sadistic torturer that punishes you for 80 years of sin or whatever somehow as a cruel and unusual punishment to make you suffer in a eternally burning fire for forever and ever. I don't believe that.
No, at least you're not that sadistic, because that is the most retarded belief I've ever heard that some Christians have.
Yeah. And like and by the way, but like Jedi mentioned, guess what? That doctrine heavily popularized by guess who? The Roman Catholic Church. So there you go.
Well, no
Yeah, let me interject here, guys. I'm an Eastern Orthodox Christian, and
Oh boy.
doctrinally, we don't believe in the whole hellfire thing either. We believe that hell is separation from God.
Amen.
Okay.
Are we already dead?
I mean,
Or are we
the
alive right
eternal
now?
torment is just like, it's a ludicrous belief system. Literally, honestly, that's the reason a lot of people become Christians too initially, because they get scared the shit out of as children, saying that you'll be taught. Literally,
Are we
they teach
alive
you in
or
Sunday
dead
school
right
that
now?
you'll be tortured for eternity
Are we alive or are we
for
dead
fucking
right
stealing a pencil or something.
now? Isn't that weird? How can we be alive?
Actually, I won't
dead?
trauma them. They don't say that. They say when you're a
How
child, it's
can
okay, but
time go
like
from
when you're
us
Well,
older
being
and
maybe
alive?
heaven and hell are right here at the same time.
So there is still
yeah,
a
honestly,
non-existence
I do have a
outside
belief
of
too,
our
and I
experience.
think annihilation. Even though I wouldn't believe in the symbolism that goes around your version of annihilationism, I think it makes sense. I think we are in some sort of a soul sorting process, and some of them just they're animal in nature, and they just get blotted out of existence.
Yeah. So quickly, I think it's Womp, Mr. WWE Womp. To answer your question, yes we are alive. Any other questions?
If you believe you have, you're gonna lose. If you believe you don't have, you never lose.
Sound like a Buddhist.
Very good. That's probably up there with the amount of with the type of philosophical masturbation I've heard. But hey, more power to you. Um, so if I can continue answering Baboon's
I
question.
actually have another
Okay. All
question.
right. Oh
I
boy.
do have another
I didn't
question.
have a question, bro.
I
Well,
want to
well, you
know
said how do you know Christianity is true, right? Remember you asked that, and not part of the
I,
control mechanism. You asked
I never.
that.
Yeah, I asked. I know. I simply said, has anyone considered whether or not it is part of the control dialectic? And most people acknowledge that it is in its current form. So that's all. I don't have anything beyond that.
I want to know what matters about what you say. Like, what about you matters? That's what I want to know. What have you done that matters? Like, really? Like, I'm gonna test if it matters, whatever you say, unless it really matters.
Well,
Are you
bringing people
talking?
to
Who
the
are you
other.
talking to?
To you,
Sorry,
rebel.
sorry, Dib.
What have I done that matters? I mean, I work in a job that helps develop software security software. I mean, and people residential uh, people living in houses and commercial businesses as well find it very useful. I mean,
But
that's probably the
It
first thing that pops
that
to mind.
doesn't matter too much. Anything
why are you
else?
justifying your job
What
to
have
internet
you
culture? Like, what
learned?
the hell is
Like,
going on?
what
Like,
do you know anything valuable?
oh my god, man. Dude, stop talking to the troll.
Because don't they have Indian kids learning how to do that shit? You know, they could just
This guy's
hire
a
some
troll.
offshore.
Trolling, dude. Just like
Rookie.
literally
You
responding.
could use some Turkish
Wait,
freak.
do you have him on mute? Is that why you were talking over him earlier? Or
Yeah, yeah. I think I had him on mute. I turned him back up now.
I'm asking you if you know anything that matters.
But
Like,
he's literally trolling and asking this.
I just don't think you really understand anything that matters in this life. Like, I don't.
Fucking hell, man.
But what does matter? That will always be determined.
We're going to have a vote on this, guy. So he's going to stay muted until we all decide that he's worth talking to. So I've muted him till then. Aristocrat Baboon, hands up or hands down?
wait, you can vote here.
Yeah,
Well,
I vote. Yeah, I
just initiate one, so yeah.
stay muted. I vote stay muted because I had him turned all the way down. I just turned him back up because I don't want to derail. Like he's asking retarded questions. So.
What happened to our friend Doctor of Goobers watching those videos?
Yeah, that's what I want to see. That's what I want to hear.
Oh, he's still watching
Oh
those
yeah,
videos?
sorry. Yeah, I'm still here. I'm just running the numbers and doing the mathematics and
I'm
calculating everything.
unmuted. As I
Dude.
was saying, I will
Oh boy,
tell what
how'd that
really
happen?
matters in this life. I have studied this life through death, and I've realized
Did he know
There's no point. There's no point of listening to that guy. Just keep on mute.
I didn't.
Ay ay ay. Boy.
I'm not gonna lie, you guys are far more patient than I would have been. I would have muted him after the first sentence.
We like to demonstrate people, usually with their words they'll hung themselves, so I think most people lost patience for that type of trolling.
Oh, definitely. It's alright though. Oh, it seems they left after they were muted.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Well,
He's just a
troll the
doomer.
forest.
That's all he is.
Mm. It's very, very deadpan kind of voice too. So whatever his diet and lifestyle may be, it's clearly giving him the most optimal vitality that he needs to thrive in this life. So
Yeah, obviously. I mean, he doesn't think anything matters. That's just because he has no purpose. Like that's
Ah,
his issue.
the classic case of Friedrich Nietzsche nihilism. Very good. That's you can argue that's what the heliocentric globe model does. If the Earth is just nothing but a relatively speaking, if there are, you know, as massive and gigantic as it is, with our perspective here on Earth, when you scale it out to an you know this ever expanding, never ending, infinite vacuum, black dark void of outer space that has all these black holes that can apparently spaghettify you if you come anywhere near them, well then very quickly you do start to take on a very nihilistic view to the world, where you know why would life on Earth be any special? Because there could very well be life out there somewhere on another planet, and so why is God concerned with us? You know?
Yeah. It's you're just atoms, dude, and love is just chemicals in your brain, bro. That's what it's convincing you.
Yeah, just an input output deterministic mechanism where you probably don't even have free will, and you know you're just a machine. You're a robot essentially.
Hey, I didn't mean to interject, but as somebody who holds the belief of the whole like chemicals and all that shit in your brain, that in no way devalues it. Love is still a strong force that should be
Exactly.
recognized. In no way does it devalue it. People who sit there and are like, "Oh, but these are just chemicals in your brain." Yes, and they're cool chemicals. Have you ever felt loved?
Yeah.
People are nutty. Yeah, no, it's very silly when people do shit like
They
that. Sorry
can't.
for interjecting.
Well, they can't just be chemicals in your brain. Fuck, I'm taking the bait. I shouldn't. No, I'll stop.
I believe in a
No,
spiritual
it's
connection. Yeah.
yeah, obviously spiritual
We
connection
just
is completely valuable because if you go to like neurochemistry is objective. So in being objective, it's finite. So we can go to like, oh, the chemicals are the things that do it. Yeah, but what causes the chemicals? Oh, this behavior. Yeah, but what causes that behavior? And then it keeps going. So spirituality kind of has the upper hand in that
Yeah.
specific regard.
not just that. Just like you
Hmm.
can't. They can't. Like your anything that you're feeling, any qualia that you experience, cannot logically, philosophically speaking, be identical to chemicals simply because they're not from direct experience. You can't. In order for something to be identical, it has to share. I mean, the only way we could define that is it has to share all properties with the thing that it's supposed to be identical with, and it doesn't. Just from direct experience, you can't just by showing someone some chemicals, molecules, whatever you want to call them. You're never gonna show them an emotion. In other words, if you could look prior to feeling any emotion, right, as a child or whatever, right? Let's say you're a really smart child, but you've just not felt any emotions. You've been in a white room. This is kind of like the Mary's room experiment, I suppose, or thought experiment. You could show people all of the symbol notation around and everything, all the knowledge to do with colors, but until they've experienced a color, they've not experienced it. So they just don't share identity. So they can't be the same.
Yeah, I think Doctor ultimately conceded um, to the human experience being more than just biochemistry or some sort of like chemical reactions in our body, but
Yeah.
I don't concede to that. I just think that the scientific model, due to being objective for now, is at a finite standing, and eventually we will be able to have a more well thought out reasoning behind what causes
You
every
can't.
single event. Because
You can't.
currently we have neuroscience, which is obviously the thing that is studying, they're using the scientific method on the brain chemistry, how hormones function, how things like dopamine, the reward chemical happen, serotonin, endorphins, all that shit. And then psychology is the thing we currently have, which is studying the behaviors specifically and how the behaviors are causing the neurochemical reaction and linking between the events. Eventually, we will have more upon those due to the scientific model infinitely adapting upon itself. But for now, I do have to say, spirituality can't really be disproven whatsoever by science, but nor can it be proven at all in any
I
way that I
just,
find
dude,
objective.
Yeah.
this is the problem because it's not a question of spirituality or science or the advancement of science. It cannot bridge this gap. It's a philosophical impasse.
and
Cannot-
metaphysical, yeah.
it- well, I don't use the word metaphysical. People think that means magic. Like it doesn't. It has a very specific meaning, but I just try to stay clear of all these words. Philosophical, then people understand. logical, philosophical, I kind of substitute those words in place of metaphysical, but in other conversations I will use that. That aside, so I said, like, no matter how much advancement there is in science, you could have a one-to-one correlation with every single brain pattern and every single emotion to the point where it's 100% predictive, right? That would still not even do anything to bridge the impasse that I'm talking about, which is the lack of identity between the qualia that you experience and the physical things, that the physical events that are associated with it. There's no bridging that impasse. It's like saying, and I borrowed this from someone else on Discord who's actually a stupid glober, but he makes good points on. But he says it's like trying to say, well, science will ultimately discover the married status of the number 2. It's a category error. You can't bridge that qualitative divide simply by adding more data and having more models. Like I said, you could have a one-to-one predictive model where you literally see this chain of chemical reactions unfolding, and you know what the person's going to experience, you right? Well, obviously, I don't even believe that that's ever going to happen. But let's just concede in some fanciful world that could actually happen. It still wouldn't show. It still wouldn't show you what a qualia feels like. It's impossible. It's a philosophical impossibility.
So Mr. Esoteric, yeah, definition wise, metaphysics, it seems to be a branch of philosophy. So I don't think you'd be wrong to use that word to make your argument.
No, of course you can use the word. It's just that a lot of people in just like colloquial circles think that means magic, and people have, and then it's been used. I use metaphysics all the time when I'm talking to people who know what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay. I would say, who cares what they think? Just, if they think it's magic, you can just
That's
correct
also,
them.
that's a fair point, I suppose. But I don't know.
Yeah.
I think that's a bit of that's down to the person, the interlocutor. Like sometimes I just decide to. Sometimes I use it. Sometimes I don't. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I think when talking to a group of flat earthers, we seem to be, we seem to have a higher level of intelligence than your average glober per se. Put it that way. So
I don't even.
so you could,
I don't even think that's true, because
not
I just
really not even
no,
on average.
I don't think we have higher intelligence. I think it's pretty much even across the board. I'd say a lot of flat earthers, not all of them,
There's
will
something.
become more well versed in philosophy simply because they have to untangle the web of incoherent
Well, that's
global.
no. That's just sophistry. If they're using philosophy to make their argument, despite the globe being complete pseudoscience, I would argue that's just they're highly skilled in sophistry.
No, I'm not talking about the globe earthers being better at philosophy. I'm saying flat earthers, actually, a lot of them, not all of them, tend to become a lot better at philosophy, let's say, simply because
Oh.
they learn how to untangle the web of weird
Mm-hmm.
globe earthers have. That's
Oh,
something.
okay, okay.
Nobody listened to Esoteric Baboon. He stole my wife and he owes me money.
Ha 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 ha.
That's,
Nobody listened to.
Don't troll Nubi, they'll just mute you. And then I can't help you.
I don't need your help. I need my wife back.
Oh, what can I say, man? You choose your own fate in this room.
Yeah, I was just gonna say earlier to respond to what Doctor said that it kind of diminishes the sort of the wonder and just amazing thing that we call this human experience if you just sort of um, diminish it down to, or what's the word? God, terrible my vocabulary. Um, what's the word when like
Neurochemistry or
Biochemistry?
no, what's the word when you like instead of looking at the bigger picture of things, you like dwindle it down to like its individual aspects. There's a word, damn it.
Reductionism?
Oh, exact. Thank you. Who said that? Yeah, it's a very reductionist type approach where you say, oh, it's just all down to chemicals because At that case, you'd have to say you'd have to be able to distinguish the difference between the human body as far as its its physiology and biochemistry, um, but also it's biology as well, meaning it's a life, it's a living organism. If you're saying that's just a bunch of chemicals, well then what would be the difference between that and just like a test tube full of chemicals? Like there has to be a difference.
Well, yeah, definitely. Most people who hold the ideology and believe in the neuroscientific understanding and the scientific standing only have this very nihilistic ideology of the world, where it's like, oh, we're all just like bits of flesh. We're little balls of fat who are controlling a flesh mech suit, essentially. And that's how a lot of people view it. I don't see it in any way forceful of that opinion on reductionism, as if you go into the neurochemistry, there's your understanding what behaviors cause those chemicals, what the chemicals are made of, what we're made of, and studying all of that. And yes, some people could just sit there and boil it down to, oh, we're made of proteins, fat, nutrients, and we're made of 70% water, amino acids, and those all over time and shit, and yada yada, with just these balls of blob. But I don't see why that has to be a reductionist view, as it's understanding the fundamentals and the objective understanding of our world. In no way should it change my perspective. I think humanity is awesome. I think there is a lot of wonder in the world. Just the wonder alone of studying it is very interesting to me. But I do see what you mean by the vast majority of people with that understanding kind of boil it down and see it as very nihilistic and reductionist.
Yeah.
What's nihilistic?
Nihilistic or nihilism is like just easy way to explain it is kind of just the emo ideology. Everything sucks, everything's gonna suck.
Nothing
Kind of
matters.
like Buddhism without being cool. Like an
Are you
understanding you
talking
can
about nihilistic? Nihilism?
Well, that's what he
yeah,
said.
another way of pronouncing it.
Okay, yeah, that's not what it is, but okay.
No, there's definitely more than one pronunciation for nihilism
You
or
have a good
nihilism.
accent. You have a nice accent. Can you convince Esoteric Baboon to return my wife and my money, please?
Yes, I reckon I could. Can you give this delusional man his pretend wife?
Pretend wife? Oh my
Well,
god, man. I
you
thought
know,
the English was supposed to be polite.
when you give, like, when a child is like playing as a cashier register or some kind of other job, and you're like playing with the child, and you have to give them fake money in order to stimulate the experience with them. Do a similar thing for him, where you kind of just hand over his imaginary wife, just mime it out.
Dude, I don't know what kind of fucked up play school your parents sent you to, but they always gave me
So,
real money, and that's why I'm so much richer.
if your parents always gave a very small, like 4-year-old
Oh,
real money,
oh,
I think
little
your
English
parents are
boy.
very good
Oh,
to
little
understand.
English.
But
Thank
yeah,
God.
also on earlier, people asked me about like the calculations of the light and everything. And with counting refraction, it's definitely possible to view those as I would love to bring up the document and go in like on things, so I'm gonna have to quickly gloss over the things I've written as it's a bunch of fucking numbers, and I'm gonna repeat what I've written down. I hope that's okay in just a moment.
Ugh.
Yeah. So I'd be interested in that. But because you mentioned love earlier, I would argue that sure there are biochemical hormones associated with love, like yeah, sure, like dopamine. What's the other one? Oxytocin, I think is the most uh, prominent one. But you know, eh, to say, like, for example, when you say you love your wife or you love your parents, or if you have a child, you love your son or daughter, um, to say that's just purely a result of biochemical reactions or hormones being produced in your body, it's kind of, I would say, it's diminishing the value of what it truly means to love someone. I think there's a deeper sort of connection being made there that can only be explained by the sort of life force that's given by the spirit, which of course in my worldview would be, the spirit that was given to man, but by God, like we can see being given to Adam that you find in Genesis chapter 2 verse 7, where it says God breathed into the nostrils of Adam and he became a living soul, right? So I do believe an inherent part of the human nature is that we do have the spirit of God residing within us.
That is very interesting, and I do like the way you put that, especially using the referencing from the Bible where it states to breathe once into like Adam. And the action of breathing alone is associated with the giving of life. So that's actually beautiful excerpt and a studying from the Bible, and I love the fact you referenced it. But in the factor of it diminishes, as you say, it could diminish the wonder and it could diminish the understanding of how beautiful those interactions truly are. And believing that there is some more spiritual force motivating you to that love is definitely understanding, but it doesn't necessarily disprove the fact that those chemicals exist. And if I was to support the spiritualist argument of like love is a greater force, you could always argue that those chemicals exist as the materialistic manifestation of that spiritualistic force. And in no way does that devalue the fact that these chemicals exist. We can measure oxytocin, we can measure dopamine, we can measure these chemicals, and we know they exist, and that is their primary function. But that in no way disrespects or puts the spiritualist understanding of love in a backseat. It depends on your viewpoint, but objectively, those chemicals are what do that. But to view humanity for only a materialistic and objective lens is flawed in and of itself, as the behaviors that cause that alone are still under study.
Yeah, I never denied the existence of those hormones. In fact, I mentioned them specifically. I'm just saying, and I think you can understand, or you probably see my perspective at this point. I'm just saying those two things are not mutually exclusive. You can have both, right? You can have both the hormones and the spiritual side of it. Neither of those two things negate each other, and in fact, they can, you know, there's no problem of them working together in a sense.
Guys, there's been another bombing in Gaza.
Oh boy.
Thank you.
I am so sorry, I disconnected for a moment.
Okay, no problem.
I did hear the last part of your thing though, so thank you very much for responding still, but I was disconnected.
All good.
Also, I really don't mean to suddenly slap this in here, but this did take me a while to calculate, and I had to convert the miles to kilometers, which was easy, but overcomplicate this so much. But with the video sent, so the Santa Barbara platform habitat is like 15.14393 kilometers away. That's the distance in D. The height of that structure is 27.4, as stated in the excerpt itself. And the air temperature at the time was, of course, 17.2 degrees Celsius, which can definitely account for the light refraction. Curvature of the Earth, B2B, P squared A, equals 6335. 439 kilometers, and then obviously the limit on how you see on the horizon line is obviously deviating depending on light refraction. But then there's the fact that we know his simulated viewpoint is 1 foot or 0.3048 meters, and the distance DO is 15.14393 kilometers. So then the target's hidden distance would be 13.6190 meters, which obviously the oil rigs are larger than that. And even considering that, with the light refraction, you'd definitely be able to see the vast majority of the structure given the temperature 17.2 degrees Celsius. And then the horizon distance itself is obviously 1.970726 kilometers. So obviously light refraction could definitely equate to the vast majority of why we can see the habitats in such a way, due to the fact that light refraction can't affect to as high of degree as 40%, which is the maximum typically, but with 17.2 degrees Celsius, and given the fact it's over an oceanic area and it's over a body of water, is deviating in temperature could definitely equate for the light refraction. I didn't mean to slap this all in here, it's just in case the people who sent me that reference are still here, where I'd like to state it doesn't in any way really disprove the globe. But it is still very lovely, and I loved watching that and doing the maths, but it was very fucking draining.
Do you reckon you could do the math on a 29-mile horizon?
Actually, I did the math on the observation of the oil rigs and back engineer what a temperature gradient would have had to be present, and then compared it to the weather stations around in the area, and it actually seemed to closely match.
Sorry, what horizon distance are you using, both of you?
We're using the values given on the video itself, and then the distancing depending on what you're observable using the Earth's curvature.
Okay, there's been some added on.
What do you mean there's been something added on?
Information with regards to the horizon distance. The horizon is actually 29 miles away from you. Extra observations. So within the video, you'll see a jot of land. Sorry. So literally see a jot of land. The horizon's past that area of the bay, and that area of the bay is 20.
The area of the bay, do you mean the oil rig, or sorry, I don't often use the word bay. I don't know what.
Yes, so the oil rigs are in a bay, and where the bay arches round, the corner of the bay can be seen in the image. The horizon is actually past the corner of the bay, for want of better words. The end of the bay is 29 miles, I believe, from the observer.
Yeah, that's one of them. That's the simulation 2. Not simulation 2, that is object 2, which is one of the bays. I was measuring the secondary bay, the Hill House Santa Barbara habitat, which was 15.14393 kilometers away in distance after deviating it from the miles.
Which refraction calculator were you using?
For refraction,
Yes.
I was just using the fact that refraction can potentially deviate it due to the percentages used and how it's literally just a couple of meters off. Like the fact that the height was only a couple meters off, like, and it was still visible on the horizon line, it's definite
not
that light
worry about-
refraction could change it. Because
Let's
the
not worry
targeted
about
hidden.
No, we're just interested in the distance to the horizon. The oil rig's only there as distance. Obviously, when you watch the video, and I hope that you did, that you can see the distortion in the atmosphere. That's why the crane on the left-hand side is wobbling around a bit. But that's distortion. That can be demonstrated by heat. Like you mentioned, you've already got quite a bit of moisture in the atmosphere for a 90 degrees Celsius atmosphere. But you can see the distortion.
It's not a crane. It's not a crane. It's a flare boom. So yeah, it would be hot around that one. And why are you interested in the distance to the horizon?
Because we're looking for the geometric horizon, the thing that is causing apparently obstruction for things at distance, right?
Okay. Why would you be looking for the geometric horizon? What's the difference between the horizon and the geometric horizon?
The difference between the horizon, your claim of Earth curve is physical obstruction. As in the Greeks, thousands of years ago, couldn't see boats that went out to sea because they descended below the curvature of the Earth. Physical obstruction, right?
It's incorrect.
Oh, it's incorrect now. So
wait a second.
Very quickly.
Wait. I'll explain. If you let me, I'll explain.
And maybe I was still talking.
Okay.
Maybe I was still talking. So are you going to assert that the story given to us by the Greeks and up to modern days, Princeton University and somewhere in between, Bill Nye, the science guy, of physical Earth curve obstruction is the thing we shouldn't be looking for? You're going to have problems with Princeton University, mate.
That's stated in a way that I can't really say if that would be an honest or accurate assessment.
So there is no Earth curve then, is that what you're saying?
Wait, so the curvature of Earth would imply obstruction, yes, but that obstruction would not be expected to be at a fixed distance if there is anything other than the obstruction itself that can influence the observation. We know that light does not always travel exactly straight in air. We know that, we already mentioned it, that heat around the flare boom, for example, can lead to distortions. That means that the light from the heat from the flare boom does not travel in a straight line from the target that we're observing to the observer.
that means that we have to take that into consideration when we're making observations like this.
So what if we
But
change the
you're
parameter?
not taking this into consideration for your
Yeah.
prediction of where obstruction should occur, which is not correct.
Oh yeah. See, if you've been around in this conversation as long as I have, you'll understand that for 5 years your claim was physical Earth curve horizon, but we were always mentioning that light changes path and refraction and all of these types of things. Then after the January the 1st, 2020, when the Black Swan came around, you lot, and I say to ubiquitous you, it might not been you personally, changed your argument and then said, why would you even assert that we could even see Earth curvature, whilst arguing it for 5 years? Whilst also demonstrated by Princeton University and by Bill Nye the Science Guy and other quote-unquote TV personalities who give us demonstrations of ships on board. Physical obstruction was the assertion of why the Greeks couldn't see that boat. Now, would you like to change the parameters? Would you like to make maybe the temperatures all the same, say over a frozen lake on a cold day, where the water temperature of the ice is -2 degrees and the air temperature is 2 degrees? Would you like to do that one as well? We can do that for you. See, long
That would be a temperature difference of 4 degrees between -2 and 2.
-2 and -2. No temperature
At that location.
no temperature difference between the frozen lake and the atmosphere above.
Okay, and no pressure difference either, and no humidity difference either.
Either way. How would you like this served up to you? Would you like it served up to you with a laser test? Would you like it served up to you with infrared photography, for example? We understand that the wavelength of infrared light doesn't react the same way as bands in the colour spectrum that we can see. Master, it's been a long time, buddy. Nice to
It does. Infrared light also refracts.
I didn't say it didn't.
Less.
I said
But the photography with the infrared photography is done in near infrared, which is very close to visible light.
So it's a slightly different refraction value, isn't it? Infrared light to the visible spectrum, like I said.
Yeah, so is the refraction between red and blue, and despite that, we do not commonly see chromatic aberration when we observe far away targets. So the difference that it makes must be small enough for the difference in the wavelengths must be small enough for the aberration not to occur.
I do love it when you guys backwards engineer things. It's awesome.
No, it's just very obvious that the distance to the horizon, where the horizon occurs, is a very poor tool to examine the question, the thing in question here, which is if is a curvature present or not.
Observer, how far away should it be? For the 1 foot observer, where should it be?
Depends on the ambient condition. Depends on the light path.
No, without all of that crap.
You can construct it with a straight line, but that does not reflect. This does not reflect observing it optically in reality.
Very simple fucking question, Sunshine. Without the atmosphere, where should the geometric horizon be for a 1 foot observer?
Why are you asking this question?
All right, I'll get
There's no
it up
disagreement
on
about that.
numbers. Give me just a second. I've got it all written down.
I've got it all written down for a 1 foot observer. It should be at 1.2 miles away. 1.2 times the square root of the observed height in feet. So without the atmosphere in the way, the geometric horizon should be at 1.2 miles. Now, are you going to assert?
Yes, and so
hold on. Going somewhere, hold your horses, Sunshine. So you're going to assert when we put the atmosphere back into play, the atmosphere between where we are and where the geometric horizon is going to magically project to the horizon backwards 10 miles at a safe distance. 10 miles is actually 29, but 10 miles. Are you saying that the atmosphere between us and 1 mile is going to cause the horizon to go backwards and project the back of that curve to be level? Because it's a curve after the Sagittarius, isn't it? Is that what you're going to...
Nothing magical about it. It depends on the ambient condition. The horizon will occur, under this model, the horizon will occur where the light path between the target and the observer is tangent to the surface of the curvature of Earth.
So are you telling me that things...
And yes, if the light path is no longer straight, then the horizon is expected to be at a different location than what is constructed with a straight line.
Excuse me, you're going to tell me that something that should be 1.2 miles away is actually 10 miles away to the observer?
Okay,
Yeah, I'm going to
No,
quickly summarize
no,
because
no.
both
The
of you
point
are
where
using very
the
specific
tangent through
terminology.
the tangent, the straight line through the observer, touches the curvature of Earth, still stays the same. But this is not the line where you see the obstruction happening. Where you see the obstruction happening is where the path of light to the
Oh, yeah.
observer is tangent to the surface. And when that's not on a straight line, that's at a different point than what you just constructed with a straight line.
Yeah, so what we're currently dealing with is obviously you're arguing the horizon distance needs to be 1.9 kilometers, aka the 1.2 miles you've mentioned. And if it's 1.9 kilometers and the target's hidden distance, aka whatever you can't see, would be anything roughly below 13.6190 meters. So, considering the fact that the habitat we've seen is 27.4 meters, under the curvature, we should only be able to see like half of it. But that's assuming that light travels in a straight pattern, which, as we know from environmental factors, such as we've already mentioned, temperature and other arbitrary measures, it can change and deviate from that. So it's entirely possible a difference of like 13 meters could be possible from light changing its direction slightly from a distance of like 1.9 kilometers away, like from this massive distance, and then considering how far away the actual structure is, in which we know it's 15 kilometers away, that is a massive distance. So any light change from that distance is going to be completely huge and change how much we can see. So it's entirely possible light refraction can make it so we can see it. I just thought I'd quickly summarize it because both of you are using very specific and terminology specifically for your own points, and it kind of clashes.
Oh yeah, of course it clashes because you don't have a geometric horizon.
We do have a
No,
geometric
you don't
horizon.
observe a
Okay,
geometric
okay, why?
horizon because you
Oh, okay,
observe
carry
it
on.
through air, and that doesn't makes it so that the line of sight between the target and observer is not guaranteed to be straight, which would need it to be to observe the geometric horizon or to know that you observe the geometric horizon.
So we've never seen a geometric horizon then, right?
Incorrect,
But we
not
have
necessarily. It's
so hold
possible
on,
that
hold on.
you have seen it, but
Exactly.
it's not necessarily easy to distinguish when you have seen it, when you not have seen it, if you do not have knowledge of the curvature or non-curvature of the Earth a priori to observing the distance to the horizon.
So being as we're
That's why
always
it's a poor
looking,
tool
so being,
to
oh no,
that's
you're going to
why
carry on. So being as
I'm
we're
going
always,
some.
no, we're always looking for atmosphere, right? Always.
No, I'm not. You can go somewhere, but I can't.
Thank you. That's
Got
fine.
it.
So we're always looking through atmosphere, correct?
Hmm?
Good.
Yes.
So when have we ever seen a
Probably.
physical geometric horizon as asserted within the math?
Well, okay, so we know that there's conditions where we see, for example, where we see inferior mirages. That's when we would see see less fog than we would commonly, and then there's conditions where we see, for example, superior mirages. That's when we see further than we would expect. So in between those two conditions, which can occur at different times at
They
the
s-
same location, you would have
they
you would
say
have
when
to
it's
go through a condition where the light path was essentially straight.
supposed
You're roboting really hard.
We can't understand the word you're saying, Zen Al.
argument.
Yeah, sorry, I really don't mean to be disrespectful, but your mic is really roboting. Also, Banned Truth, I noticed you just posted a ship below the horizon line. I'm kind of confused on what the purpose was. But as we've said, I don't know where this argument is going between you two, but it's very hard to keep up. So I'm kind of just stuck here wondering because you're talking about observing through an atmosphere all the time. And I'm wondering how this is applicable to what you've just seen, because you've already said that light refraction happens and that it could
Yeah.
make it available for us to observe those oil rigs. Not oil rigs, habitats, sorry, they have the same structure.
We're not
So
interested in the rigs. We're interested where the horizon appears to be with regards to the oil rigs. I think it's the third time I've said that now.
I thought you already had where the horizon line is.
In relation to the oil rigs. We're not looking for any hidden distance or anything like that. We're looking for the horizon and where it appears to be. If you'd watched the video, you'd understand that the horizon was in two locations before he zoomed in and after he zoomed in. Before he zoomed in, the horizon was before the oryx. Then he zoomed in. Oryx come into view, then the horizon gets projected backwards. So an optical
No.
phenomena, and you're all just
Zooming does not
up
change the
with-
horizon, of course.
Well, it clearly was before the oryx in the image, and then the oryx come into view, that the horizon goes beyond the oryx. But all you're really doing is just demonstrating.
Might not have been resolved properly, but it does not change. That doesn't mean that the horizon was clearly before and then clearly after. That's not occurring.
You're going to keep talking, my friend. I've shut up loads of times for other people to talk. Why do you have to keep talking through me?
Yeah, Jedi.
So all you're doing is demonstrating our point to us. Thank you very much for doing that. Right, the horizon isn't geometric. Yeah, we know.
Actually, it can still be geometrically determined, given that we know the light path.
Well, have you got a direct measurement of Earth curvature then?
Me personally done, I have not done it personally, no.
If you look,
But I
if you
can
look
explain a
throughout your
method
own
with which you
story.
should be able to differentiate a curvature versus a flatness. Yes.
Okay, because if you look
Jedi.
throughout your own, go on.
Isn't the curvature, it's like 8 miles squared or something, right?
God, no, that's the rate of drop between point A and point B on the surface is 8 inches per mile squared, where the physical geometric horizon should be is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Yeah, I'm done.
All right. So, what we're interested in is what you can look at is trying to figure out if level water at rest is horizontal, that is defined as a straight flat plane, or if it's not. To do that, the easiest way would be to measure if verticals that are separated by a few miles or a few thousand feet are parallel to each other, or if they are not parallel to each other. And to do that, you could measure the angle between. You could measure the angle between a line between the vertical and, that connects two verticals, and you measure the angle between the line connecting the verticals and the vertical at both ends, at both verticals. If those two angles add up to 180 degrees, then we know the two verticals are parallel. If the angles add up to more than 180 degrees, then we know that the two verticals cannot be parallel to each other. And if the two verticals are not parallel to each other, then that means level water, which would orient itself to be perpendicular to that vertical, because that's where level and horizontal comes from being perpendicular to the vertical orientation that we experience when we jump up, we drop down vertically. And so does water. Would not form a flat surface, because then it would have to like squish itself into different directions that are not perpendicular to vertical at every place. And if that level of water is flat, a straight line, because the two verticals and every vertical in between over the body of water are parallel to each other, then a level body of water would be flat. But if the verticals would not be parallel to each other, then it would mean that the water would orient itself so that it stays perpendicular to vertical at each specific location and not be flat. And that would be a direct measurement of curvature. And going from there, you can then observe distances to the horizon and then figure out what's going on with the light path when you do not see geometrically in straight lines, which you obviously don't in those cases.
Yeah, what he said.
I'm not gonna lie, this debate. Sorry, I did leave for a while because I wanted to explore the options, but I don't know if it's because I'm an initiate or whatever my rules are, but I'm suppressed in most channels. Very odd. I wonder if I need to wait for that. But other than that, I
Come with
did come
time,
back,
buddy.
and I'm wondering a
That'll
lot
come
of
with time.
yeah. Oh, thank you very much. That's I was gonna go to Mello to ask, but thank you for telling me.
No
But
worries, man. You have to be around for a bit of time before you get text permissions in a guest room. If you want, you can send messages in one of the usual rooms, and some of us will try and communicate with you there. But unfortunately, it's just with regards to the server rules itself. In guest rooms, you need to be around for a bit of time before you get
oh
access to.
no, yeah, it's perfectly understandable. Don't worry, and that's a good rule to have in place, especially in a debating server. That way, trolls have to actively waste their life in order to troll. But something I've noticed is this debate is very much following along the lines of what we have seeing, like oil rigs, or not oil rigs, sorry, but any object observable beyond the point where we should, under the Earth's curvature, be able to, not counting light refraction. But it's very much ignoring the fact that we still see, like, we observe the fact that we can't see things beyond a certain distance. So we already have picture proof, video proof. We can go out and see that we have a limited horizon line on how far we can see objects to a degree. So it's very much arguing on this singular possibility we've observed in this video we've been given, where the habitat appears to be visible on like a flat Earth theory, but it's not understanding the fact that we have countless other examples of obviously things going below the horizon line not being able to see anymore due to them going beyond the distance. So I'm just wondering if this debate in any way proves the flat Earth, considering we have like objective and observable evidence otherwise still, even if it was to be proven.
This is kind of step one, long distance observations. When you mention boats that appear to go, down over the horizon, forget that you're forgetting about the geometric horizon, and the horizon is obviously just a limitation of our limits. But you will say it is a projected Earth curve because of refraction. Now, again, long distance observations have demonstrated that with the necessary tools, good enough cameras, for example, then those boats can be brought back into full vision, as in they're not going over the Earth curve anymore. We can see the bottom of the boats. We can also go on and measure across the surface of water, lakes, frozen lakes, for example, with lasers, where first of all we have a direct line of sight to the target, and then we have a direct line of sight between the laser and the target in view, demonstrating we can see it, it's physically there, and we hit it and it's physically there. We can also do this from any distance. I've seen laser tests from 10 to 25 miles by just laymen like you, me, and everybody else. But military applicable technology, which goes up to, I remember seeing some going up to 150 kilometers from vessels at sea to ground-based targets using infrared cameras and infrared lasers. So yeah, you might be caught up on stage one of this argument, and obviously Admasto's been around in this debate for a while, and light refraction gets kind of brought into the argument as your excuse for why we can quote unquote see too far. But with military applicable technology, direct line of sight targeting does demonstrate that the refraction that they take account for isn't anywhere near the refraction account that you're taking account for. The curvature isn't there. It's just asserted because you say, and I'm using the ubiquitous you, because we know light bends a little bit through the atmosphere. No one's denying that light bends through the atmosphere a little bit. It's just the assertion that it can bend, in the Royal Navy's case, 100 miles, which is 1 mile of curvature.
I keep hearing, I keep
100
hearing
miles
people
is not
say
an accurate
that.
description of how much it bends.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
keep
you're the
hearing
first person that
it's.
actually got refraction with like atmospheric like discrepancies with like the atmosphere. Because a lot of flat earthers, I'm not saying I'm not a flat earther or a globist. I'm just saying a lot of flat earthers, they don't account for like atmospheric intervention with like distances and shit, because that can really fuck with you, like the refraction and shit. Like you said, like physically we can witness like a ship go beyond a horizon, and then you pull out a camera and you can zoom into it and it's still there. You can still see it. Our vision
Yeah,
just
that.
doesn't pick it
It
up.
has nothing to do with refraction.
It does.
Yeah,
It
that's
has
my
a lot to do with
question.
refraction.
I haven't
No,
seen this where
that
the
has to
ship
do
goes
with
over the horizon
resolution.
and zoom back in.
It happens. I've seen the videos of it. It's
Yeah, it happens.
strange.
I've seen
That's why I'm
videos.
in here. I
Not
want to
necessarily
learn.
strange. It's a resolution question.
Now, I've seen videos of Earth from space, but we'd still like to see your video because I've never seen a ship that's obstructed being brought back into frame by zooming in either.
Oh no, it definitely can happen from resolution, as AK happened. They
On
mentioned.
YouTube.
But yeah, there
You
are
can find them on
videos of.
YouTube.
Yeah, you can find them on YouTube. Just Google, quick Google. It's actually quite funny to see like how limited the human eye is in perspective to a camera.
Well, I did see
Yeah,
the
and you
one
can
of the
also
small sailboat that was too far away to see, but they zoomed it back in. But it actually wasn't obstructed by the horizon, though.
Yeah,
A
it's
lot of it, like Jenna was talking about, it's atmospheric interference and shit with like the perception that our eyes can see. It's a lot of it's based on like what we can visibly see with like the capabilities of our eyes. Our eyes aren't built like a camera. A camera can like really zoom in past all that imperfection.
Well, then we should
yeah.
be able to zoom the sun back in after it sets.
which we can do as well.
So Sasha just sent a clip in of them
I do.
zooming in and observing things beyond the distance that they should be able to observe the human eye using a camera, where they can clearly see an island and a sailboat, but once they zoom out, those appear to disappear due to the resolution.
Right. We're not
Like
disputing the
discrepancy.
we're not disputing the limit of angular resolution. We're disputing the claim that something which is obscured, obstructed, then comes back into view.
There's one discrepancy I have with all of that too is
There's a lot of videos
I've
showing
been
it.
watching a lot about flat Earth. There's one discrepancy with there's certain areas on the Earth that will have the sun for like 6 months. I don't in flat Earth terms I wouldn't understand how that works.
You're talking about being able.
If somebody could explain it.
You're talking about being able to see the 24-hour sun in, say, northern latitudes, like.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, it doesn't. It's not 24 hours, but it kind of like
well, it
it
is in
bobs and
Finland.
weaves in the sky a bit. You know what I mean?
It is in Finland.
Yeah, on the day that the oil rig's
You
obstructed,
can,
just
but you
zoom in
can.
at that, just zoom in at that horizon line and bring
Other
back the
guy
bottom of the
though.
oil rig. That's all you got to do.
The other guy though, it's interesting that you say that. Him, I forgot now, but something about the obstruction of the horizon. We don't see that. I'm like, exactly.
If the cause for obstructive, if the cause for obstruction is resolution, you should be able to just zoom in and bring it back. Why hasn't anybody done that?
No, I mean
They
the guy
have.
saying,
No, they have.
All right, show me.
Yeah, they have done that, as they
Look
sent
in
in
the
There's
chat,
videos.
Sasha, in the chat.
a good one. Yeah, they have done that.
I'll straight up just say it right now. I'm not a flat earther, but I have seen the videos. So it's weird. It freaks you out a little bit because you don't understand how that shit works. But it is.
There are several videos in the chat right now.
If
Just
you
look at them.
want to If you want to see how weird light refraction and general phenomenon across the horizon can get, there is, I think it's a Fra, I can't remember, the Fra something effect, where boats literally appear to float. That kind of shit puts into perspective how weird light bending and light can get, and how weird these phenomena can appear.
I've seen those too before.
Yeah, so that's obviously a good opposite pole, since obviously we're observing something we shouldn't be able to observe, like below the horizon, that we should be able to observe, due to either resolution or due to the light curving and refracting. Well, not really curving, refraction is a lot more complicated than that, but it's a good example of the opposite, where something appears over the horizon line due to how light functions and phenomenon across the horizon line can act. We've observed these things, and it can happen both in either way, and it's very interesting shit. But it's just the fact that we can observe things that aren't observable. We can observe things that are observable. We're in this point where we're going through light refraction, we're going through resolution, and we're ignoring the fact there's still evidence otherwise. Even if we were to sit here, debate light refraction, debate how far we can see something, it's still going to eventually become finite as things go beyond the horizon line. They do all the time. Like, you can't infinitely zoom in and see China. Like, that's not going to happen. Shit like that just doesn't. and we can't, no matter how far we zoom in with whatever telescopes we use, because the curvature is there. We can't observe anything beyond a specific point of the horizon, no matter how far you zoom in. And we can observe that. We have proof of that. So I'm wondering where this debate even disproves the globe in the first place, as there's still evidence against it.
The
Yeah,
Earth
I'm
is
watching
flat
this
A
video.
because the
good
That's the
table
example
most
is
too is
flat,
uncontroversial.
bro. What are you talking about, bro? Go outside, bro. You're gonna see
when
a
you
flat Earth, bro.
bro
Yeah,
when you
nothing
look down
becomes
like a
unobstructed in this
long
video.
road, when you look down a
Oh
long
God,
road, right, and it's hot outside, you can see that like that heat wave coming up. That's light refraction. That's an obvious symptom of it, but it happens at longer distances, like he was talking about. Shit you wouldn't even
Yeah.
notice, but cameras can kind of zoom past all that shit.
I'm about to disprove
Yeah,
your whole
because
your
yeah,
whole
that's
your
high
whole theory.
resolution.
I'm gonna disprove your whole theory. Look, if you were to go
It's called
outside,
telescopic.
if you were to go outside and climb a tree, what do you see?
Yeah.
You tell me
Uh,
what do you see?
okay.
You
I'm
see,
not
Tell me
gonna
what
see
you
lie
the
see.
to you,
world.
Chief.
Tell me what do you
Yeah,
see?
Further.
you
See
see
the
the
world.
horizon line.
You see the
What,
horizon? Is the horizon curved? Yes or no?
No,
No.
Do you
because
see
you're
a curve?
observing a
Do you see a
circle.
do you know what a curve is?
You're observing a circle. Do you know how circles work?
I know how circles work.
You won't
You know,
physically be able to see.
I have a circle right next to me, right? I'm seeing a curve, but when I go up when I climb a tree,
Yeah.
I'm not seeing a curve.
Okay, what I want you
Yeah,
to
scale
do
scale
is
that
put a
circle up
dot in
like
the
times
middle
a
of the
billion.
circle.
I already climbed a tree. Look, I'm on a third apartment. I'm on the third level of
Yes.
apartment. I'm pretty high up. I see right now.
Okay.
I see flatness.
Okay, I want you to get that circle. I want you to imagine a black dot in the middle of it, so small that it's like that's where the person would be. That's where an individual would
Are you
be.
saying the Earth's a
And now,
circle,
do you
dude?
think that person would observe? No, I'm not saying the Earth is a circle. I'm explaining how the horizon line works. If you were to be there, right, on that point, is that thing going to see a curvy, wavy horizon line? It's not. If you put something on a sphere and put it to the point where it can't see beyond the curvature, it can only see a limited circular horizon line, because that's where it ends. It's that simple, really. You can't see it curve because you're not observing a singular straight one-dimensional line. We're in a three-dimensional world. We're on a sphere. So the horizon line becomes a circle from our viewpoint.
So
It's not
boats
going to
just
be a
fall off it,
curve.
I
or
prove
they
that.
go
Prove
over
that.
it?
Prove that. Go ahead.
Okay, as you said, go outside, look around, do like a 360, notice how it's a straight line all the way across because it's a circle and it's limited, and then notice, how the fuck does this happen? And then realize, oh, if I'm on a sphere, I can't observe past the curvature of the world. That would be my inevitable horizon. Human eyes are limited in
You know
resolution.
on Blender, right? 3D, right? On Blender, right? How everything starts with a flat surface, right? And then everything is created, right? From that flat surface, base surface, right? So basically, what I'm saying is that since everything is created from everything in the beginning that is a flat surface, right? Like it's flat. The Earth is flat. No dispute. No dispute. It's just flat, bro. Flat. Definitely, 100%.
If your argument is literally go outside, do a 360, I think that's literally
He's
caveman
trolling.
logic.
How am I trolling?
Blender's
Prove I'm
close to a
trolling.
flat surface.
Prove I'm trolling. Prove I'm trolling.
Cartel is a troll.
Give your
I don't know
Hey,
if you
citation.
asked
Give a
me.
citation. I'm
you've
trolling.
been. How
Citation, you're a
how
troll.
is citation supposed to work? Fucking hell. No, you've been in the other politics and religion server arguing with Spakeface for like the last hour or so, and now you come here posing as a flat earther. You're trolling, clearly.
No, I'm not. Hey, no, it's because like okay, Spake Fake, right? The thing that really changed me is that he said, right, gravity and space. He said gravity and space doesn't exist. And I was like, yo, I was like, how? What do you mean? And he said, right? He said when you release a balloon, it floats. It goes up.
My guy,
And if gravity
you got convinced by
and if
Spaceface.
gravity existed, it would have gone down, right? It would have gone down. No way,
What are
bro.
you
You
No
know,
way.
smoking?
I wouldn't even call you out if you did a good job, but you're not even doing a good job. You're straw manning
Oh
instead of
my
steel
god,
manning,
hey,
so just shut
hey.
up.
I'm
I
not gonna
find
lie,
whatever
I've
he's
spoken
smoking.
to Spaceface before. I've talked to him before, and last time I talked to him, he called his co-mod in his own channel retarded and started insulting everybody. You got convinced by a man who is consciously admitted he was high and 2 days without sleep debating. That's the conditions under which he debates. You were convinced by a man who was high off his nut, with several days without sleep possibly, and with a slurred voice because he can't pronounce most words, because he said gravity doesn't exist. If you're not a troll,
No, he
please
did
go to a
not.
doctor.
Oh, is it gaslighting out?
It is. It is. Welcome to gaslighting our crypto or
Awesome, yeah, because that sounds like a lot of rhetoric, and the second I hear rhetoric, I think, oh, you don't have an argument.
It was separate from the arguments because the dude is trolling.
He's talking about balloons floating. He doesn't know how they float.
Oh, you got convinced by a person who didn't sleep at some point. This is rhetoric. This isn't an argument. That's why he's quiet now, because he knows it. He knows it's not an argument. Thank you for admitting it, though.
Yeah, there was a claim that you can unobstruct something with Zoom, and I'm yet to see it. Someone support evidence. Someone find evidence to support this.
I'll find it.
What's it?
If you're not going to provide something, please take a back seat.
What's the claim?
That you can unobstruct something with Zoom.
With a camera.
You can see like a boat go beyond a horizon and then zoom in with the camera.
You're not
and see
going to
it.
find. I already know you're not going to find evidence. It's all good.
What's obstructed?
Banned.
So-
Multiple people have posted in the side channel.
Do you think you can see forever then?
Non
Do you think you can
sequitur.
see forever?
Non sequitur.
It's not.
Oakley 2.0.
No. You have to explain why it's a non sequitur if you're going to say that. Why does it not follow? Oh, do you not know? Okay. Well,
If
then
you
can you
can't,
tell me?
if you can't find evidence to support that claim, please take a back seat. I'm asking for evidence of this claim.
If you're going to call out a logical fallacy,
Post a
then you
video,
need to
show
actually
a photograph, any kind of
then you
Zoom, show me. I
understand
want to
what
see it.
that
There is plenty of
fallacy is.
photographs and videos.
Trust me, you're not going to get away with just throwing out fallacies when I'm around. So can you explain to me why it's a non sequitur?
I could throw out everything you say. You don't even make sense.
Can you explain to me why it's a non sequitur?
Are you panicking?
No, because I actually don't think you know what a non sequitur is, which is why you said that. But on top of that, even if you did know what a non sequitur is, you could explain why it was, and you're not doing that either. So I think you're full of shit.
Are you like Nathan Oakley's mutant clone or something?
So rhetoric, do you actually have why that's a non sequitur? Yeah, that's all these two got. These two just have rhetoric. What a waste of everyone's time.
That's a red herring.
No, it's not.
Yeah, he can't provide evidence for the claim. That's why he's just shouting a bunch of nonsense.
I'm waiting for you to tell me why that's a non sequitur. Yeah, you don't have it because you don't understand what you've said.
If people here don't know what a non sequitur is, it is something that doesn't
I'm
follow. Just in case.
very well aware what a non sequitur is. I've
Yes,
asked him
but I'm-
why it's a non sequitur, not what is a
I
non
know
sequitur.
you know because you're using it. I was stating it for the other people because there's like over several thousand words in English language. You can't expect everybody to know all of them.
I asked
Yes,
for
but
evidence of
if
something
someone's going
becoming
to-
unobstructed with Zoom, and you asked, can we see forever? It's non sequitur.
It's not a non sequitur. Why is it non sequitur?
It's just proven that.
Because
in the
I asked
chat.
for evidence for a claim, and you're not providing it.
Yeah, you don't know what you're talking about. To the English guy, right? I understand that people don't necessarily know what words mean, and that's totally fine. I get it. But if you're going to use a word, you should know what that means.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. It's
fair?
Latin. And
Okay.
It does mean
So when
it
he
does
says
not,
non sequitur, and then I ask him, why is it a non sequitur? Don't you think it's reasonable that he explains why?
Don't you think that if you could unobstruct something with Zoom, you would have
No.
provided it by now instead of just chanting nonsense?
I'm still waiting for you to explain why it was a non sequitur.
Yeah, and I'm waiting for evidence of the claim.
You push it to a semantics debate.
Yep,
No,
that's what he likes to do because he doesn't have evidence.
Yeah, this is semantics.
No, it isn't. Do you know
Yes,
what
it is.
semantics means? Do you know what semantics means?
It is.
Do you know what semantics means?
Yes, it's.
Why not
it's-
provide evidence for the claim, guy?
It's
This
the
is literally
meaning
an
of
example of.
words, right?
Yep.
So every single debate
You're
is a
literally
semantic-
engaging in the definition of semantics right now.
right, but that's every debate is semantics.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
All of his are.
Yeah, that's objectively yes. Every debate
No.
is semantics because you're talking about.
Yeah,
the
you're not
meaning
going to provide evidence. I'll come back when you got it.
So anyway, I'm still like, oh, all right, fuck off then, you dickhead. This band truth guy, yeah, he doesn't ever provide anything. He comes in, he asks for a bunch of shit, he then doesn't want to have a conversation, shits over the chessboard and declares victory. That is his whole shtick.
Could you try and say that, but without the irony?
Well, there was none, so yeah, I did just say that.
Could you explain why every debate is semantics?
Because you're always talking about the meanings of words. That's the whole point of debate.
What if you're just like, what if you're just laying out an argument and you're going back and forth, and you're not
But
debating any?
What are
meanings
you
of words?
exploring? What are you exploring during a debate?
Truth.
Right, and what? So how do we convey truth to each other?
Using language.
Right.
Using language and the meaning of words.
Or
right?
actually
So,
using communication, to be more precise.
right. So, but you're just using different words to describe the same thing that I've said, which is at the root of it semantics. So when someone says
No.
yes, objectively.
But
No,
you're not necessarily-
semantics is debating
You
a
can just
word
say
with somebody.
"nah"
It
if
means
you want.
something.
That's fine. You can not anything you like, but the meaning is exactly the same objectively. And so there's no point going on until we just accept that this is the fact. But when someone says we're just debating semantics, you're effectively saying, I don't want to define terms at the start of a debate. It's a waste of everyone's time.
It's not what it is.
I'm not gonna lie, this has gotten rather
Debating
chaotic.
with him about a word.
It's really
Yeah.
weird, man. I mean, using words that everyone understands is not a semantical argument. If you don't understand it, maybe you should clarify the
Move past it.
definition, but that doesn't make it a debate about semantics.
But
Yeah.
they said that it was. So now you're saying the
Debate about
opposite of what they said. So now you guys need to clarify which position you're taking.
All right, I circle back. I agree with you. This is a debate about bullshit.
Exactly. But when they said it
We
was
can
a
move.
debate about semantics, it was an attempt at a red herring.
I brought it up.
Yeah. So why? Why did you do that?
I brought it up. Well, I just said I just circle back.
Yeah.
It's a non sequitur. We can move past it.
Yeah. Again.
If somebody doesn't know what a word means, then it's on their fault.
No. Again, it's not. I
It's
don't
not
know what a
enough,
non sequitur is. It's that you didn't explain what the non sequitur, why it was a non sequitur, and I asked that several times.
Yeah. There's a lot of cue words where you can understand what a word means without even actually knowing what the word is.
That's cool.
So if you can't understand,
Everybody
a word,
here knows.
yeah, if you
non-
can't understand a word without cue words,
Everyone knows that a non sequitur is where something doesn't follow, right? Everyone understands
Yeah.
what that is, but it was the why that I was missing, and nobody provided the why. So
I don't even remember who didn't provide it. So.
Should
I don't know who stated as a non sequitur, but I do agree with you. What you stated, asking the question of so you can see forever, then by that logic, using resolution, isn't a non sequitur, but I do think it's a very odd question because seeing forever does not necessarily define seeing forever along curvature, seeing along without curvature. It's kind of just, it's not specific enough to be approachable, but it's not a non sequitur at all. It's definitely not.
Well,
I don't think anybody brought up seeing forever. I think they brought up if something goes past the horizon with a camera, you can zoom in and you can catch it.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, obviously resolution.
thank you for
Yeah, it's
accepting
not
that.
seeing forever though.
Thank you for accepting that wasn't a non sequitur. That was obviously a setup to a series of questions which he wasn't comfortable having, which was why can't you see forever? Which would then get into things like angular resolution and optical limits based on occlusion and that kind of shit. Right? So obviously it wasn't the be all end all, but he didn't even want to answer the first question because he realised where it was going.
Yeah, he kind of. I don't know who stated it was a non sequitur, but they kind of shat on their own argument there with that one because it really
That was the
did
one that was
diminish your
previously
entire
talking.
question. Which, although is not too applicable, if you've put in a context of you were asking it based on resolution, you definitely had a point that could have easily been talked about and discussed if they didn't just accuse you of non-sequence, no, you know, as they decided to. So it's very
Well, yeah,
odd.
but that's
Everybody disagrees immediately because they think that they know what's right and what's wrong, but in reality, a lot of people are just
No, I think you
they're
cut out.
ignorant. Did I cut out?
no, you're still there.
I think it was
Oh.
a you problem, to be honest.
Who's the English chap anyway?
I heard somebody say I cut
Oh,
out.
that'd be me.
What's your name?
Uberderp. Uberderp. Doctor of
Uberderp.
Gooberism.
Doctor of Goob.
Yeah, if you hold on.
That's a spooky name.
That's a spooky. I think we should all have Halloween names for the next week or so.
You should know what my profile is because you'll see smoking fentanyl laced cereal milk, icy god as my status. It's a Dracula throw quote. That shit's fucking hilarious.
Mine is literally not ironic at all. This is what I chose when I made my
But
account.
yeah, it was a very odd argument.
And it just
there.
happened to be
but,
here.
Are we done with the whole arguments on resolution, light diffraction of curvature based on like the image we saw and the video? Because I think we kind of knocked that one out the park.
We can move
now.
on.
We've kind of provided all the maths. Like I myself personally ran my own calculations that were pretty solid. So I think that's all been
Like I
done
said,
by
as
AK
a
especially.
non-flat
who's gone.
earther, I've seen those videos. It's weird. But one thing I wanted to touch base on, and I don't think anybody answered my question. There's certain areas, right, on the Earth where the sun will be up for like 3 months, just constant brightness or constant darkness.
Okay, and therefore that makes it a ball, or like what is that? What is that supposed to mean?
Just trying to find an explanation for that.
So, Uberderp, I've got a question for you. Why were you engaging in rhetorical gaslighting rather than argumentation when I joined?
Here we go again.
Yeah, we're going back to that.
Who are you talking to?
I'm talking to the guy whose name I mentioned.
Oh, I didn't hear that name.
Okay, he said he was called Uberderp or something, I don't know.
Jupiter?
Oh, yeah, sorry. I had to fucking leave and rejoin because I couldn't hear whoever everybody was talking to. My deepest apologies, my good friend. So,
Just wondering why
fucking
you're engaging in rhetorical gaslighting instead of argumentation.
What do you mean?
Well, by saying
No, he wasn't.
you believed someone who was asleep and high and blah, blah. Like, why is this relevant to the conversation?
No, that's because a troll joined earlier that was just making the argument of go outside 2 or 360 over and over and over, was ignoring everybody's points, and then said his opinion was changed because he was in another server. He was arguing against Flat Earth like a couple of minutes ago, apparently. So it's obvious he was a troll. And the person he was talking to was a flat earther by the name of Spake, who I think everyone here wouldn't like very much either because he's a very disrespectful, harsh person. And I just made the argument of if that man convinced you by saying gravity doesn't exist, then I don't think you have very much room to argue currently as you don't know enough. But I was much more rude about it because I don't like trolls. Yeah, it was kind of simple.
You know what?
Go outside and climb a tree.
Fair enough.
Yeah. It wasn't to be a gaslighting prick. I probably could have been. He was
No,
a
well,
troll.
that's fair.
So, yeah.
Well, I didn't
I
call
see
you
what
a
you
prick.
mean, though. Imagine joining to hear that. You must have thought I was an absolute prick.
Well, I mean, I didn't call you a prick, but yeah.
Yeah.
I think you're being disrespectful. Yeah, but anyway, it doesn't matter. You've explained yourself. I don't care now. So, so why do you think gravity exists? What do you think it is?
Because we've rooted out that other forces aren't exactly applicable as they're not happening and they're not existing in that function, and we can observe that mass attracts mass through the countless other examples. So therefore, gravity is already in itself. Well, drop something.
Yeah, but we agree that when you drop something, it falls.
Yeah, and then when you drop something and it all falls at the exact same rate, which wouldn't be very applicable with other forces, especially.
Not always true. There is a variation. The 9.81 meters per second squared is an agreed upon average. But it's not like it does vary. It's not a huge variation, granted, but you know, if you're going to have this discussion, it needs to be as accurate as possible, right? So, yeah, whatever. But it's an agreed upon average, which is close enough.
It's not about the same rate though, because it takes
a little bit of time to reach that maximum velocity of 9.8 meters a second. Depending on the weight of an object, it'll increase or decrease.
Yeah,
No,
and
it's
then we
the-
have to account surface area to density as well, such as with weird objects like feathers and aero.
Yeah, like a feather's not going to reach 9.8 meters a second, the same rate as a 10-pound weight.
Well, it's
But
air
in a
resistance.
yeah, if we were to put everything in a vacuum, then it really does depend on the weight, how fast they reach that terminal velocity. But they inevitably reach the same
put in
velocity.
vacuum? Why to put in vacuum?
Yeah, to eliminate the air.
Friction.
Yeah, to eliminate air, so things like feathers fall at the same
But
rate as
why?
well.
But why?
If you
Because
eliminate air, there's zero
air in
friction.
vacuum. Yeah, there's no friction.
Are you living in vacuum?
No.
No, we don't live in a vacuum. We live in
Why
air,
to drop
which is
things in
it's a friction
vacuum?
surface.
To eliminate other factors such as the air and
Yeah,
remaining
but we
within
are
the
dropping
gravity.
things in reality, not in vacuum.
If you were to do that, they would still inevitably reach terminal velocity. Or just things like feathers, which have a very high surface area to density ratio, they would still like just feather around on the wind. Hence the word feather around on the wind being a terminology that can be used in grammatical success.
Are you saying that things fall in reality on the same rate?
As long
No.
as there's no other factors, yeah, as long as there's no other factors,
Okay,
as it
let's
said,
say
like,
that I have one
yeah.
one iron sphere 1 kilo and one sheet of 1 kilo of iron. They will fall on the same rate.
Same rate. Yeah, because they're
They
1
will-
kilo each.
Oh, really? One sheet of iron will fall the same rate like one sphere of 1 kilo.
If it's a super thin sheet, then wind will probably blow it, or the air itself will make it deviate its pattern, depending on where you
Let's
drop
say,
it.
I think he's debating
one
himself because he's
10
talking about 1 kilo of sheets. It's like if you have 1 pound of feathers and then 1 pound of iron, and they fall the same rate, or they fall at the same rate of speed, right? Because it's 1 pound of feathers. It's gonna be a lot more feathers, right? But it's still 1 pound of feathers. It's gonna fall at the
Sorry.
same rate as 1 pound of
Yeah.
iron, right? You know what I mean?
As long as there's no other factors such as air,
Sorry.
because feathers get moved by it.
Well, it doesn't matter about air. They're both
Gonna
still
carry on.
1 pound each.
Brilliant.
I
So
believe
what
air
my
does matter.
colleague was
If you,
brilliant.
if
So
you,
what my colleague was asserting was when certain elements, different elements of the same size and weight, for example, are dropped in a vacuum chamber, they will fall at a different rate. The rate isn't that much. That's why it's an agreed upon average. But when we take away the shape of an object, like a sheet or a ball, and we take away the ability of the atmosphere or gas to act on it, that's why we drop these things in vacuums. Tests that have been done over the last 40 to 50 years show that different elements drop at slightly different rates. The 8 point whatever it is per meter squared is an agreed upon average.
9.8 meters. Yeah.
Whatever it is, it's an agreed upon average because different elements will fall at a slightly different rate.
Yeah.
Like you said, it's not a huge amount. To keep the maths easy, it's an agreed upon average. But when they're dropped in a vacuum, they will fall at a slightly different rate. Nickel, iron, zinc, for example.
Jedi, he's saying if I take a sheet of paper, and one when you put in the hand when you squeeze them, he said that because they have the same weight, that squeezed paper will fall down like the same rate like a sheet would.
If in a vacuum, yes, but it really depends on the shape of your.
I'm not speaking about vacuum. I'm speaking about reality because gravity is working in reality.
A vacuum is a reality.
Are you living in vacuum?
Yes.
No, you're not living in a vacuum, but you can
Vacuum or
create
out
a
of a
vacuum.
vacuum.
I am
It wouldn't matter.
I don't
It's the
mean
same
to.
weight.
Yeah, I don't mean to interrupt this current conversation, but earlier someone mentioned I don't remember who it was, but they did mention that things fall at a slightly different rate. If you could send me those studies, I'd love to read them. I've never heard of things falling at any kind of different rate whilst in a vacuum.
Jedi, and he is right. It's so minuscule that it wouldn't matter. That's what he's talking about.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. That's all I'm saying.
It's an average. It's basically averaging up like a meter per second fall rate.
It's just it's like mean sea level. 0 degrees. It's an average. Mean sea
Yeah.
level is an average. We average things out
Mhm.
for ease.
Yeah,
It's easier for us to understand.
And
I hope that
crypto,
made it clear.
buddy.
Lithium seems to fall the slowest.
It did. It does.
Lithium?
Do you still want to ask you a question about a 24-hour sun in the north? Because I still don't think you got an answer for that.
24-hour sun in the north. Are you arguing on that?
Gentleman's asked a question about 2-3 times, but I don't think he's had a reply to it yet.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry,
I did.
my apologies.
I asked
didn't hear
about there's certain areas on the earth that have light for like 3 months. Like the sun will just bounce in the air. You know what I mean? It won't go down. It'll just kind of wave up and down. It's kind of like the same lightness throughout the day.
Well, it's kind of using the same parameters as within the heliocentric model, the Tropic of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn. Within your model, the Earth's tilt is the reason why, and obviously when it's summer, the area that is closest to the sun would be not the equator, but it would be the Tropic of Cancer in the north, for example. So within your model, that's why we have a quote-unquote 24-hour sun. In some flat Earth conceptions, it's the path of the sun throughout the year between these 2 points, the Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer. So when it is summer in the north, where the sun is traveling up and around the Tropic of Cancer in the north, that's why we have a 24-hour sun. It's 2 different models on the same variation of the tropics, but the sun's movement as opposed to the Earth's movement.
So it's basically like the same concept if the Earth was a globe, but just flatten it. It's kind of like the same thing where there's a certain area where it's just always visible.
Yeah, so within the flat Earth conception, obviously the flat Earth isn't moving.
I understand that.
Yeah, the sun, moon, and stars are moving. So between the tropics, that's where the sun goes.
I've heard a lot of good things about you, Jedi. You're smart, I've heard, and you didn't prove me wrong at all with that answer. It made it easy to understand.
Fair play to you, Sunshine. Thank you very much.
Can you guys post the evidence that things fall at different rate in vacuum? I'd like to read it.
Yeah, that's what I'm also asking to see, because every time you look it up, it just says exact same rate. And I've never seen anything deviate.
It always does. Very quick Google search is kind of a hindrance to anybody, really. You have to look a little bit further and a little bit deeper.
Well, they like
Could you give us
they like the
that
first.
deep insight, please?
They like the first thing that pops up in the list. Whatever the first thing is, that's what they pick.
That's correct. Can you
Jedi
give me the
just
more
explained
deeper
it.
insight?
Jedi just explained it. They don't fall at the same rate. It's so minuscule that you wouldn't notice it. It's just an average.
Well, can you give us
Things fall at
some evidence for
things
that?
fall at different rates.
I'm sure you can Google it. I'm sure I've Googled this before, and it says
Yeah.
something between 9.77 and 9.86 or something. Like, it's not
Ask
an enormous
ChatGPT.
area.
Well, I would appreciate if you guys give me the source, right?
Well, yeah, but I'm driving, so I can't. But I'm just telling you that I've Googled this before, and it's come up. But if you pick the very first source, it's just going to give you the retarded 12-year-old mini science answer, which is what Google's for. So, I mean, you have to be a bit more specific in how you ask. So you say, like, is there a variation, and if so, what is it? And then you probably need to do a bit of digging, but it's not an enormous amount anyway. So I just said it was an agreed upon average because it's important when you're having these discussions to be accurate about what you're talking about. Because if you think everything falls at the exact same rate, then you're wrong, you don't understand it properly, and you're going to come to false conclusions based on that misunderstanding.
That's fine. It's not just you in the room who's a flat earther. Like, I'm sure someone can post the source.
We found this out from Globers. I remember the first time I heard this was from a Glober. This isn't flat Earth information. This is just objective.
I'm sure that there's enough people who can sense us. Then, like, it was an attack. I'm just saying.
Can you be patient?
It's literally, it's nothing about globers or flat earthers. I mean, it's all agreed
Okay,
upon.
I'll wait 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's just things falling.
He has ophthalmologists scratching their heads in disbelief. Believe it or not, people that tried this reclaimed their 20/20 vision.
Things falling doesn't
yeah.
prove the shape. Things falling does not prove the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it doesn't matter if a flat earther told you it.
Deal with it too.
I'm getting them both right now. Be patient.
Get involved.
Thank you. That's really nice of you.
I have a question for you, Jedi.
Yeah, sorry, 2 seconds. Sorry, mate. I've just posted one of the pieces of information that I've got. I've got a few others as well, but 3 minutes past the hour. Einstein was wrong. Drop experiment in brackets. Full experiment, Raymond. If you want to look through that, you can. What was your question, mate?
I heard that like about 2 hours ago. I was in here about 2 hours ago, and I was very distracted. I was playing MLB The Show with my friend, and I was trying to like talk about gravity, and everybody's bringing up that Einstein was wrong. How is he wrong exactly? If you could explain, like layman's terms, just real quick.
Okay, so the convolution of terms. We understand that primarily Einstein has actually given us no natural science. He hasn't done an experiment.
Prove me wrong.
Okay.
Let the guy talk.
No. What I have to say is important.
Brilliant.
I don't think so.
When
Can
they
you
say
prove me wrong?
Unless it's Earth curve measurement proof, then it's not important.
Yeah.
So Einstein being wrong. Shall I
It's
answer
certainly
it
not.
or shall I not bother?
Sorry.
No, you're fine, buddy. I don't mind you interrupting you, and that's fine. If we're not talking about Earth curvature, we can always talk about Earth curvature, but the gentleman's asked a question, so I'm going to try and answer it.
There you go.
Einstein, yeah, you're fine. Einstein being wrong. Well, first instance, he hasn't actually given us any natural science. He hasn't given us a hypothesis. He hasn't given us an experiment. What he's done is he's given us a load of math. He's given us a load of math on reification fallacies, space-time fabric, for example. It's a reifying non-physical. Nope, gonna talk.
I'll let you finish, Jedi. I'll let you finish.
Cheers, buddy. So we understand that space and time are reified concepts. Space, height, width, length, and absence of anything isn't physical, and time itself isn't physical. You can't give me any of these things, so I can add energy to them and put them in a jar and paint them red. So they're non-physical. Einstein reified these things and made a space-time fabric, and because of mathematics, he asserted that mass will bend and warp this space-time fabric. He wasn't necessarily wrong with his equations, but all of a sudden we have to start invoking dark matter and dark energy and all of these types of things because his mathematics started to fall apart. Tried to keep that answer as short as I could.
Hey, Jedi, it's one deck.
No, I agree with you on that because if something doesn't make
Jedi,
sense, just dark matter, right? It's dark matter. But I do have the one thing.
Sorry, just what Jedi.
You can go.
Sorry, yeah.
You distracted me.
There was a reason, wasn't there? What's the reason why they had to alter? I mean, obviously, the Newtonian gravity was never proved scientifically. Otherwise, it would have never been able to have been altered. Why did they have to bring the Einsteinian gravity into it? What was happening there? Why did they have to step up the game and change the model again?
Oh, because there wasn't any scientific verification for mass attracts mass.
There was this thing called the Michelson-Morley experiment.
No, there was
it seemed to demonstrate.
AI, are you trying to talk or are you hot mic?
Oh, I was just saying it happened before that.
Well, there was.
Yeah, no, let
There's
AI
stuff
get
like-
in. I was trying to talk. Let him get in.
So the contemporaries of Newton. Okay, you were not the person who was just told to be allowed to speak, so you shouldn't be speaking. Follow the directions of the moderators. Thank you.
I do, brother.
Right. So after Newton wrote his little thing about gravity. Keep in mind, he didn't put a hypothesis. He didn't say it was legit. He just made the equations and the stuff. But very quickly, he realized that in order for it to work, he needed an infinite universe with infinite number of stars. So critics of Newton's idea quickly recognized that if there was an infinite number of stars, that it'd be daylight all the time. The reason being is known as Olber's paradox, right? Which is if there's an infinite amount of light sources that are reaching us, then there should be an infinite amount of light at all times. So he quickly recognized that it's impossible for his position to be true, and he abandoned it. And he abandoned it so hard that he even told everyone, if you believe in this, you are stupid. Okay? That's what Newton said. That's what Newton himself said that. Newton,
Seriously.
not anybody else, Newton. Yes.
Yeah, he said that anyone who believes this to be true is deficient in the faculties of some mental faculties or something like this. I can't remember the exact wording, but he was basically saying this is only useful to explain certain phenomena on the Earth, but it's not actually a good kind of universal idea, and we shouldn't believe it. It's just that it's useful for now. It's basically what he was
Our
saying.
word in scientific terms.
Yeah, he was basically making an argument from pragmatism for his idea, but he was never actually saying mass attracts mass, bro. And then it's just that if you understand,
there is a rebuttal.
It was just saying
look
like
in the sky.
he was
light
just saying
sources.
he was just saying if you understand this mass attracts mass idea, it's useful to explain phenomena, and we can kind of move forward with certain aspects of engineering or whatever under this guy's for now. That was what he was saying, and they've just gone, oh well, it must be true.
It's funny. It's funny though. Sorry to interrupt. It's funny though. Copernicus Copernicus said something similar about his heliocentric model write-up.
Right.
Yeah.
He also said
all of them, and they'll tell you today. Sorry, one quickly. They'll tell you this today. They'll say, well, if the model works, like, do you know how many times I've heard if the model works from Globers? It's like, well, that's not. We're discussing what's actually true, but
I've been searching for this
they
model.
don't work at the really if level.
I've been searching for this model today. I've been Googling the PDF or documentation for the globe model, and I can't find it anywhere.
Yeah. All right. So there's a caveat to add to that, which is that the contemporaries of Newton and Newton himself recognized that he needed an infinite universe for his principles of mathematically to function. Now, there's a critique against the concept of a flat Earth that if you had gravity on a flat Earth, the flat Earth would have to be infinite in order for it to work.
We don't appeal to authority. We don't appeal to authority.
Dude, who are you talking about? I'm
Newton.
speaking, not
we
you.
don't
Thank
appeal
you.
to Newton. Yeah.
Okay, shut up. Thanks. Okay, good job. All right, now the point I was making is that there's a critique that if the Earth was flat, in order to get the same field lines of the gravitational vector, you need an infinite plane, right? For the mass attracts mass to waddle out. Now, interestingly enough, if you appeal to mass attracts mass, you need an infinite universe in a globe idea. So why can't you have an infinite flat Earth? See, the thing is, they always have these ideas, right, against flat Earth concepts, but they don't realize that the majority of them are actually Achilles' heel for their own paradigm.
Exactly.
Yeah, correct.
Now,
that's why I'm in here. I'm learning.
Now, for the unintelligent of us among us that need education, I didn't appeal to authority then. I used
I wasn't.
witness to
No.
describe
Oh
what
yeah,
the paradigm.
yes, of course. Oh yeah, I was just trying to reaffirm I was trying to steelman you. Being sarcastic.
Why?
But what's the use of that?
What the fuck, dude?
Hey,
Why?
water under the bridge. Hey, listen, flat water under a curved bridge. Move on.
Yeah. If you've got anything to say it seriously, mate. Bring some evidence. Don't be talking crap on here. Don't be begging the question ideas and presuppositions. If you got nothing, do one.
I was just steelmanning him using comedy.
Don't do that.
Using
Don't do
comedy.
that. Don't do it again.
Okay, sorry. I'm a comedian. Sorry about that.
Brilliant. So anyway,
They send a comedy, bro.
My bad, mate. I apologize.
That was a joke.
How dare you?
I'm just kidding, but no, that sent the place.
So let's have a recap on all that then. So, Jedi, can you just recap a little bit of what's been said there about Einstein and AI, about it shouldn't be taken seriously, and so what we got then? I mean, if people are coming up with ideas and they can't be taken seriously, it's not evidence then, is it? It's not scientific validation of anything. It's just an idea, presuppositions. You know, how can we wrap this up? How can we put this into a little nutshell and say what's going on?
What is a hypothesis? It's something that you can kind of see it, but there's no like proof, right?
It's all a hypothesis, isn't it?
Yeah.
Except
same
for
shit with
gravity.
gravity. Gravity is the same shit. It's like a hypothesis. We don't know what the fuck it is, but it's there. We can observe it, but we don't know what it is.
What is the observation of gravity?
I have no idea.
No,
I wouldn't be able to tell you.
I wouldn't.
I'm not that smart.
The only gravity
Smart
I've read
enough.
about, the only gravity I've read about which you can understand and can relate to is specific gravity, which is otherwise known as
What's that? Falling off a building and dying. Gravity.
I've not heard of that one. No.
He means density.
Oh, density.
Yeah, specific gravity.
Yeah, like if you know beer, you know, higher gravity beers have higher alcohol. It's because it's brewed at a higher density, so you have more sugar in there.
I love beer. Speaking my language.
Yes, gravity, yeah.
Can I get some of that gravity beer?
Yeah, fucking hell, mate.
I wonder what anybody with some intelligence would say about proving the globe.
Yeah, I would love to hear about the proof of wobble. I've had Matthew Learns concede that there is no proof of wobble. Has someone else got proof of it? No.
Yeah, you can't listen to
Stop
Matthew.
right there, Flatman. Your mic's a little bit bad. It's hard to hear.
You can't listen to Matthew.
Mate.
You can't listen
Sorry,
to Matthew Learns. I've had deep discussions with Matthew Learns, and he's admitted that he admits is the system he believes in is a belief system. He admits it. He realizes that celestial navigation uses the sea level for the flat baseline, and Earth is measured flat in triangulation. And he realizes the error in the Eratosthenes story. Yeah.
Yes. Yes, mate. Hey, mate.
It's not-
I've had him concede on the third law of thermodynamics, the second law of thermodynamics, sticks and shadows. He's conceded on like 6 points, mate.
Yeah, no, but he admits it. He admits it's a belief system, and it's what he wants to believe. Now that's fair enough. The guy can believe what he wants.
Yeah, he brings up this the moon is a different size in 2 different cities argument. That's his whole proof for globe Earth, which is very flimsy.
Well, it's optical. He's talking optical things now, isn't it?
Of course.
Optical sky optical visions.
Yeah.
Nothing to do with.
Talk about that.
Nothing to do with
atmospheric interference.
Nothing to do with the ground.
When it's cold.
Really?
When
heat
it's cold,
distortion, magnification.
When it's cold, things look closer or like bigger, and when it's warmer, things look further away. It's atmospheric interference.
Yeah, heat distortion, magnification. It's simple, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just talked about that like 15 minutes ago.
Perfect. I just showed up late.
Very good.
It's interesting when you're talking to a globe believer that everything that comes out of the mouth is a presupposition and a begging the question fallacy.
It's funny, bro.
I know.
Look,
I don't want to be
globe.
I don't want to be mean to them, bro. I don't want to be mean to them because everything that comes out of their mouth is like 20 fallacies, bro. They stack the fallacies, and so I don't want to be rude to them, but it's like, damn, bro. You know what I mean?
What is the
I don't shun you guys. I want to learn.
What is the biggest
Converted.
globe-proof
My bad. I'm
evidence
sorry.
in the globe world?
NASA.
Yeah. Oh, shit.
That's literally it. We went to space somehow in the 60s. Never been back. I don't believe all that fucking shit in the 69s that we went to space.
I mean, I've been coming on here now for a while, and I never hear anybody come on where I think, shit, man, I've got a fucking. This guy's got a point about the globe, man. I'm gonna have to rethink. I'm gonna have to rethink my stance on this flat Earth.
We gotta shut the channel down, mate.
It doesn't happen, does it?
That's why I'm in here, man.
They got nothing.
I like learning. Not in school, but on Discord.
We just need someone intelligent to come in to prove the globe. That's all we want.
No, we just need somebody.
We're asking for it.
Yeah, I'm not that intelligent. I'm not that intelligent to prove a globe theory, but I'm intelligent enough to come in here and try to learn both sides of the story. I know my side that I was taught, and I know that you guys are in here trying to prove another side of the story. So I'm in here trying to learn both. See what I think of.
Brother.
Make my own opinion.
Brother. Hey, so think about this, right? Think about this, mate. You go to Walmart, right? You go to buy some propane. Can you go home with that propane without a tank? It's impossible. It needs a container, and in that container is a gradient, yeah? And so you live in a realm where you need a container for the air pressure around you, yeah? And so, like, you have to prove what is your container, because gravity is an effect. It's not a container. So the model doesn't have a way to explain that. Yeah, go ahead.
About the atmosphere?
No, the atmosphere is not going to cut it.
Gas.
That's just the atmos. Yeah.
I misunderstood you. What were you talking about though?
A container for the
You're
gas.
talking about like propane or
yeah.
You're talking about propane, but I didn't understand
There's
what
actually
the point
a
was.
gradient. Yeah. There's a gradient of gas. Yeah, and it's only seen in experiments with a container. You cannot have a gradient without a container. And when I ask a glober, prove it to me, they say, well, look around you. That's their only proof. I need to see it in an experiment. Yeah? Does that make sense to you?
Well,
if you're next to a vacuum, it'll
violently
escape. It'll violently escape, yeah? We'll all die. We'd all be dead.
I'll tell you this. It comes out of density because I'll say this. I've done whippets and I've inhaled helium, and those two whatever chemical structures, whatever they are, they have different densities. So when you inhale helium, it wants to, well, its buoyancy it's lighter than like the natural air around us. So
But you're talking about a container, mate. Right there, when you're saying you're inhaling
Yeah,
helium,
yeah.
you're talking about, yeah. I mean,
my lung
what
is
is
a container, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's all about density.
We're kind of obfuscating a little bit here. Yeah.
There are gases that you can find in caves and in systems and
That's
also in
fine.
the atmosphere that have different buoyancies, so they kind of float above each other. It's
Sure,
like if you put oil in water, right? Oil kind of floats on water. That's kind of how an atmosphere works. That's a liquid
Right.
form of the gas
But
version of it.
yeah, we're like begging the question that like gases can somehow make their own container. It's nonsense, bro. I feel you. Seem like a nice guy. It's impossible. The model's broken. We've broken the radius, right? Which breaks the fucking orbital mechanics, right? The whole model's broken, bro. It's broken. I can DM you all the proof, bro.
I can't find the model. I mean, that's what I'm looking for. I want to read the model documentation.
There is no model, mate. There's no model, mate.
Oh.
I'd like it to make you have it.
There's no flat Earth model, yeah. It's just denying the globe. It's breaking the lie, yeah. And then from there we can go search, yeah. I look at it like this. I used to be a preacher, yeah. I used to be a deliverance minister a few years ago. Used to be a Christian debater online, like a what would I say about like repent or perish, yeah. A very strong Christian. And then I said one day to myself, you know what? This isn't reaching people. I want to love people. I'm going to teach them that they don't live in a sun worshiping model, and then they can find the creator on their own. Yeah, isn't that fair, bro? That's where I'm coming from, bro. I'm telling you, the model don't work, bro. It's broke. It's
You went from a
broken.
preacher to a preacher still, though.
Yeah. It's true. It's true.
You're a born preacher.
I guess I can't stop myself, bro. But hey, listen, bro. I love everybody, and I want people to know the truth, bro. I want you to believe a lie, bro. And I don't know if you're gonna believe in Jesus or a Muslim, or I don't know what you're gonna do with yourself. But if I can show you that you don't live on a freaking monkey ball, you can go your own way, bro. Yeah, I've done my work.
I don't know what I don't know the term exactly, but I guess polytheistic. That's what I am. I don't really know, and I don't believe.
You mean agnostic? You mean
agnostic? Yeah, agnostic. You got it.
yeah.
I don't know, but I don't want to.
That's cool, bro. Hey, so guess what? You're in the middle, bro. You're questioning. Perfect, bro.
Yeah.
You're halfway
I
there,
question
bro.
everything.
You're
I
halfway
question
there.
literally everything. That's why I
Yeah,
like
man.
Alex Jones. Alex
Welcome
is
to
a
Flat
man,
Earth,
right?
brother. Yeah, man. You'll be there in no time, man.
As much shit Alex Jones got, he questioned everything, and I respect it. Don't take everything at face value.
Yeah, everybody's probably a shill, bro. I wouldn't even trust that. But anyways, like there's about 80% truth with about 20% garbage mixed with Alex Jones. That's fine. Yeah.
So, like, I mean, he's entertaining. He's like a comedian.
Yeah, I actually am a comedian.
The one next to on the left. There's on it. The one on the left next to the Diet Coke. Is that the red one? Yeah.
One next got a party going on.
Yo, one deck, you're hot micing, bro. One deck.
Sorry, I'll get around to muting you in a second.
It was my fault because I had to go away.
No, I just didn't want your private conversation going down. That's all. Yeah.
I think it's somebody hot miking or something. I don't know what's happening. I don't understand.
Was that Pat, that?
Yeah, one deck's hot miking still. Jedi, can you get him?
Yeah,
Cheers, mate.
I can't hear anything they say, mate.
It just sounds wrong when an American says mate. I don't know why.
Yeah, it really does. You've been hanging around with us for too long, haven't you, bud?
I know, man. I've been hanging around AJ that's from Australia, and he's rubbing off on me, mate.
G'day, mate.
Good day, mate. Hey, shrimp on the ball, mate. Yeah.
They don't say shrimp.
It sounds so wrong. It's like a white man saying the N-word.
I know. I'm sorry, bro.
Oh, which N-word?
No.
N-bomb. You know what's funny is that every now and then I'll do karaoke, and I like to rap on karaoke, which invariably means that I have to replace the N-bomb with something else. But what I've noticed is that people is also 2 syllables, so you can just replace N-bomb with people, and it's seamless.
They do that with neighbor too. You say neighbor or like brother. I've seen people do brother.
It's like dude, guy, N-word, bro. It's all the same stuff if you love everybody, bro. Yeah, it's just
Ninja.
like, what's up, my player? You know what I'm saying?
See,
That's
the
not
word
corny.
people when you're doing a rap on like a karaoke or something, the word people has a similar enough meaning. If you said neighbor, it doesn't make any fucking sense. And also, if you say neighbor really quickly, people might hear it anyway and think that you've dropped an N-bomb.
It sounds bad if you do it quick.
There's no way that you're good at rapping.
Yeah, I'm actually pretty good at rapping now.
All right, I want to hear it.
Did I just get tried? Are you trying me, bro?
Fuck's sake. I mean, probably my best rap is an Eminem Dr. Dre song, which is what I was referring to. But I'm not gonna rap on here. Whenever someone raps, I just cringe so hard, so I'm not gonna do it.
Oh my
Rapping
goodness.
in person is cringe as shit.
Freestyle rapping on Discord is probably the cringiest thing I can think of.
I've done it before, bro. It has a lot of
If you wanna-
lag, so your voice doesn't end up hitting the beat, and it sounds awful.
Yep. If you want to hear shit, there's links that I can send. That's it.
Hey, Crypto, I still have Won't Believe Their Lies on my playlist.
That
I
was back when I
specifically-
really couldn't rap for shit. I've actually got quite a lot better now. But
I specifically want to hear oivelishness.
Send me some of your shit. I want to hear it. I'm interested.
oh fuck it up. Look, next time I do a rap song at karaoke, I'll record it and then you guys can listen to it.
Please do.
Is that owlishness?
Yeah.
Do you like my new name?
Yeah, I was there when you changed it.
Oh, okay. Marks out of 10.
What? Smokes out of 10? I don't know.
You gotta rate my. Come on.
10?
Sweet.
Wait, can you ban me?
Yeah, you gotta link
11.
Dennis, bro. Yeah, link Dennis, bro.
I have
I mean
to give
Mark.
it 10 or
I
else
mean
I
Mark
get banned.
Sargent. I'm sorry. Yeah.
My favourite rapper's Be Real.
Real's not bad. I like him.
I like E40 as well.
Yeah, you know what was so funny speaking about rappers and Australian accents? That movie Talk to Me, which is like an Australian-made movie. Legitimately, they only had Australian rap in it. Kid Leroy. So funny. I noticed that.
Australian rap, huh?
It's Kid Leroy. Yeah, Kid
No
Leroy.
idea. Oh,
Kid Leroy's Australian? I didn't know that.
Yeah, he is.
wasn't Rolf Harris the original Australian rapper?
Oh goodness! Don't talk.
I
About
wouldn't know that.
Don't talk about Rolf Harris.
What the hell?
All right, change the channel
Bro.
name 24/7 Australian rap.
Oh snap!
All right, yeah.
Hey, Crispy
like-
Moist.
Talking Australian rap.
Yeah, what's up?
It's like Australia doesn't exist, but if it did, they
Are
would have
you
banging.
Biblical Earth?
Yeah.
And what would that be?
Firmament, you know.
What is the firmament?
You brought it up.
Curious. Is it like water or is it some like gaseous, whatever?
Like,
I mean,
oh,
It's
I
a
don't know.
glass.
Me
It's a
that.
glass-like impenetrable shield.
It's some sort of
Actually-
liquid barrier, bro. Because I've seen rockets hit it and stream off of it and make neon colors. I could actually. Oh, hey,
No,
if you
they
check-
don't, dude.
Hold on. Check the side chat. I'll put it in there for you, bro.
That's
That's
the
what I've
rockets
seen.
exploding off of it.
I've seen videos where it's like a liquid. That's why I asked if it's like a liquid or
Yeah,
something.
rockets use
I'm on my
cryogenic
mobile.
fluid,
Why
guys.
would rockets be able to penetrate it?
They
No,
don't.
it's not penetrating. It's like riding along it like the ocean or some shit. It's weird, bro. I don't have it, bro. I checked the side chat. I didn't download the video, bro, by accident. Hey, man, next time, bro. Because I'm
I
tired.
think they're
work last
definitely
night.
researching about it in Antarctica, where the firmament ends.
Oh, that's a
Something-
good topic. Do you think
hey,
there's
bro.
something beyond Idaho?
They just said that the fucking spaces might
don't
be
know.
a super fluid, bro. A super fluid. What is that about?
I think it would have to end somewhere.
Talk about superfluids. That shit's insane. Superfluids are crazy.
Yeah, bro. They're fucking insane, bro.
Yeah, that has to be fair.
Are you sure about that?
I'm very
Are
sure.
you sure about that?
Are
Did you
sure
know
about
that the reason why the sky is blue is because of the waters above the firmament, and because of the firmament itself is a massive structure made out of blue crystal sapphire. It says in Exodus chapter 24, verse 10, they saw the God of Israel that was under his feet as if it was a paved work of the sapphire stone.
Well, it is speculation
Yeah.
Sunday, so carry on.
They said that
is
they went into
absolutely
fucking
absurd.
Antarctica with a drill and was like drilling into it, and they got to a point where they stopped and they couldn't drill any further, and then they said that the fucking shit started to heal around it, and the drill is stuck in the fucking plasma or firmament or whatever
Who
it is.
told you that? Who told you that?
The news.
Thing is, though, I mean, this all sounds very retarded, but it's no more retarded.
It's very retarded, mate. Yeah.
It's no. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
idea of it, Martha?
I really appreciate people talking over me. It's really, really fun when people do that. But it's no more retarded than believing in infinite space testicles in the middle of literal vacuum nothing. So it's funny when people try and take the piss out of, like, say, flat Earth speculations or whatever, because the globe Earth model is completely batshit insane.
Can you give more information on space testicles because it's not
Yeah.
tracking.
You're in a space. You're on a space test. You're on a floating space testicle, allegedly.
A testicle.
I don't get
Yep.
it.
What do you call it? A testicle?
Because
it's
I can
round.
describe a little bit of it.
It's a ball.
It's not infinite. It's not infinite. When you explode something underwater, right? It creates a weird vacuum underwater and expands and then it contracts back in. That's how
Enough,
space is.
Lord.
Supposedly, from what I understand, is it blew the fuck up from whatever the fucking Big Bang, whatever they call it.
Cool
It's
story, bro.
expanding, and maybe it might contract.
You can make a religion out of that.
Look, we're overcharged.
Also, by the way, space isn't a
don't
fucking
know.
material, dude. Space is literally nothing. Why are you making space out to be some bendy type of warped gravity bullshit?
You have to.
I'm not.
It is.
I'm just saying it's not.
Space.
It's not infinite.
Space is the absence of matter, just like how cold is the absence of heat. Cold isn't a real thing.
There's definitely matter in space. There has to be, right?
Hey, Little Earth. You
Yeah,
have
there
a
is, but
PFP
space isn't matter. That's what I'm just saying. That's what I'm saying.
Little Earth. Before you can get off your soapbox, you have a PFP that would need the rest of South America, Asia, Africa, Europe, and Australia on the other side of that globe. So cool your roll, dude.
But I explained myself before. You probably weren't here. I made this account years ago. So
Okay. So
I
do you
did
still think
explain
that's a, do you think that's still an accurate depiction of the water ball Earth?
like I said, you may have not heard it, but I'm in here to learn. Not
Okay,
in here
well,
to, like,
this is an opportunity to learn. I'm asking you if you think that your PFP is an accurate depiction of the water ball Earth.
My name's Low Earth. I just chose an Earth. That's all.
Low Earth. Never mind. Your PFP, Low Earth.
I know what you mean. It's a mute point.
So does the rest of South America, Europe, Asia, Africa, and Australia fit on the other side of that?
It's crazy how you're stuck in a profile picture that I have.
I thought you were here to learn. Okay, carry on. Remain.
You know, the guy who made that
embedded in your
profile
ignorance.
picture
Thank you.
admitted that it was made in Photoshop.
Yeah.
But it has to be.
It is, yeah. NASA's got their own Photoshop team.
So
Not
it's
a
not an
team.
accurate depiction of the water ball Earth. Thank you.
No, it's not.
I know it's not.
But I'll say this from what I was taught, and like I said, I'm not coming in here to shit on flat earthers. I'm coming in here to learn. So from what I was taught scientifically from school, you know, the stereotypical shit is it's all like pieced together. So it's not one picture. It's like a bunch of pictures stitched
Okay,
together.
so what I'm asking you.
I'm in here to learn. I'm not in here to, like,
Here's an opportunity to learn, Low Earth.
So there's no real photo of Earth.
Yeah, take a look at your PFP of Low Earth and try to fit the rest of South America, Europe, Asia, Africa, and Australia on the other side.
I think he admitted he couldn't.
like I said, I made this account years ago.
I know, dude. I know. You're here to learn now. You're here to learn now. So there's an opportunity for you to learn. Baby steps.
You just click on your profile picture and change it. Not that hard.
What if I'm named Low Earth? What am I gonna have? Mars?
But you know how to change
How
your
about
name?
just be?
A handful of dirt.
Why don't you just be Trolley Ride?
I am Trolley Ride.
Listen, he came here
Yes.
years ago. He's here to learn.
It's crazy that you're still stuck on it. That's all. I'm wondering why is it like so stuck in your brain that
I'm not the one stuck
It's
on
triggering.
it.
It's triggering them.
That's not yours. That's Blue Marble 2.0. Not stuck on it.
Look up the Russian Earth.
It's just a hammer and sickle. That's it.
Did you say Russian Earth?
Yeah, in their Russian Earth, they didn't even bother to get rid of the mouse in the picture. They left the mouse during Photoshop.
Is that similar to Space Australia, where there's like a whole planet that's just Australia?
There's no such thing as planets. All planets are just stars in the sky.
You never
That
heard of
shit would
space?
suck. If there was a planet just Australia.
That's what the
fucking
Flat Earth Society would think.
No, it's
Because
just a joke, bro. I know the Earth's flat. Just joking.
it's not flat.
The Earth
That's
is
what the
objective.
Flat Earth Society want you to believe.
No, the Earth is a topographical plane.
How about we stop saying the Earth is flat and let's just start saying the Earth isn't a ball?
Well, we know, yeah, but we know that.
Banana, bro.
Yeah, everyone already knows that.
Not everybody.
Well, yeah, Globers don't know that because they're retarded, but everyone else does.
Well, they do when they go out and look. When they're at the beach and they look out, they know it's flat. They see it that way, but they just then say, "Well, it only looks flat."
They cope.
Can someone help me out with something?
They're coping hard. Like Alex,
People want to believe what they see or what they hear.
Alex coping hard.
What?
They can't use any of the scientific method. No observation.
Sheeple.
Oh my god. Is there anybody who believes that the ocean is not part of the earth and can explain what exactly that entails? Because I don't get it.
The ocean
I'm
is
gonna
not
pop
part of the
Who believes that?
You're
I
in the
know,
wrong
there's
room
Oh,
where you guys
I think when they do say that, they're talking about Earth as in the dry land only, and they only refer to land as Earth instead of the water.
Do you know how fucking lumpy as shit the Earth would be in the globe conception without water? It would be the lumpiest thing you've ever seen.
They said that ocean is on the Earth; it's not a part of the Earth.
I don't get it. Why?
Probably because they were trying to do some carrying away from the fact that the curvature of water would have to exist on a globe Earth, and obviously it doesn't. So that sounds like a red herring from where the fuck is the curvature of the Earth in water, bro?
Well, yeah, so if water's flat, right, and water's not the Earth, then the Earth would still be a globe. Problem solved.
It's because
Yeah, exactly.
Earth, even a long time ago, Earth always stood for the terra or plate or the ground or the grass. It never stood for the water.
Yeah.
Water is separate.
Right, it wasn't until the idea that the Earth was a singular object in total, right?
Yeah.
Wrapping around itself as a particular globule floating in free space, that the idea of the Earth as this singular object came to be.
I can't conceptualize it.
It's because of the round Earth has plagued your mind with all these blue marbles.
Well, for example, for Alice's benefit, let's say that, quote unquote, the realm in which we live is an endless expanse of water, right? So the entire surface is water. And in this one location where we inhabit, the dry land has come out of the water. And it's the only place in this like almost limitless expanse of a planar water surface. Right? In that case, if you said the Earth, what would you be referring to? Well, you'd be referring to the dry land.
I don't believe in that.
About water, bro.
I believe that there is an ice wall that contains the water.
But I mean, ice is water, bro.
Do you think that there is something under the ice wall that connects to the ocean floor?
Maybe not.
Why do you think they call Antarctica the deepest country in the world? I mean, continent on Earth.
It's the highest continent on
The
Earth.
deepest.
I mean, the highest elevation. Never mind.
You mean highest?
Never mind.
Average elevation.
Never
And
mind.
actually, everybody knows that the highest country on Earth is Jamaica.
Yep.
That's a different type of high, dude.
Facts.
I think it's more like Canada.
Possibly,
Yeah,
yeah.
Canada right now. They decriminalize
But
everything.
relishness is
you.